A sudden solar flare turned Blue Star to ash, and I met my end the same way I lived, completely alone. Just a total shut-in, until the fire swallowed me, and my memory went dark. Then I woke up in the shoe world, holding a shelter core in my hand with a talent called synthesis. Think of it as a furnace, melting down 100 pieces of trash into one valuable item. So the shut-in who could not even keep a houseplant alive starts building a giant fortress. Do me a quick favor, hit that subscribe button to stay in the loop. Every little click helps. But how on earth did I end up here? Let us rewind to where this whole mess started. A floating light screen popped up, welcoming me to this place called the Shoe World. It told me flatly I would spend the rest of my life right here. It dropped the rules. A tutorial absolutely nobody wanted. I had to find a solid spot for my shelter core fast. A prime location meant staying alive much longer. This wilderness was packed with mutated beasts and crucial resources. Plus, the system warned me that disasters would keep coming, and once I placed my shelter, it was locked forever. If I lost my shelter, I would lose my survival lord status and the world's protection. Simple as that. The test day was coming in 3 days. It hoped I was ready. Then the screen dissolved, and a sudden weight dropped right into my open palm. A clear, glowing crystal that hummed with soft light. I stood there, looking stupid. Brain frozen. I wondered out loud if my home world had actually ended. The missing screen, this strange crystal, and my own memories of the fire. Everything lined up to tell me the exact same brutal truth. I had no choice but to face it. About a month back, the Blue Star Federation sent out a global apocalypse warning. Their scientists had calculated that the sun was about to undergo a massive, catastrophic helium flash. A cosmic solar wind was going to roast Blue Star, starting the final countdown for humanity. And that last day? Total chaos. Rioters who had completely lost their minds wandered the streets like zombies, while shops were looted and smeared with blood. Constant explosions tore through the flames as the city crumbled. Nobody was left to keep order. The elite officials had already fled into deep space on whatever escape ships they could build. The rest of us, who still had our sanity, just stayed huddled at home with our families. I was alone, so I faced that terrifying wall of fire by myself. And that was where my memories ended. Honestly, getting pulled into an alien world definitely beat roasting alive in that planetary oven. Staring back down at the glowing crystal ball, I focused my mind on it. The interface showed it was a level 0 shelter core. Its quality was perfect. It urged me to pick a spot and build a shelter of 100 square meters, warning me that my starting defenses were incredibly weak. My mind raced. I stared at the prompt, and after taking a quick look around, I decided not to just drop the core right where I stood. I knew building this shelter was way too important to rush. There was a low hill to my front left, just high enough to let me see, so I ran up to look. Ahead of me lay a thicket of dense bushes, and beyond that, a mountain range with snow dusting the peaks. Since it was only early autumn, those mountains had to be incredibly high. To both sides lay endless wilderness, thin trees, and waist-high grass. Behind me, a massive forest stretched out like a lush, infinite green ocean. Far to the right of the empty wilderness, I saw water glittering, a river flowing straight from the mountains toward the forest. It was so far off that the fact I could even spot it meant it was massive. I had two choices. I could build right here, close to the forest and its rich resources, but that meant low ground. A tree line packed with beasts would surround me, making it incredibly easy to attack and brutal to defend. My other option was heading to the mountains near the river. High ground, fresh water, and a solid rock face covering my back. But I had no clue if resources would dry up on me up there. Neither choice was perfect, and in the end, it just came down to strategy. So I told myself the hard truth: I had to survive to reach the late game. This was not some video game where I could just reload a save. I would much rather grow slow and steady than gamble my life. Luckily, years of expecting the absolute worst had trained me for exactly this. Looking up at the sun, I figured it was around noon, and reminded myself that I had to set up camp before dark. The wilderness at night was a straight death sentence, so I carefully headed toward the front right. Barely running, and my lungs already wanted to quit. I was a total shut-in, whose only weekly exercise was a single grocery run. And now, I was sprinting across an alien world, doubled over with my hands on my knees at the edge of the bushes. I admitted to the empty air that running was a terrible idea. The thicket ahead was choked with twisted trees and massive wild grass. I had absolutely no clue what kind of beasts were hiding inside. I noticed earlier that this dense brush went on for a while, but the right edge seemed close enough to skirt around. So I decided to take the long way around, without any tools. Pushing through that thick brush sounded like a nightmare, and getting lost while becoming a buffet for poisonous bugs was definitely something my out-of-shape body could not handle. After a quick break, I veered right to bypass the dense thicket and head for the mountains as fast as possible. That was when I noticed something resembling a wooden box sitting right at the edge of the bushes. For a split second, I panicked. Is someone else actually out here? I had to check. It really was a wooden box, but it was only about the size of a fist, like a pocket watch case. Suddenly, a system prompt popped up, telling me I had just discovered a wooden treasure chest. I muttered to myself that this was definitely a game world, wondering if I was just some non-player character, and if these chests were the starting resources that the system had promised. But complaining did not stop me from pocketing the loot. It was not locked, but no matter how hard I tried, I could not pry it open. I wondered if I had to hunt down some monster for a key. No other options left, so I slipped the chest into my pocket and kept walking, planning to crack it open once my shelter was fully set up. By now, my run had degraded to a fast walk because my legs simply refused to go any faster. Honestly, a shut-in who cannot outrun danger has no business sprinting toward it. Plus, there was another reason. I wanted to search for more chests along the way. 10 years of gaming had taught me that early game loot spawn rates are always at their highest right at the start. I walked for 3 straight hours, way longer than I had ever gone. For a guy whose commute was just the subway, I was absolutely parched and exhausted. Fortunately, I managed to find a second wooden chest along the path, which definitely cheered me up a bit. At last, the river at the base of the mountain came into view. Even though it looked close, it took another solid half hour to actually reach it. The rock face rose up incredibly steep and smooth, looking almost like it was carved out with a giant axe. Right in front lay a wide, flat clearing, just weeds and gravel. Absolutely perfect for my shelter core. I stepped forward, thought it over carefully, and placed the glowing core about 50 meters away from the steep cliff face. The system prompted me to confirm activation and step back, so I backed away while keeping my eyes glued to the crystal. Suddenly, a glowing blue blueprint of a wooden house bloomed right over the core. Within seconds, it solidified into a real, physical wooden cabin, its front door facing toward the forest with an empty window frame on each side. Deep cracks ran up the walls, some a fist wide, stretching all the way from the floor to the roof. Looking at my new home, I realized it would leak like crazy. Right then, system notifications started flooding my mind. The shelter was built, and my main survivor interface was unlocked, granting me access to my stats, chat, trade, and crafting options. Plus, I had received a single newbie starter gift pack. Even though the place was bare, having actual walls around me cut my anxiety in half. A house is still a house, so I did not rush to open my panels just yet. First, I scouted the perimeter to understand the surrounding terrain, relying on the sun and my old habits to map out the cardinal directions. There were mountains to the north, a forest to the south, a flowing river to the east, and an open stretch of wilderness to the west. The cabin stood about 40 meters from the cliff, which meant if I ever built a wall, that gap would make a perfect, safe backyard. The river took care of my water needs, and the closest resources were in the southwest thicket, which was perfect for wood and wild fruit. The more I explored, the better I felt, especially since I did not find any tracks from large predators nearby. Inside, the place was completely empty, exactly as promised. Small holes in the roof let in little patches of sunlight, keeping it from being pitch black, but the floor was still nothing but raw grass, dirt, and weeds. I grabbed a tree branch and carefully swept the ground, making sure no nasty surprises like hidden snakes or pests were waiting for me. Talk about a brutal start, a leaky house, empty pockets, and absolutely zero resources. I really hoped the system panels would provide some actual build options, because my hands-on construction skills were basically non-existent, and trying to fix this wreck manually would only make it worse. Pulling up the main interface, I saw 5 different tabs, which were stats, chat, crafting, trade, and inventory, along with a 3-day countdown ticking in the corner. Focusing on the timer, the system informed me that my newbie shield lasted 3 days. Well, technically, only 2 days remain now. I had exactly that long to figure out how to survive in this wild land. Feeling a sudden wave of panic, I clicked on the chat panel to see if there were other humans out there to talk to. The screen split into 3 sections: the world chat, the regional chat, and the friend list. The system rules were strict. The world channel only allowed a single message a day, stamped with my true name and avatar, Idaho. The regional channel granted 10 messages a day, using that same exact stamp. Meanwhile, private messages were totally unlimited. I opened the world channel first, and the chat was absolutely flying. One user was celebrating, yelling out that they were still alive. Alive, laughing that even the apocalypse could not put them down. Someone else asked, totally baffled, how they went from an orbiting spaceship to suddenly standing here. Then another voice snapped that the person above them was a traitor to the species, while a self-proclaimed official warned everyone to craft some weapons before exploring, so the wild beasts wouldn't catch them completely empty-handed. Most of it went like that. Pure chaos, excitement, panic, and endless complaints. Almost no real info, just noise. What I did manage to gather was that everyone between 16 and 60 on Blue Star, minus the very old and young, got pulled into this shoe world on identical starting terms. Every single person got a shelter core, a massive transmigration. The whole species just dropped into this same spot. I left the World Channel and opened the regional one, which showed 997 people present out of 1,000, and I had no clue if the missing 3 were already dead or if the channel just hadn't filled yet. The chat here was an absolute circus. Some guy named Xiao bragged that since he transmigrated, he was clearly the main protagonist here. He claimed he was the master of his fate, cackling. Seriously? I was totally speechless. Yu Yang flatly told the chat to go pee on the kid to wake him up, since 5 billion people on Earth transmigrated, not just him. Jin Hyun, sounding pretty amused, chimed in you should never interrupt a delusional kid's dream, because whoever skipped that phase was never truly young. Then Wang Ro asked if everyone was alone, and where they actually were. He suggested that people in the same area couldn't be too far apart and should gather, but Yang immediately shot that idea down, pointing out, we don't even know which way is which, none of us. Then Xiao doubled down, bragging again and posting a picture of a fireball floating in his palm, his so-called ethereal flame. Yu Yang and Wang Ro both started swearing. Yang demanded to know if Xiao really had a superpower, and if he was an actual ability user, which would be absolutely insane. But get this, Yua suddenly cut through the nonsense with the only thing that actually mattered, telling everyone to open their newbie gift pack to find the stone that awakens your talent. That stopped me cold. I shut down the chat and immediately pulled up my inventory. The newbie gift pack was sitting there quietly, and the system prompt told me my inventory had 10 slots with no cap on stacking identical items. I focused on the pack. The system asked to open it, and I said yes. It congratulated me on getting 7 dry rations, 7 mineral waters, 1 flint, and 1 talent awakening stone. The survival rations and water were definitely nice, but my eyes locked straight onto that mysterious stone, which had a rank of none. It was perfect quality, the last gift from the will of Blue Star, able to awaken a human's talent at a 50% success rate. A 50% failure rate? Talk about brutal for anyone born with 0 luck. And I'm exactly that kind of guy back home. Every time I rolled the gacha, I was never quite cursed, but never quite blessed either. Still, the cut had to come, sooner or later. I refused to believe my luck was still trash even after transmigrating. I scrubbed my dirty hands clean on my shirt, praying that Mother Blue Star would look out for me. So when the system prompt popped up asking if I wanted to use the stone, I clicked yes. The awakening stone bloomed with a soft white light that wrapped around my entire body. It felt so gentle and warm, like being cradled right back in my mother's arms. Lost in that warmth, still drowning in it, a strange golden light welled up from my chest, spreading over me. The white and gold slowly merged, eventually shrinking right down into my mind. The system announced that my awakening was a success. Instantly, my hand flew to my neck only to find a bare red string. That pendant was completely gone. Just gone. I'd been an orphan since I was 13. My parents were archaeologists, always traveling together. But on their way back from one dig, their plane went down with over 100 people aboard, 0 survivors. With no family left to take me, I ended up at the Tomato Orphanage. That massive blow made me incredibly quiet and withdrawn. I got used to being alone, refusing to mix with anyone. Once I grew up, I just stayed indoors and stopped going out. I was lucky to still have a few online friends to talk to. That missing pendant was actually a birthday gift from my father. It was the last thing he ever gave me, something he dug up himself, a beautifully made jade cauldron no bigger than a peanut. The system suddenly pulled me out of my thoughts, congratulating me on awakening a unique talent called synthesis. Rank 1, quality none. That was it. Described as a product of Blue Star's will, fused with an unknown origin rule. The awakening conditions were extremely strict, making this talent unique and impossible to replicate. This ability let me summon a synthesis furnace, place 1 item as the main material and 2 to 9 auxiliary materials to fuse them into something completely new. Seeing that it was classified as a unique talent left me pretty surprised. I had absolutely no idea how strong this thing was yet. But going by every single web novel I'd ever read, a custom cheat skill is basically standard issue for main characters. It is that classic golden finger. But the memory in my head says my real skill was never actually synthesis. The cauldron pendant and the mysterious stone fused together, warping my original ability into this brand new power. After the awakening, I just instinctively know how to use it. I know the fused items can either upgrade the original gear or mutate into something completely random, with a painfully high gamble factor baked right into the process. It is basically a gotcha machine in this survival world, and I hope the drop rates are generous. I smile, realizing the pendant did not actually vanish. It just changed form to keep helping me. The only catch? I am completely broke, with absolutely nothing to feed the furnace. After tossing the gift pack rewards straight into my inventory, I pull up the attribute panel, which splits nicely into a personal tab and a shelter tab. My personal stats show up as rank 0, physique 4, and spirit 6, perception 5, energy 0, no skills, and my synthesis talent, with a note saying an average adult sits at 5. So I am pretty ordinary across the board. My physique is actually below average, which makes sense since I barely move, have a wrecked sleep schedule, and eat pure garbage. The only bright spot is my above-average spirit stat, which I proudly credit to a lifetime of late-night gaming and reading web novels. Staying up late. Who knew that was actually a form of cultivation? Next, I check the shelter side, and it lists this place as rank 0. It is a dilapidated wooden shack that bluntly says it cannot protect me, with 0 facilities inside, and an upgrade bar reading 0 out of 100 wood, 0 out of 10 stone, and 0 out of 1 iron. The panel slowly feeds me the survival basics. To build things, I need blueprints and materials. Blueprints come from chests, while materials are gathered in the wild. Plus, anything placed into my inventory automatically converts into standard units. I give the system a mental thumbs up. Honestly, guys, I am terrible at building houses, so seeing this survival world run like a game I actually know is a massive relief. Since the trading panel is locked until my shelter reaches rank 1, I ignore it for now. The crafting menu lets me make things, but only 4 basic items for now. The rest are locked behind an unbuilt workbench. I can craft a stone knife for 1 stone, an axe or pickaxe for 1 stone and 1 wood, and a workbench for 2 wood and 2 stone. Upgrading my shelter and crafting new gear both require raw materials. So, I decide to grab a quick bite before heading out, aiming to patch up the house today. I pull a 1-liter bottle of mineral water from my inventory. After chugging down half of it, I eat some dry rations and toss the water back inside before heading out to gather some wood and stone. The moment I stand up, 2 small wooden chests I picked up earlier suddenly drop onto the floor. The system asks if I want to open them, and the answer is absolutely obvious, because when you are this broke, literally anything you score is a massive win. I tell it to open them all. It congratulates me on 10 loaves of bread, 10 waters, 20 wood, 20 stone, and a fence blueprint. That blueprint gets my attention, so I inspect it. The fence is rank 0, common quality, a solid defensive structure for the shelter that blocks incoming enemy attacks, but costing 1 wood per meter means walling a decent yard would take at least 100 meters of wood, which is way too expensive right now, so I shelve it. With these new materials, I finally have enough to craft a stone axe, a pickaxe, and a workbench. I go for the axe first because I need a tool for logging. Opening the crafting panel, I confirm the build and watch the system congratulate me on my new stone axe. It drops right in front of me, a wrist-thick wooden handle topped with a smooth, razor-sharp head polished from some mysterious dark stone. The system tags it as common quality, describes it as a handy logging tool, and says I am now the most handsome guy in primitive society. Honestly, I love this system. I pick it up, completely speechless at how playful the system is, and swing it a few times. It feels incredibly solid. Now that I have a real tool, it is way better than trying to craft something by hand, which would have left me completely exhausted and empty-handed. Equipped with a proper axe, I plan to chop down trees and gather enough wood to upgrade my shelter as quickly as possible. I head southwest toward the dense thicket, where I spotted some smaller trees earlier. The forest edge looks pretty safe, making it ideal for gathering wood. Reaching the spot, I roll up my sleeves, grip the stone axe, and start hacking away, each dull thud echoing through the quiet wilderness. It takes nearly 10 minutes of non-stop swinging to fell a single small tree, but adding it to my inventory yields 3 wood. I groan from sheer exhaustion, absolutely shocked at how fast logging completely drains my energy, and that tree was not even large. Yet chopping it down nearly breaks me. Having never logged in my life, I have zero clue how to put my body weight into the swing, so I just keep hacking away using raw, unrefined strength. Still, I don't let myself sulk about it. I chop, rest, and chop again. I keep swinging until the sun is almost down. By the end, I have managed to pull 24 units of wood from those felled trees. My form is absolute garbage. My hands are blistered and my aching arms hang completely useless. But thanks to my system inventory, I can carry everything home, something totally impossible by hand. The walk back stays dead quiet. Maybe it is just the newbie period, but I encounter absolutely zero beasts. Never mind those terrifying mutated creatures the system keeps warning me about. By the time I finally reach the shelter, only a thin sliver of light remains in the sky. This newbie protection prompt promised 3 days of absolute safety. Beasts will completely ignore my shelter and leave me alone overnight. So, even in a rundown dump like this, I am perfectly safe after dark. Plus, that massive hole in the roof lets in just enough moonlight to stop total darkness. While I can still see, I want to assemble the workbench and see what items I can craft. Opening the crafting panel, I confirm the build using 2 wood and 2 stone, then watch a blue outline take shape by the door. The raw materials dissolve, and a solid workbench suddenly materializes. The system confirms the build is complete. I step closer, focus my gaze on the bench, and a glowing, transparent menu floats open before me. Looking at the left side, I see everything I can craft right now. Scrolling through to find basic everyday essentials. Seriously, look at this list: wooden beds, tables, stools. He is basically running a furniture factory. Aside from furniture, there are simple wooden utensils, but absolutely no torches or warm bedding. Shutting the menu down, I see the bench is covered in standard woodworking tools. There are files, manual hand planes, and saws, half of which I do not even recognize and have never used before. But that does not actually matter. The system explains that the bench can produce items either automatically or manually, though auto-crafting only yields common quality goods in rigid sizes. I select the simple wooden bed and hit confirm. I tell myself I can easily survive without a partner, but not without a decent bed. The system lists it as costing 2 wood and taking roughly 12 minutes. I hit confirm and stop there. Wood is far too precious, and I need to save it for shelter upgrades. I grab my rations and water, leaning tiredly against the wall. While eating, I open up the World Chat channel, only to find some survivors have actually started posting real, helpful survival notes. One prominent survivor named Gi Yang wrote down his personal observations and theories to guide everyone else. He believes this 3-day window is purely for us to adapt. Once it ends, we will have to face those mutated beasts. So, everyone needs to rush their shelter upgrades immediately, unless they somehow scored a literal gold mine from their starting gift pack. He searched a couple of kilometers around his base and found absolutely no one. This means our new world is massive, and survivors are spread incredibly thin, forcing us to cope alone. Our only saving grace is that wild resources are pretty abundant, and chests randomly pop up. He warns that trading stays completely locked until your first shelter upgrade. Also, wild animals are scarce, and massive predators are totally absent. This is definitely newbie period mercy. And since Bluest Star was destroyed and this shoe world chose to rescue us, we clearly possess some hidden value. We will not be thrown away carelessly. So, focus entirely on staying alive. He wraps up by saying that survival is brutal. He shares a list of wilderness tips, asking everyone to swap knowledge so we can pull each other through. The replies are incredibly warm, filled with deep gratitude and survivors sharing their big hauls for the day. I make sure to leave my own thanks below, since his tips are genuinely helpful. And get this, there's a brilliant note saying we don't even have to chop down trees for wood. If I simply gather enough loose branches and leaves into my inventory, the system automatically converts them into solid wood units. That is going to save my stamina and precious time. I honestly marvel at the pure geniuses hiding among these netizens, quickly jotting the trick down to try tomorrow morning. Next, I open the regional channel. It is still scrolling, though the louder voices from earlier have gone quiet, likely because they ran out of their daily message quota. Most of the chat history is just desperate begging or bragging about awakened abilities, but Uok has reposted several survival guides from the World Channel, playing the role of a warm-hearted big brother. Once I finish my meal, I walk over to the workbench. The bed is already complete, a single frame about 1 4/5 meters long, which is plenty of space for my height. I drag the bed to the north wall, away from the door, and stretch. Setting my stone axe right at the head of the bed, I rub my aching limbs and drift through endless thoughts until sleep takes me. I dreamed that my late parents were reunited with me in this strange world, the 3 of us building a massive, beautiful shelter and living happily together. Dawn creeps over the horizon. Ever since my parents passed away, I had slept horribly every night, waking up in the dark, never resting deep. But the absolute shock of transmigrating straight into a brutal apocalypse, combined with pure physical exhaustion, finally gave me a deep, long-lost sleep. When I wake up, a lot of that heavy gloom has lifted from my shoulders. The light filtering into the shelter is still quite dim, so I drag myself out of bed, finish my morning routine, wolfed down some bread, and drank water. I retraced yesterday's steps toward the thicket to harvest more timber. Walking there, I calculated I was still short 61 units of wood and one piece of iron for the upgrade. Finding wood was a breeze, but iron was the real headache, so I planned to hunt for some later that afternoon. Once I reached the logging spot, I decided to skip using the axe entirely. Instead, I swept leaves and branches into a pile and shoved them straight into my inventory. The system actually granted me 1 wood for it. That forum trick was the real deal, completely solving my lumber issues. Half the day gone. Wiping away the sweat, I checked my inventory to find 115 wood, 30 wild fruits, and 20 plant fibers. The extra items were just byproducts of sweeping those branches. The wild fruit tasted unbelievably sour, enough to bring tears to my eyes, but I kept them for the vitamins. But I had no intention of sweeping for wood all afternoon. Rubbing branches would never yield iron, and without it, my shelter could not be upgraded. My best bet was to head west along the mountains and explore. I headed back, grabbed a quick lunch under the blazing midday sun, and used the workbench to craft a stone knife using 1 raw stone. In an instant, a 30-centimeter system blueprint manifested sleek, smooth, and incredibly sharp. I desperately needed a fresh tool since my old axe was heavily chipped and right on the verge of breaking. With my new knife ready, I trekked west along the mountain base, scanning the terrain closely because those tiny treasure chests are incredibly easy to miss. At 2 kilometers, I scored 14 stone from a gravel pile. Gathering was definitely much easier than tedious mining, even if it was random. After traveling another 3 kilometers, I spotted a low, sparse grove up ahead. I decided to search it for fresh fruit, since dry rations get boring and fruit makes for excellent trading material. But then, disaster struck. There was a faint metallic glint under a tree. You guys, it was a real bronze treasure chest. Excitement surged as I rushed forward, eager to claim my prize. Suddenly, my entire body violently lurched sideways completely on its own. As I tumbled, a sharp triangular head lunged right past my fingers, the cold, slimy scales grazing the back of my hand. Only my insanely fast reflexes and peripheral vision saved me from getting bitten. I would be dead right now, drinking forgetfulness soup in the underworld. Heart pounding, I rolled away, pushed myself up, and stood there completely pale, glaring down at a coiled snake roughly 50 centimeters long, sporting a massive, triangular head, fangs bared, mouth wide open, and covered in shimmering green scales. A bamboo viper, clearly leaping out of the brush to kill me. It was a deadly forest assassin, so I steadied my breathing. I dropped into a low stance, gripped my tang sword tightly, and slowly crept forward with my gaze locked onto the beast. Before it could strike, I brought my sword down with immense force, the stone blade slamming into the snake and launching it through the air. I tossed the sword aside, pulled my stone axe from my inventory, and smashed it onto its head with both hands. A second blow, then a third, completely crushing its head to mush. I spat out, "Let's see if you're dead now, you piece of garbage," finally venting my terror. Bending down to look, I realized that stone tang sword was pretty much just for show. My strongest strike had barely even scratched those tough scales. If I had paused instead of swapping tools, things would have ended horribly. Calming my nerves, I threw the dead snake into my storage. Free food. I had zero interest in eating snake, but plenty of players would gladly trade for fresh meat. Grabbing my weapon back, I kept my guard up instead of blindly reaching for that chest. Using a long branch, I thoroughly swept the tall grass first, flushing out any hidden threats. Only when I was absolutely sure no other monsters were waiting did I scoop up the bronze chest. According to Global Chat, only wooden and bronze tiers had been found so far. Basic, low-tier items. No one had posted about their bronze loot yet, but a higher tier meant the rewards were bound to be amazing. Tell me you would do the same. I couldn't wait until I got back home to open it. This was my very first bronze chest, and my curiosity was killing me. Saving it for later required the level of discipline that I simply did not possess. A soft blue light spilled from the seams, and as the glow slowly faded, I spotted 3 glowing orbs resting inside, looking incredibly mysterious. Reaching for the right one, I realized the silhouette inside looked exactly like a tang sword. Crushing the sphere, a heavy tang sword instantly materialized in my grip. It was classified as a rank 0 weapon of normal quality, forged from 100 folded iron. Talk about a massive upgrade for a starter zone. I run my hand over the blade, genuinely loving how it feels. Honestly, what guy dislikes a sweet sword? I immediately claim this as my primary weapon. Next, I crush another orb. Out pops a thick sheet of cowhide paper covered in weird scribbles I cannot make heads or tails of. Turns out, it is a normal quality torch blueprint, a simple tool to keep the creeping darkness away. Absolute gold for traveling at night. Crafting one only costs a single piece of wood and one plant fiber or cloth. I think it over and realize it is a total lifesaver. Last night, I did not even dare strike my flint, terrified of burning my whole shelter down. Honestly, starting a campfire from nothing is way harder than anyone who has never tried it would actually believe. Once the trading market opens up, these torches will be my absolute bestseller. I need light, and so does literally everyone else. If these sell, I will never have to break my back chopping trees again. Being the boss beats doing hard labor any day. The only real issue is gathering materials. Plant fiber alone will not cut it, so trading is key. Finally, the last orb gives up a scroll. It is a normal quality arrow tower blueprint. This defensive structure can automatically fire wooden or stone arrows to protect my home. You can also station defenders on top. Building it requires 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 iron block. I am incredibly hyped, but also completely stuck. An arrow tower would make me super safe, but I cannot afford it until I upgrade my main shelter first. So, onto the shelf it goes. At this point, my inventory is almost completely full. I have 14 food and water, 1 flint, 115 wood, 30 stone, 20 plant fiber, a stone axe, and a stone tang sword. Blueprints and fruit are safe at the base. In my hand, that real tang sword. With daylight left, I search 1,000 meters around me. I am still just one single iron short of that upgrade. Looks like my luck completely ran out on that bronze chest. I spend over 2 hours wandering, finding only 15 wood and 10 wild fruit. No chest in sight, no shelter upgrade for me today. I guess I will just have to try searching the mountain tomorrow. The disappointment is real, but the frustration is way worse. I am pretty obsessive, and this feels exactly like a download stuck at 99.99%. Seriously, is there anything worse than being stuck right at the finish line? Giving up after another empty search, I head back and slip inside before sunset. Crimson clouds paint the sky, bathing my little wooden house in red light. I carefully set aside my stone sword and axe. Then, I craft a wooden bucket at my workbench. Heading east toward the river, I tell myself that just because I live alone does not mean I should smell terrible. After 2 days of hard labor, I smell pretty sour, and it is time for a wash. The river is about 40 meters wide, slow, clear, and totally empty of marine life. Testing the bank with a stick, I find solid footing. The water is only about a meter deep. Since there is absolutely nobody around for miles, I strip naked and wash off in the freezing water, tossing my clothes in to rinse out the sweat. Honestly, it is a good thing there are no fish, or my stench might have floated them belly up. Right as I am laughing at myself, I spot the corner of a wooden box poking out from beneath the river pebbles nearby. My heart skips a beat. I scramble over, clear the rocks, and discover a wooden treasure chest waiting for me. And I have a really good feeling about this one. I crack it open, and the system rewards me with 20 wood, 20 stone, and 5 iron blocks. I laugh out loud as all my frustration instantly melts away. I quickly pack up the newly found resources, grab my bucket, and start heading back. Moving twice as fast as before, I rush home, determined to upgrade my shelter this very second. Inside, I unload 100 wood, 10 stone, and 1 iron. The system confirms I have everything needed, and tells me to step outside for a moment. I step outside and boom. Check this out. The whole place lights up, transforming into a solid new home right before my eyes. System notifications flash before my eyes. The upgrade is complete. I have unlocked trading, personal collection, and personal exploration. Though, trading only works while I am safely inside my shelter, not out in the wild. To sell stuff, I just put it in my inventory, and the system handles the deal automatically. Bought items stay in storage until I withdraw them. I turn to inspect my brand new wooden house. It is now a rank 1 basic wooden shelter with weak defenses. The system warns me the weather is currently dry, so I must watch out for fire. The workbench is now an active facility. The next upgrade needs 200 wood and stone, 10 iron, and 2 glass. All those annoying cracks in the walls are completely gone, and brand new windows have appeared on the east and west sides. The hole in the roof is finally sealed, and the dirt floor has been replaced with solid stone slabs. The walls feel incredibly thick, giving a deep, satisfying thud when knocked. Stepping inside, the layout is split into 3 rooms. The entryway is a nice square space where I pile up all my odds and ends, essentially serving as a handy little warehouse. I could also plop a table right there as a buffer, giving me some breathing room to fight if a beast ever broke inside. This spot should have been a cozy living room, but with nobody around for miles, guests were non-existent. To the right, a simple wooden door led straight into my workshop. I put the workbench right by the window so I could watch the outside while working. Down the hall was my bed, the bedroom. I was just glad it sat so deep and felt safe. My dreams of getting rich depended entirely on the trade system, so I opened it first. The screen split in two, with the market interface on the left. These survivor-run shops sold everything from tiny butterflies and bugs up to massive wooden tables and chairs. After a quick scroll, I clicked on my personal shop tab on the right, where anyone could list resources. You just set a price and let the system auto-deliver the goods once sold. That meant I could not exploit this as free backup storage. Listing too many random items would just choke my actual inventory space. I really hoped to find some kind of loophole. Nothing. So, I tested my new skills and probed the dead viper. It was a rank 0, common-grade bamboo pit viper, a sneaky, fanged snake with highly toxic venom. Next, I activated the gather command. Instantly, the system rewarded me with 1 piece of meat, 1 skin, and 1 vial of venom, all common grade. Honestly, this skill was basically a cheat code for rookies. Probing kept me from missing loot or eating poison, while the auto-disintegration saved me from having to butcher a dead beast with my own hands. I sat on my bed, opening the chat while eating my rations. The second I clicked on the regional channel, a message popped up about the speech limit. It was gone. No daily limits. You see, this survival world was basically forcing everyone to upgrade. Upgrading turned you from a temp into a full employee, and the chat was absolutely buzzing with panic. One survivor whined that he used to level up in 10 minutes in video games, but now he had to chop trees all day for barely any wood. Another person was totally out of water, practically begging anyone for help. A player who claimed a whole lake refused to share and told him to stop crying and upgrade. A third complained about cowards who begged for food and water 8 times without ever leaving their shelters. People bowed to these big shots. Pathetic. Especially since most were still 1 iron short of upgrading. It was a total bottleneck. Honestly, finding iron felt like trying to pull the rarest character in a gacha event. Thankfully, my own luck had finally turned. But look at this chat hours of lurking and still 0 useful info. Next, I opened the trade channel to study the market. Because survival was urgent, people listed useless personal junk like cheap jewelry and nose rings, while clothes cost hundreds of wood. It made total sense. No weapons. Nobody in their right mind would sell a knife or a gun. Even iron blocks were almost never listed. The market was filled with common junk that had no actual use yet. Logically, the most crucial things for survival should have been water and food, but the starter gift packs completely ruined any potential monopoly for survivors near lakes or rivers. 1 liter of water traded for 3 wood. There was a tiny profit, but hauling water back and forth barely beat mining or logging. It was just exhausting, hard labor. Since so many people had water, I wondered if they were drowning in it. Food, however, was a different story. A single portion sold for 8 to 10 basic resources. Since chests were random and the supply was unstable, everyone hoarded food, driving prices through the roof. And that was only because starter packs cushioned the blow, or a single meal would have cost 100 wood by now. I refused to sell my food. No way. Not until I had a stable source and could buy more. Only 2 blueprints were listed, a scabbard and a literal trash can. Both were useless and carried ridiculous price tags, while medicine was incredibly rare. Items went for hundreds of resources, up to 500, which normal survivors could never afford. The whole market was heavily inflated, but this gave me a perfect strategy. I opened my personal shop and listed 1 wild fruit for 5 plant fibers or cotton. I wrote that they were delicious, sweet, and tangy, packed with essential vitamins and highly filling, urging buyers not to pass up this incredible deal. Since lights were rare, the torch business looked highly promising, and with food prices soaring, it was the perfect time to trade wild fruit for raw crafting materials. My inbox blew up. Chaos. People offered wood, others tried to bargain, and some just wanted to chat. I know, selling rotten fruit for 5 whole resource units is incredibly shameless. But with market prices this wild, how could I resist? Then, a truly valuable message finally arrived. A survivor named uSoil messaged that she had 45 units of cotton and wanted to trade them for 10 wild fruits, ready to deal immediately. Her profile avatar showed a sharp-faced, short-haired woman with a highly confident look. I calculated the odds. Pulling 45 cotton from chests was extremely rare, meaning she likely lived right next to a wild cotton field. Securing a reliable supply of cotton was definitely worth taking a small loss. I hit her back saying food prices were soaring, cotton was useless for now, and my 5-unit rate was already a steal. She did not beat around the bush, instantly pointing out that since I bought cotton in bulk, I obviously already had the blueprints for it. She had a steady supply from her field, and since we both needed this deal, she was not backing down. She stood her ground. I promised we could negotiate the price tomorrow if she kept supplying me. She agreed, but wanted wood or stone next time, wood at a 1-to-1 rate and stone at 1-to-2. I calculated the tiny risk and said yes. The deal closed in a flash. My system logged the loss of 10 wild fruits and the gain of 45 units of cotton. Meanwhile, in a wooden shelter just like mine, a short-haired girl in sportswear smiled at her new wild fruit. She finally had enough materials to upgrade and craft. She had lucked out with a wild cotton field right near her shelter, but there was 0 stone around. Honestly, she had barely scraped her first upgrade together by getting lucky with a few chests. One of those chests dropped a blueprint. A cold remedy herbal tea that cures flu and boosts immunity, costing 1 isotis root and 1 wild fruit. She already had the root, but wild fruit was nowhere to be found, which is exactly why she had to trade with me. She smiled, realizing she finally had a reliable trade partner. If this supply line held up, she would never have to gamble her life on random chest luck again. With the cotton safely in my inventory, I checked the trade shop and put some snake meat up for 10 cotton. Since I did not need to eat, and food prices were soaring, I posted the snake meat. Then I went to the workshop to use my torch blueprint. A bright white flash swallowed the blueprint paper, instantly adding the torch option right at the top of my crafting list. I threw in the materials, hit craft, and out popped a torch. It was common quality, but the system literally called it a divine artifact for night travel. It was completely windproof, tough to extinguish, and burned for 2 solid hours. It was about a meter long with a sturdy 6-centimeter handle. I scraped the tip against stone and it ignited with a soft pop. No flint required. Honestly, even a basic torch in this world felt like sci-fi tech. The simpler the tool, the more valuable it became. My snake meat and wild fruit had already sold out, leaving me with 49 wood and over 200 units of plant fiber and cotton. So, I queued up 49 torches to test the market, putting them all up for sale 30 minutes later. I priced each one at 5 wood, labeling them as a self-igniting divine artifact that doubles as a fire starter. It burns for 2 hours. Why would anyone brave the dark wilderness without a torch? I added limited stock. First come, first served. Limit 1 per customer. Most survivors were still blind in the dark, struggling without city lights. These torches would fly. And that purchase limit was a calculated move. Since torches burn out, people would keep coming back. I wanted a massive crowd hooked on my shop early on. Once my brand gained traction, selling any future item would be a total walk in the park. It was just like running a stream back on Blue Star where clout meant cash. Sure enough, the World Channel was already buzzing with players trying to find the seller. Others replied that something with this level of utility had to be a direct system drop. Someone shouted to identify the lucky soul with the blueprint. Some lucky guy bragged that he snatched the last one, and it worked insanely well. Another cried that even in a new world, survival still came down to who had the fastest fingers. But before I could even market them, the chat flooded, and they were completely sold out. The demand for nightlights was absolutely massive. The system recorded the loss of 49 torches and added 245 wood. I laughed, trading definitely beats manual labor. This was real capitalism at work. Since I still had 165 cotton left, I called it a golden window and queued them all up for torches. 2 hours later, another 165 torches were ready. While waiting, I spent 10 wood to treat myself to some home furniture. Staring at the torches blanketing my floor, I decided to stop trading for wood. I had plenty. I needed to hoard stone for the next shelter upgrade. I posted 50 torches at 5 stone each and kept the rest. Get ready, because tomorrow was the final day of newbie protection, meaning players would unload their best loot to prep. Unsurprisingly, the torches sold instantly, netting me 250 stone. I now had tons of raw materials and a massive stack of torches left. The next shelter upgrade was right there. I collapsed on the bed, scrolling through global chat until my eyes blurred. Eventually, the torch flickered out, plunging the shelter into pitch black. Sleep hit me like a truck, dragging me down into a deep, heavy slumber. The next morning, the very second my eyes popped open, the system screen flashed in front of me. The screen warned me that today was the absolute end of newbie protection. It urged survivors to upgrade fast, as resource nodes and chest spawns were boosted. 2 massive notifications pop up, instantly clearing my brain fog. When I open the public chat, literally everyone is talking about it. Some hope to stumble upon a few more chests, while others worry that another sudden warning means a serious threat is heading our way. One terrified survivor posts that he hasn't stepped outside in 2 days, begging to know if he absolutely has to now. Another lazy guy whines that going outside is too exhausting, offering to sing a sad song for the dead, while others snort that those cowards hiding in their shelters totally deserve what is coming. I have no time to waste reading chat when every single second of early survival counts. After a quick wash and some bread, I clear out my inventory, leaving my extra gear at home because today is going to be a massive grind. My main goal? Upgrading my shelter. Reaching for my basic stone gear, I have a high-tier tang sword now, making the stone knife completely useless. No one will buy it, but throwing it away feels like a total waste. Listing trash like this on the global trade channel will make me look completely crazy, but my old habit of never wasting anything makes me hesitate to just dump them. So I figure, why not try out my new synthesis furnace? And guys, you need to see how broken this gets. Focusing my mind, I summon the furnace from my sea of consciousness. It manifests as 10 spatial grids, 9 auxiliary slots, forming a perfect ring around one central main slot. One by one, I toss the materials inside, placing the stone axe in the main slot, with the stone knife and 5 pieces of stone filling the auxiliary slots. The success rate is 100%, with a 1% mutation rate. But when I swap the raw stones out for wood and iron, the success rate plummets while mutation chances spike. Wanting a safe first test, I stick to the original plan and hit start. Instantly, a strange mental energy drains into the device. The furnace flashes a bright blue, and within 2 minutes, a newly forged stone axe falls right into my palm. The stats pop up: grade 0, fine quality. A vastly superior tool that comes with an extra sharpness attribute. Sharpness is boosted by 30%. Every single dent is completely gone, and a faint blue glow occasionally pulses across its pristine surface. It turns out using identical materials acts as an upgrade, elevating the item from basic white tier up to blue fine quality. This power feels like actual creation, and it completely blows me away. Sure, a slightly upgraded stone tool is not worth a fortune, but the potential here is massive, especially when I start fusing much rarer materials later on. If only I can spam this to build an empire. During the process, I feel a clear mental drain. Checking my status panel, my mental energy has dropped from 6 to 5, meaning every craft costs 1 charge, limiting me to just 6 syntheses a day. I still do not know how fast this energy recovers, or if higher tier items will drain even more points. Just losing 1 point makes me feel pretty drowsy, and if I keep going, I will be too exhausted to work outside. Since this power needs heaps of raw resources I do not have, finding chests remains top priority. Grabbing my new axe and my trusty tang sword, I finally head out. My schedule is already packed: harvest plant fibers in the morning to craft torches, then hunt for chests in the afternoon. Reaching the thicket, I whip out my enhanced axe and hack at a small tree. It goes down in just a few swings. My logging speed is basically tripled. I seriously underestimate how good this fine quality tool actually is. By the time my morning shift ends, I am absolutely drenched in sweat. White salt stains my shirt as the sweat dries and soaks through again. But my massive haul puts me in a great mood: 260 wood, 80 fibers, and 10 fruits. Every single drop of sweat pays off. Gathering all of this with my own 2 hands feels incredibly satisfying. Resting in a shady spot, I slowly sip my water and eat my dry rations, knowing I cannot go back to the shelter for lunch, since my schedule today is just too packed. I stretch my aching limbs, thankful that my youth helps me bounce back quickly. Strangely, the harder I work, the more energized I feel, like some passive buff has activated. Walking about a kilometer south, I finally spot my very first resource point. An apple tree loaded with ripe fruit stands alone, and I know what you're thinking. How did this get here so fast? Is this magic growth or teleportation? Either way, I quickly cast appraisal. The system identifies it as a common red Fuji apple tree. Sweet, crisp, juicy, and flawless in look, scent, and flavor. My mouth waters, but I do not rush in. First, I hack away the tall grass to make sure nothing is lurking. Once safe, I harvest all 31 apples, happily snacking on one while staring at the trunk. Placing my hand on the bark, I order the system to collect it. The tree vanishes instantly, leaving a massive empty pit behind. The system gives me exactly 1 apple tree seed. I am pretty shocked it works, since I can never harvest whole trees while logging. Perhaps it is because this specific tree is designated as an official resource point. With too little information to make a real conclusion, I notice bushes only yield resources after I chop them down. I appraise the seed. It is tier 0, common, plantable, and ready to grow. A basic tree seed for sweet fruit. I was really hoping for some legendary spirit fruit, so I just shake my head, finish my apple, and keep moving forward. I walk for another hour, seeing nothing but plain grass. Not even a single chest in sight, and this long dry stretch is driving me crazy. But wait, do you smell that? It is roasted meat. I push through the grass to track it down, finding a legendary Awanjude roast duck. Even the system is hyping up this world-famous Beijing dish. The skin is beautifully crisp and the tender meat literally melts in your mouth. A freshly roasted duck sits sealed inside a glowing orb, steam and rich aroma leaking out. It is a famous brand I have never actually tasted. My mouth instantly waters. I smash the orb, tear off a juicy piece, and bite right in, hissing at the intense heat. The taste is incredibly good. No wonder this stuff is always so expensive. My newly rebuilt worldview completely shatters all over again. Is this a game of the gods or some virtual reality? I have no idea. But this meat is absolutely delicious. After 2 straight days of dry rations and heavy labor, any roasted meat would taste like heaven. I force myself to stop after just 1 piece, packing away the rest of the duck to see if I can trade it for something valuable. Cleaning up, I look around. No way. This is the exact spot where I found my first chest. A lucky land. Looking at the sky, there is no time left to explore the deep forest, so I decide to search nearby. That roast duck is a clear sign. Plus, there is a serious snake problem because the forest probably hides vipers, and my thin summer clothes are basically like paper against their deadly fangs. So I turn and search east instead. Before long, I spot 3 massive trees, over 2 meters tall, clustered close together like a little family. But what really matters is the bronze chest sitting right in the stump of the middle tree. My eyes light up, but I hold myself back. Other survivors recently posted warning stats showing that hunting these bronze chests almost always guarantees serious danger. That means these chests always come with guardians. Sure enough, as I creep closer, I spot a massive beehive tucked behind the leaves, with angry hornets swarming the chest. I quickly appraise them: yellow-footed hornets, tier 0, common, extremely vengeful, poisonous, and fiercely territorial. The system warns me not to provoke them. I look at the hive, then the chest, and honestly have no idea what to do. To grab that chest, I either have to climb up or cut the tree down. Either way, I will have to face the entire swarm, and there is no way these hornets are just going to let me walk away with their treasure. My tang sword is completely useless here, unless I suddenly transform into some anime legend who can slice bugs right out of the sky. I do have a long stick, but childhood lessons taught me that poking a wasp nest is a one-way ticket to a hospital bed. Staring there, the answer suddenly hits me. I know exactly what to do. Sprinting back to the bushes, I remember a patch of mugwort near the roast duck. The old orphanage director used to smoke out insects with it. Using my tang sword, I chop the mugwort down, gather branches, and haul everything back. The wind is currently blowing from the northwest. I quietly stack the wood upwind, run back to safety, and strike my flint to light a branch. Then I creep back and carefully set the pile on fire. As thick smoke billows up, I back away and watch from a safe distance. A childish thrill rises inside me, just like when I used to burn things as a kid. Let us see if these pests can survive this. The smoke rolls straight toward the hive, and suddenly, a massive wave of furious hornets boils out, far more than I ever expected. But as deadly as they are, they have absolutely no defense against smoke. My sword was useless, but this changes everything, and just like that, the tables are completely turned. We all know the cold truth about fire: the smoke always does the real damage first. That is exactly what happens here. Hornets begin raining down to the ground, some flying straight into the fire and popping instantly. Smiles cross my face. It is finally time to deliver the finishing blow. I creep back to the base of the tree and look up. The angry swarm is nearly gone. Raising my long stick, I find the perfect angle and knock the hive right into the blazing fire before bolting like my life depends on it. 10 meters away, I turn to watch. More bugs are popping inside the flames, and I wait patiently until the noise stops completely before stepping back in to grab the scorched hive. Right then, a system notification chimed, congratulating me for winning the battle and awarding me a rare battle chest. I have never heard of a battle chest, but any free loot is a win, so I ask the system for details. This database feature unlocked after my recent shelter upgrade, though it still blocks info beyond my current clearance level. It explains that battle chests are earned by defeating much stronger opponents with a weaker force, or winning against overwhelming numbers in direct combat. I push the system about territorial warfare. My ears perk up at the words war and territory, but the system just shuts me down for insufficient permissions. I feel pretty disappointed but not angry. Since yesterday, I already burned through so many questions about Blue Star getting destroyed and what the shoe world actually is. Every single one got rejected until I almost stopped caring. I put the battle chest away and collect the hive, getting 200 grams of honey and 1 elite-grade Hornet Queen corpse. No wonder the system called it defeating the strong with the weak, since that Hornet Queen was a blue elite, and I smile, knowing battle still comes down to brains. Next, I chop down the tree, grab the bronze chest, and stare at the two chests side by side before commanding them to open. I open the bronze chest first, and it rewards me with one blue wind chaser bow, one white wound medicine, and a small round shield blueprint. The battle chest drops one blue blood Ganoderma, plus a skill book for the Mystic Void Blade technique, some gear, and handy blueprints. This is a pretty sweet haul, so I pack it away to study later. Since daylight is for exploring, I probably should have waited, but I got a bit too impatient. I walk east to the river, then head north along the bank, keeping within 200 meters of the Hio area. You have to wonder, is my luck crazy today? Or is this shoe world just showering us with resources? I find 3 more wooden chests plus a solar power bank, making it back to my shelter fully loaded before dark. I drop my gear and head straight to the workbench to queue up 80 torches using the plant fiber. Then I sit at the wooden table, light a torch, and start sorting through the day's haul under the flickering yellow glow, starting with the 3 wooden chests, which give 150 wood, 100 stone, and 15 iron. It is all basic materials, but that is fine, since these newbie benefits are clearly targeted. Any brave survivor lucky enough to explore can easily upgrade past rank 1. I stack the basics in the corner and start going through the afternoon's real loot, one exciting item at a time. The Windchaser bow is rank 1, excellent, boosting arrow velocity by 30%. It is a 1-meter compound bow with a 300-meter range, truly built for chasing the wind. Next up, common rank 0 wound medicine, perfect for treating blade cuts, bruises, relieving pain, and stopping bleeding, a total lifesaver out in the wild. The small round shield blueprint is rank 0 common, needing 2 wood and 1 iron. Then, the blood Ganoderma is rank 0 excellent. It permanently raises my physique by 2. This 10-year-old plant tastes sweet, regulates the body, and heals hidden injuries. As for the Mystic Void Blade technique, it is rank 1, excellent, boosting attack speed by 30%. A basic blade technique from the Wong sect of another world. Its moves are grand and unpredictable, granting 2 more physique at major achievement. The system also spells out how item quality works across 5 tiers. White is common, blue is excellent, orange, rare, red perfect, and gold mythical, carrying 0, 1, and 2, and 3 extra attributes respectively, with those mythical ones rolling a random number. Crucially, those extra attributes only work if your rank is equal to or lower than the item. So, a rank 2 human practicing this blade technique gets absolutely no attack speed bonus. The blood Ganoderma and that blade technique literally steal my breath away because, like every kid, I grew up with it. A total martial arts dream, and here it sits right within reach. This shoe world is offering real transcendence and a shot at eternal life. I mumble that it is just incredible, and I cannot even imagine how awesome the future will be. But then, I snap out of it. Since the blood Ganoderma boosts physique, I am obviously eating it myself. But tell me, would you take it now, or save it for later? I decide only the living actually have a future, and I am not letting my hard work feed someone else. So I break off a small piece and put it in my mouth to savor it. The taste is unexpectedly good, sweet instead of the bitterness I expected. Since I have been searching all afternoon and am absolutely starving, I start taking massive bites, telling myself a full 2-point boost is totally worth it. In under 3 minutes, the whole thing is down. I wonder why nothing is happening. But then, a massive surge of warmth explodes from my stomach and floods my entire body. My skin turns flush red. My blood surges, swelling painfully beneath my flesh, and my heart sinks because I definitely ate too much of it. Don't panic. Think clearly. Taking a deep breath, I force myself steady until sudden inspiration strikes. So, I grab the skill book off the table. The moment I open it, a brilliant white light pours a massive flood of information right into my mind, and I feel like I am a stranger who has been practicing the Mystic Void Blade technique day after day, year after year. Back in reality, I unconsciously stand up, draw my tank sword, and begin running the technique just like those vivid images in my mind. 1, 2, 3 times honestly, too many to count. When I finally woke up, I felt completely refreshed. Every single ache and swelling had vanished, leaving my body surging with strength. I grinned at this massive blessing, feeling like I could easily take on 10 men. Opening my status screen, it showed Physique 6, Spirit 6, Perception 5, and Energy 0. My Mystic Void Blade technique was already sitting at 76% proficiency. Then there was Talent Synthesis. The system noted normal adult stats average at 5, with skill ranks going from Beginner, Proficient, Master, and Major, up to Control. Since my blade skills had reached 76% proficiency, I was already proficient. Running a hand over the tang sword, a strange familiarity welled up inside me. Exactly how to hold the grip and balance my weight became pure instinct, far beyond my old sloppy hack-and-slash style. Even though my physique stat only climbed by 2 points, my actual strength and speed felt completely doubled. My body felt lighter, that soft couch potato belly was gone, and real abs were actually showing. Now, I felt ready for when the tutorial safety period ended. I was honestly relieved, especially with the system constantly pressuring me. Right then, a notification popped up saying my 80 torches were fully crafted. I quickly walked over, swept them all into my inventory, and started organizing my trades for the day. I could easily sell 180 torches, keep 12 for myself, plus 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, and that delicious roast duck. Plus, I could bundle them with the small round shields I just remembered I could craft. With 19 iron blocks, 10 were saved for the upgrade, leaving 9 for shields. I loaded the blueprint and queued up the workbench. Each shield takes 5 minutes to auto-craft, meaning 9 will take about 3/4 of an hour. With that running, I opened the chat. And wow, the world chat was absolutely popping off with everyone finding chests today. Even without regional chat limits, this place was the ultimate source of info, packed with people chatting, spamming, and bragging about their bases. Xiaohuo shared his rank 1 excellent apprentice staff, boosting fire damage by 30%. When the system asked him if he wanted a magic broom, I instantly recognized who he was. That same fireball show-off from my region on day 1. Soon, others started bragging about their own insane loot. One guy showed an excellent dimensional ring with 3 cubic meters of non-living storage and an Oath of Brotherhood scroll. This excellent scroll lets 2 survivors merge their shelters. Everyone was screaming about how insanely lucky some players were, begging these top-tier survivors for help, crying about not finding a bronze chest, and asking if they needed a loyal minion. Then Gaming spoke up, introducing himself as a former senior official from HB Province. He mentioned that since surviving was getting incredibly difficult, he had gathered former government staff and police to form a massive group called the Xie Alliance, promising to pool and share all resources to guarantee that everyone survives. He was actively recruiting players with rare items, blueprints, or deep stockpiles, promising organized labor and ending with a generic wish for everyone to stay alive. That post triggered a massive rush. Suddenly, recruitment ads flooded the screen for the Eagle Alliance, Freedom Society, Brotherhood, and the Skull Society. I saw this former politician starting up his little faction, but I felt absolutely nothing toward it. I was already completely used to being a loner. And even in this new world, I could survive perfectly fine by myself. More importantly, I had zero interest in taking orders. I was a free-spirited homebody, and working under someone else was never going to happen. I kept scrolling the chat, but it was just endless alliance spam drowning out everything useful. With the safety period ending, things are about to get real. Panic was spreading, and all sorts of shady characters were finally showing their faces. Switching over to the regional channel, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. A local group had just formed called the Blood Fiend Alliance, run by a scarred thug named Zhang Pio. He was aggressively recruiting, promising that anyone who fell in line would be fed, protected, and kept safe. That was when the fire user, Xiaohuo, lost his temper and called the entire chat a bunch of complete fools, calling Zhang Pio a lying thug who would never keep his word, warning that only people begging for death would actually join him. Zhang Pio fired right back, telling the kid to shut his mouth and challenging him to provide food and resources to everyone himself, accusing Xiaohuo of pure malice for bad-mouthing someone who was actually trying to help while offering absolutely nothing in return. Suddenly, a mob of followers joined in, praising Chief Zhang's selfless devotion while calling Xiaohuo a selfish coward who refused to help the weak. Within seconds, Xiaohuo was being brutally bashed by thousands of people online. Meanwhile, in a quiet wooden cabin, a massive, heavy-faced man lay sprawled across a bed, a deep scar cutting from the corner of his mouth all the way down past his ear, his massive muscles bulging with power. This was Zhang Pio, sneering at the brat trying to ruin his plans. He's absolutely certain a couple of moves will break the kid. Toying with a round stone, he remains unbothered, having seen far too many people like Xiaohuo over the years. All their talk of justice and morality is completely useless in practice. They're clueless about what ordinary people actually need. Public opinion can be easily packaged and exploited, Zhang Pio says, turning to the man kneeling by his bed. Someone really is kneeling right there. It's Finn, wearing gold-rimmed glasses with one cracked lens. He scrambles to answer, saying no kid can compare to Chief Zhang Pio, and they can handle him without Zhang Pio lifting a single finger. Zhang Pio chuckles, asking why someone so clever failed his task today, watching the man grow completely flustered. He then tells him that since it is his first mistake, he will let it slide, but he must make it up tomorrow. His smile fades as he warns the man not to blame him for being strict. A poor shelter cannot afford idlers. The bespectacled man trembles even harder, feeling as if a terrifying beast is staring him down. He stammers that he understands, guaranteeing he will finish tomorrow and thanking Chief Jangpyo repeatedly. Jangpyo tells him to get to work, then walks over to the window where people gather around an outside bonfire. This shelter somehow holds major power on the regional channel, and the hate against Xiaohuo keeps going. Even though a few people, like Yu Yang and Uguk, who are the same guys I saw before, try telling everyone to calm down, their voices just completely drown in the massive flood of comments. Meanwhile, Xiaohuo sits blankly at a wooden table. A fireball flickers, swelling and shrinking right in his palm, its dancing light washing his face in pale green shadows. Can you believe this kid? The 20-year-old grits his teeth, demanding to know how anyone can think Jangpyo is a good man. Unable to take the insults any longer, he hurls the fireball out the window, shouting over the loud boom of the blast. He screams that Jangpyo had better never cross his path, swearing he will beat him to death, before logging off with a final "just you wait." Once he logs off and stops replying, the Blood Fiend Alliance takes over the channel completely. They use this new hype to recruit aggressively. Members swear that anyone who joins gets a self-defense treasure from Chief Jangpyo, preaching that humans need unity, begging more brothers and sisters to come join their ranks. And honestly, watching this whole drama go down, I'm not buying Jangpyo's grand promises for a single second. There are no saints here. There has to be an ulterior motive, just like any typical pyramid scheme. Everyone acts like family until it inevitably turns out to be all about the money. But even seeing the rot, I would never call it out like Xiaohuo did, because the people who join the Blood Fiend Alliance, pinning their hopes on a complete stranger, simply cannot be woken up. Playing the hero is always a bad move. I only wonder how Jangpyo plans to keep his promise, how he will control distant members, and what that self-defense treasure actually is. And I'm not alone. Plenty of clear-headed survivors have those exact doubts, and until they get answers, nobody wants to cross Jangpyo. Watching the regional channel fall completely into lockstep, I close the panel and walk into my workshop. The small round shields are finally finished, showing up as Tier 0, white quality gear. It is a wooden arm shield 90 centimeters across. The system even tells me that wielding a blade and shield makes me the most dashing soldier alive. I slide one onto my left arm and draw my Tang sword. Instantly, an incredible aura radiates off it. Still needing armor, I check the trade channel, though I highly doubt my odds since defensive gear is so scarce. A quick search shows another producer selling a single torch for 8 wood. I click my tongue. I'm not the only lucky one, but they sold out instantly. They are clearly short on materials. Rising torch prices make total sense. Midnight ends the protection period, and an extra light source buys peace of mind. Iron blocks are also climbing in price, likely because survivors are prepping for a Tier 2 upgrade. After checking the prices, I stop hesitating and list 180 torches for 8 wood, 6 stone, or 1 iron block each. I add a note that I'll reply to other offers by private message, and that I'm also looking to buy glass, pricing negotiable in my inbox. There's really no choice, because after combing the entire channel, absolutely nobody is selling glass. Next, I message Soil, asking how much cotton she harvested today and if she wants to trade. Since she's online, she replies instantly that she has 120 cotton. Another survivor contacted her, but she hasn't sold yet. When I ask if their offer was too low, she says not really, but she promised me first and won't break her word. She adds that she wants a long-term ally. Apparently, seeing my one-person torch limit yesterday made her think I was incredibly kind-hearted. That strict limit got mistaken for generosity, but I'll let it stand. I decided this woman I'd never met was direct, decisive, and definitely capable of recognizing my value. A small smile crept onto my face as I told her that I was also looking for a long-term partner to share resources. I suggested we base our daily prices on the current material rates. And as for today, I'd buy all 120 units of her cotton for either 3 wood or 2 stone each. I calculated this deal carefully, and though the price was high, my profitable torch business only had a few good days left, and desperately needed raw materials to keep bringing in those sweet returns. Besides, I needed to make time to practice the Mystic Void Blade technique, meaning I couldn't waste hours gathering fiber myself. A steady supplier was worth every penny. Yusoi was thrilled with the generous offer. It was far better than she expected, especially since she had actually been testing me to see if I was a worthy ally. She accepted immediately, asking for 120 wood and 160 stone in return. She sent over the trade window, and once I accepted, the system delivered my 120 cotton. After a moment, I decided to send her one more trade, I offered a small round shield for only one piece of wood, adding a quick note that she should use it for protection. Consider it my investment in our partnership. Back on Blue Star, I was extremely wealthy, and I survived by sharing that wealth with people who could help me. I learned early on that relationships built on feelings alone are fragile, and smart investments are always necessary. You should never hoard your resources, because in the end, people are your greatest asset. I wanted to keep Yusoi as a partner, and this tiny shield would keep her alive while earning her genuine gratitude. Even if I was wrong about her, paying one cheap shield to test her character was an absolute steal. Inside her cabin, Yusoi looked at the trade with a complicated expression. Growing up, absolutely nobody had ever cared for her like this. Her own parents treated her as a financial burden while pouring all their affection into her younger brother, leaving her to wonder if she was even theirs. And after graduating college, her striking looks only brought her constant harassment and fake friends who always wanted something from her. My simple gesture felt like a rare spark of warmth. She accepted the shield, skipping the usual small talk to offer a sincere thank you, confident she'd chosen her ally wisely. The transaction finished, and I quickly moved on without a second thought. There was no point overthinking it when I had a mountain of other urgent tasks waiting for me anyway. But just as I went back to work, ping! You won't believe who tagged me in the regional channel. A guy named Jangpyo from the Blood Fiend Alliance was claiming that local survivors desperately needed torches, and we should all cooperate. He proposed that we support each other, offering to front me 50 units of raw materials right away. In return, I'd give him the crafted torches instantly, and he'd provide the rest of the materials by tomorrow. Instantly, a crowd of survivors began praising Chief Jangpyo for his leadership, chiming in that a torch was vital once protection ended. Others offered to donate extra resources so Chief Jangpyo wouldn't have to carry the whole load, urging everyone to hand over materials for him to coordinate. Since I owned a crafting bench, they made it sound like a quick, effortless task for the public good, with several users tagging me to demand a response. Can you believe this? I nearly laughed at their pathetic attempt to morally blackmail me. If I followed their logic, I'd lose all my time and resources just so a massive pack of freeloaders could thrive. Then, Jungpyo chimed in to thank everyone for their trust, assuring the chat that nobody expected me to work for free. He invited me to join the Blood Fiend Alliance as a vice leader, claiming I'd earn massive contribution rewards by crafting for them. His goons immediately started hyping it up, shouting that I was joining a powerful alliance of over 500 members. Meanwhile, other players acted extremely coy, insisting that Brother Jin was far too kind-hearted to turn his back on fellow survivors. Members of the Blood Fiend Alliance flooded the chat, and even random bystanders started stirring the pot. After all, if they succeeded, they'd get cheap torches, and if they failed, they lost absolutely nothing. I sneered coldly, finally understanding what Xiao went through. These people weren't acting out of ignorance, they were pure evil. I originally wanted nothing to do with them, but with the Blood Fiend Alliance controlling the narrative and random fools fueling the fire, my opinions were completely ignored, and the relentless stream of tags on my screen quickly became impossible to ignore. I typed back bluntly, telling them that if they wanted torches, they could go buy them in the trading market. I had absolutely no time or interest in playing these childish games, and openly mocked their pathetic guild for even trying to recruit me, and warned everyone that they must rely on themselves, because trying to trick others into carrying you only leads to utter ruin. So I just closed the regional chat without reading the replies, knowing it would only be toxic anyway. A sudden system alert chimed, making me frown, but thankfully it turned out to be a private message. Wang Jian greeted me as Brother Jin, saying we were nearby and that Xiao Huo was his classmate. This actually caught my attention, so I asked what he needed. He explained that the regional chat was a total mess with the Blood Fiend Alliance running things. It was basically useless. So he and Xiao Huo had created a private group just for trading. No big organization, just resource swapping. And he invited me in. His avatar showed a 20-year-old guy. I did not jump in immediately, asking instead how this group started and who else was inside. He explained he found a special item while scavenging, and besides him and Xiao Huo, there were others. 3 more survivors, all totally reliable with their own specialties, and he shared the item description with me. Here's the cool part, this rare tool let you set up private chats. You could bring together up to 10 reliable people. Honestly, I had no real reason to refuse, so I told him to add me. If things turned sour, I could easily just leave. Plus, I actually needed some solid trading partners. Then Wang Jian welcomed me in. Xiao Huo grumbled about another newbie. Yuguk welcomed me warmly, and Yu Yang immediately jumped in, asking if I was an ability user. This made me frown. Was this group really getting this personal right off the bat? Talk about invasive, it felt like sending private photos the second you join. Wang Jian told me to ignore him, explaining that Yu Yang was the only one here who had not awakened yet, so he asked everyone the same question. My frown softened as I told them no. Revealing too much to strangers is a rookie mistake. Even if I trusted them, I would never expose my synthesis talent. A god-tier ability like that is way too dangerous to flash around. Yu Yang instantly declared us soul brothers from different parents, leaving me completely speechless at how much of a lovable idiot this guy actually was. Wang Jian introduced the others. Xiao Hu had a fireball ability and worked incredibly hard, but had no local resources, so he mostly traded meat from his hunts. Yu Yang sat on an open iron mine, making him our main source for iron blocks. Meanwhile, Yuguk was a retired soldier with a strength ability, supplying coal and stone. Finally, there was Song Aru, a doctor with a mysterious ability called Heart of Nature that she was still figuring out. She owned a vine armor blueprint, ready to trade for things like iron, coal, and meat, or even stone. Seeing this diverse spread of resources made me incredibly happy. Wang Jian added that his own eagle eye skill was great for finding wild supplies, then asked me to introduce myself. I kept a low profile, mentioning my unlimited water source and 2 basic blueprints, one for torches and one for small round shields. Once I posted the shield stats in the chat, Yu Yang immediately begged for a trade, offering basically everything he owned. Wang Jian chimed in, saying they helped each other. Good items should be traded internally first, at fair market value. No crazy discounts required. Yuguk agreed, advising me to charge fair rates while they did the same, keeping the best items in the group and only listing the surplus outside. My plan was to list each shield for 5 iron blocks or 50 wood on the open market. So I set the price at 5 iron, but offered Yu Yang one for just 4 as a welcoming gift. He eagerly thanked me, and the trade went through. After that, Yuguk took 1 for 5 coal, Wang Jian and Xiao Huo paid 4 iron each, and Song Aru traded her vine armor. Every single member grabbed a shield. They had already traded their daily loot earlier because protection was ending soon and everyone was stressed. With our quick business wrapped up, they all logged off without wasting time on small talk, which suited me perfectly. I headed over to my workbench, queued up 120 torches, then checked the trading channel. Look at this madness, every single torch sold instantly, leaving a mountain of unfulfilled buy requests behind them. One buyer even begged me to notify him before my next restock. Another offered to call me boss for a single torch, and a third sent a selfie asking if I thought she was pretty. I looked at the photo calmly, then simply messaged everyone that more torches would be listed very soon. Behind those buy orders were the usual guild invites, guilt trips, and sweet talk. I ignored them all and withdrew my profits. 800 wood and 480 stone, no iron or glass, since iron prices were surging and nobody would waste glass. This brought my total to 953 wood and 75 stone. With another 120 torches ready to sell, my basic resources would easily break 1,000. My plan was to craft a massive batch of small round shields next, trading them specifically for rare iron or glass. Scrolling through the auction house, I noticed the items getting way more diverse. Someone was actually selling a common, rank 0 household desk lamp. The system joked that mom no longer had to worry about homework. Battery life? 8 of 12 hours. They only wanted self-defense items. 0 other inquiries allowed. I messaged to ask if it only ran 8 hours and how to recharge it when dead, but the seller did not reply right away. Probably offline, so I kept browsing. Iron swords were up for sale. Blueprint or skill? Hard to say, since any surplus weapons sell incredibly fast anyway. Then, a genuinely great item, a personal water purifier blueprint. Rank 0 common. The system warned that anyone who did not want to get sick had to boil water or own a purifier. The seller wanted other blueprints or weapons, going to the highest bidder, and honestly, I was not the only one eyeing it. Survivors crowded the comments, shocked that anyone was selling a blueprint, begging for the drop location. One idiot asked if a purifier was even useful with rivers everywhere. Another snapped back that you cannot just drink raw river water. A guy named Richard from the American Alliance offered a long knife. Others bid 10 food, 20 iron blocks and 2 glass, or 15 food, 5 torches, a bow set, and a top spot in the Summer Alliance. Buyers swarmed it because blueprints are like ancient tech. Each one is a golden goose, especially for these big alliances. I was pretty jealous of those bids, especially that clean glass, and I wanted to bid, too. But I had no shot since I could not trade my Windchaser bow or Tang sword, and my shield was not enough. Honestly, look at the scale of this. Big alliances throw massive resources at quality items, leaving lone survivors completely unable to compete, partly because the market has almost no quality items. Plus, Survivors are not fools, they hoard stuff they might need later, refusing to trade away blueprints or top-tier weapons unless they absolutely have to. Then, the lamp seller finally messaged me back, stating they only wanted self-defense gear and would not bargain. I told them I had a shield, but they claimed one shield was not enough, demanding 10 iron. I shook my head and negotiated, pointing out that their little lamp only runs 8 hours before turning into garbage, but my shield lasts forever. Plus, a shield and spear keep you alive. So honestly, they were the ones who should be making up the difference to me. Besides, their workbench only had 2 cheap weapons on it, a wooden spear and a stone knife. After some back and forth, the seller reluctantly agreed to swap straight up, no extra cost. It was take it or leave it. I told them deal, with zero hesitation. The system handed over one small desk lamp. He immediately pulled it out and turned it on, the bright white light filling the shelter, far better than any torch. Best of all, the lamp cost nothing to run, and since I had a solar power bank, this little desk lamp was not a one-time use item for me. I walked to the workbench and traded 25 torches to Wang Jihan and his group for 25 units of iron block. Then I dumped the other 95 torches into my inventory and listed them all on the trading channel. I priced each torch at 1 iron block and pinned a note asking anyone holding glass to message me, since glass was the last thing I still needed. With 47 iron blocks sitting in my storage, I queued up the workbench to turn them all into small round shields. And once that production order was locked in, I found myself with some empty time on my hands. The smart play was pretty obvious. I decided to grab a few materials and finally test out what the synthesis furnace could actually do. I already had a goal in mind from scrolling the trading channel earlier. Hunting for cheap deals there was never going to work for me, especially not with so many smart survivors running all kinds of massive alliances. Even if an exploit popped up, a solo guy like me would never benefit. It was time to stop chasing deals and master my own talent. I bought 5 serpent skins off the trading channel for 5 pieces of stone, then summoned the synthesis furnace. I set the main material as a small round shield, using the serpent skin as the support, which brought the total to exactly 6 ingredients. The machine showed an 81% success rate and a 77% chance of mutation. That mutation rate was insanely high, way more than anything I had ever seen before, and I guessed that using totally different material textures might be what drives mutation up. Keeping that theory in mind, I triggered the furnace, and the next second, it ripped a massive chunk of mental energy straight out of my brain. My head spun, and the fatigue doubled, the orange light flashing inside the furnace for almost 15 minutes before a shield finally dropped onto the table with a heavy clack. I stared closely to read the panel. It was a serpent skin shield, Tier 1, rare quality. It had 2 attributes, raising my block success rate by 60% and adding 1 point to my physique on top of that. The stat screen even poked a little fun at me. I was seriously wondering where on earth I dug up serpent skin this smooth and sturdy. Rare quality, 2 attributes, on my very first real attempt. So I flat out asked the system how item quality actually worked, and it laid the whole ladder out for me pretty cleanly. Each item tier splits nicely from common white, fine blue, rare orange, perfect red, and mythical gold. Common has no extra stats, fine gets 1, rare has 2, perfect carries 3, and mythical just caps out at nothing. Talk about hitting the jackpot. 2 stats on my first real try luck was totally on my side here. I'd pulled an orange item that'd keep its value all through Tier 1. Suddenly, this synthesis furnace felt less like a simple talent and way more like some divine artifact dropped straight into my lap. The front of the shield was tough leather, worked with a serpent pattern, giving off a strange, almost exquisite beauty. And the second I strapped it onto my arm, that extra point of physique immediately made itself known. The tang sword in my hand suddenly felt incredibly light. Honestly, that single success boosted my confidence more than anything else since I'd arrived here. So I went right back to the trading channel, spending a mountain of wood to buy up a bunch of useless blue items, just to feed the furnace again. The first item to pop out was a 3-piece wedding bed set. It was Tier 0 fine quality, boosting sleep by 30%. The description literally asked if I'd marry someone in poverty, or, well, in poverty. See, the main material had been miniature playhouse toys. The furnace had basically scaled them up into real furniture, proving it could actually turn fake things into real ones. I'd fully expected a box of cute dolls, but I got a fully functioning bed instead. After tossing the set onto my mattress with a grin, I decided to run the furnace once more. Grabbing the queen bee corpse I'd harvested earlier, I threw in the other cheap items I'd just bought to feed the furnace, using a white beehive as the core and a blue queen bee, 6 blue ants, and 1 blue banyan seed, and 1 blue butterfly corpse as the auxiliary. The system showed an 80% success rate and a 60% mutation rate. The moment I hit confirm, that same brutal, bone-deep drain hit me all at once, not a single bit gentler than before. My head felt like pure lead, a sharp ache and crushing exhaustion hitting me in the exact same breath. When I pulled up my status, there was barely a sliver of mental energy left. This single synthesis had eaten 2 whole stat points, but that bright orange glow on the furnace meant another rare item was cooking. After that, I kept nodding off, feeling exactly like some bored kid fighting sleep during a painful school lecture. I literally kept pinching myself hard just to fight off the heavy fog. There was zero chance I was missing this reveal. A whole hour of that absolute misery passed before the gear finally popped out. The system named it the Goo King Box. It was a Tier 2 rare item with 2 stats, a massive bee lure to draw in swarms, and a flat +1 level to any queen inside. According to the description, the box acted as an arena where 1,000 bees could eventually gather. I could trigger a breeding mode where they fought to the death until one sole survivor became the queen. But if she ever died in battle, the whole process reset to 0. A Tier 2 orange item. This was strategic-grade equipment, without a doubt. It literally lets me command entire swarms in battle. And the second I imagined feeding a massive horde of poisonous bees into this thing, my exhausted brain actually woke right up from pure greed. Imagine getting a Tier 1 swarm, yeah. My mind is completely blown just thinking about it. Grinning, I slid the bee box into my inventory and forced myself up to list every single finished small round shield on the workbench. All 47 of them went up for 6 iron blocks or 1 glass, limited to 1 per person. With that posted, I officially had absolutely nothing left in the tank. I staggered over to the bed and collapsed face first into the blankets, swearing to myself that I'd never be this reckless with the synthesis furnace again. That was my absolute last thought before the darkness finally took me. Suddenly, violent pounding slammed against the wooden door. A heavy battering followed by a long scraping shriek that yanked me instantly out of sleep. My head was absolutely splitting, but I forced myself up. A couple of deep breaths cleared the mental fog just enough to realize I hadn't even taken off my rattan armor before passing out. I quickly drew my tang sword, strapped the serpent skin shield onto my arm, and quietly crept toward the front door on my tiptoes. Outside, the night was pitch black with barely any light. But as I peeked through the dusty window, I froze as I spotted a massive, 2-meter-long leopard, aggressively slamming its body and clawing at my wooden door. As if sensing me, it whipped its head around and locked eyes with me right through the glass. The status screen popped up, Hungry Leopard, Tier 0, Elite Grade, with a Beast Roar attribute. The description noted it had been sealed away by some mysterious force for 3 whole days, meaning it was absolutely ravenous. It had already made its choice upon finding me, asking me flatly what my choice would be. The deafening roar that followed instantly rooted me straight to the floor, and the leopard kicked off with its hind legs, launching straight at the window. That gaping maw almost snapped shut right over my head before my survival instincts kicked in. He shoves off the wooden wall and throws himself backward, crashing flat onto the hard floor, his spine taking the brunt of the impact. He rolls and hauls himself up, searching. The window is shattered, but the leopard is not inside. He spits out a mouthful of bloody foam, having bitten his own tongue in pure terror. And for once, he is grateful for that intense pain, since that bite is the only reason he is not currently a headless corpse. This beast reacts insanely fast. Just one glance, and it has him completely pegged. He mutters to himself, trying to shake the terrifying taste of imminent death while his heart hammers wildly against his ribs. It stays completely silent outside. But he knows the predator has not gone anywhere. It has simply chosen him. The creature is incredibly cunning, willing to swallow its hunger instead of blindly throwing itself through that broken window. And he understands why. His main hall is crammed wall to wall with supplies. Any predator charging in here would lose half its agility in the clutter, so it decides to wait him out instead. As the standoff stretches on, we can see he is running the math and it does not look good. Outside, the leopard has too much of an advantage, so he has to invite it in. Regaining his calm, he smears snake venom across his blade and strides over. He pulls the iron blocks out of the doorway, stores them in his inventory, hauls the door wide open, and snaps back instantly. The leopard pads into view, slow and deliberate, coiled and ready to strike. He shouts for it to come, braced behind his serpent skin shield, gripping his tang sword. Baiting it forward, he slowly creeps closer, and when just 2 meters separate them, he lunges. The leopard flinches back half a step, then drives off its hind legs and leaps straight at him. He is already braced in a solid bow stance. The serpent skin shield catches the incoming claws with a massive collision that throws him off his feet, but he lets that momentum feed his blade. The mystic void blade technique flows into 2 lightning-fast strikes, opening deep gashes right across the leopard's back. Dark blood pours from the wounds, but the beast howls and keeps swinging as if its spine feels absolutely nothing. They trade several lightning-fast exchanges, with him blocking claw after claw with his shield. Breaking apart, the leopard is covered in 7 wounds, while he has taken 2 nasty claw marks that tore through his armor and split the skin. He gives ground, rebuilding the gap between them, telling himself his gear advantage is real and he can definitely win this fight. Back at a distance, both of them freeze, facing off across the wrecked room. Now watch this. He is waiting for the snake venom to finally do its job. The leopard has realized by now that this prey is too tough to bite, too slippery to pin, and impossible to leave. A moment later, he catches the very first tell. Its movements warp ever so slightly. He forces himself to stay patient through a massive flood of relief, until he sees its whole body start to sway. Only then does he finally close the distance and unleash his ultimate sword technique. The leopard's reaction speed completely collapses, while his own strikes run smoother with every single repetition. Within just a handful of moves, he cuts nearly all the way through its head. As the fight ends, his mind unclenches and bone-deep exhaustion crashes right back over him. He waves his gathering skill across the leopard's body, causing it to dissolve. Though the room remains a complete disaster zone, the system tallies up his loot: 1 blue beast hide, 1 blue fang, and 5 white portions of meat. It congratulates him, announcing he cleared the first trial with a perfect rating and earned a silver treasure chest, which shimmers into existence in a brilliant flash of light. He sets the silver chest aside and opens up his chat channel. He mutters out loud that this mental exhaustion nearly cost him his life, and he absolutely has to remember this lesson for good. Ignoring 99+ private messages, he checks the system alerts. They do not lighten the mood. Novice protection is officially over. The seals are gone from plants, animals, weather, and mutated monsters all at once. A fixed monthly trial will land at the end of every single month, with the test being a full-scale beast siege. The countdown is sitting at 27 days, and random trials will now trigger completely without warning. And to make things worse, an acid rain trial has just been detected with a countdown of only 7 days. His face goes incredibly dark. He sits in silence for a very long time, then opens up the new group chat everyone had formed. Xiao leads off as breathless as ever, bragging that while Wang fought a tiger in ancient times, today Xiao slaughtered one himself, posting a photo of him grinning over a tiger corpse. Yu Yang fires back, joking that our main character's combat power is clearly off the charts, then complains that his own brutal trial was a black-backed wolf, while Wang Jihun shares that his was a hyena, asking Uncle Yu what creature he ended up drawing. Uag answers that his was a massive python, theorizing that the trial scales to individual combat power. Song Aru agrees, admitting she faced a wolf so weak it almost gave her a heart attack. Anyway, honestly, that sudden talkative streak from the doctor caught me off guard since she was usually quiet, but adrenaline does wild things to people. Yu Yang started crying about how his combat power was lower than Sister Arus, then asked where I was. I told him I just finished off a leopard. Yu Ok praised my insane strength, celebrating that our entire group survived the brutal ordeal. He called it a massive victory worth celebrating, but Yu Yang warned that global chat counts were cratering. While our small group was enjoying a warm victory, the global and regional chats had turned into a massive whale. Desperate calls for help spammed the screen. Countless players had somehow passed the trial, but they were all left horribly mutilated. Desperate survivors begged for wound medicine, offering up all their hard-earned supplies just to survive. One survivor literally wept, refusing to survive the apocalypse just to die here. Another guy just laughed off a severed arm, saying he would see everyone in 18 years. If you charted the price of medicine, it was a towering green candlestick. Every tiny dose of medicine that hit the market was snatched up the millisecond it appeared. Medical supply was non-existent because after only 3 days, who actually has spare medicine? They call it a trial, but let's be real, it's a brutal purge, wiping out the weak who can't face this harsh reality. With supplies scarce, the injured traded their absolute best gear just for a single dose. Legendary blueprints, attribute-boosting gear, and incredibly rare materials. I searched the trade logs and instantly spotted a handy backpack blueprint listed in exchange for wound medicine. When I inspected it, the thing was highly useful. I messaged the seller, offering some of my special trauma medicine for external cuts, and asked what kind of wound he had. He typed back instantly, saying it was a beast claw, clearly waiting desperately for an answer. So I told him to trade if he liked the stats. I didn't try to haggle. Honestly, my cheap medicine was worth way less than his blueprint. But survival changes things. With greedy alliances hoarding, delay risked everything. The seller fired over the trade request the very second he finished reading the details, just as anxious as I was. Just like that, I got a blueprint requiring 1 beast hide and 2 ropes. I was completely thrilled, saving a life and securing a sweet blueprint all at once. An absolute win for both of us. My minor cuts were healing anyway, so I logged right off the trade channel. First, I collected resources from the round shields, pulling 240 iron blocks and 7 glass, prepping for my dawn upgrade. It was pitch black outside, with lethal monsters definitely hunting. I had zero desire to stand fully exposed for a base upgrade at night when waiting for dawn cost me absolutely nothing. To kill time, I opened the chat only to see our zone's population had dropped by nearly 300. Only 700 left, meaning a quarter of us were dead. The public chat had basically become the Blood Fiend Alliance's loud corporate megaphone. Their members kept telling players to stay safe by using the life-saving artifact Chief Gen distributed, praising Chief Gen's pure selflessness compared to other hoarders. A few rogue voices, shouting that the Blood Fiend Alliance was just a bunch of deceptive leeches, got instantly buried by corporate loyalists. I wondered what that artifact actually was, but since info was thin, I dropped it. Now, let's get to the real prize. A bright red light flares up as the silver treasure chest finally pops open. I reach straight for the glowing orb on the right, crushing it with zero hesitation. I pulled out 200 kilograms of premium Kai flour. It was super fine, pure white, and smelled amazing. Not exactly flashy, but incredibly practical for basic survival. Since landing in this world, my diet was just dry rations. I desperately wanted noodles. I wanted warm steamed buns. As a northerner, going days without wheat left me feeling completely empty inside. Grain was pure gold here. It's the kind of thing you can never have enough of, since we can't farm yet and rely entirely on loot boxes. Maybe we'll hunt beasts later, but refined, old-world comfort food is still light years away. Just thinking about soft buns made my mouth water. I stored the flour away, crushed the next orb, and unlocked a diamond breathing method. It is a perfect rank 1 technique with 3 attributes, offering permanent physique-boosting body refinement. The second effect is immunity to evil, granting insane resistance to enemy charm and mind control attacks. That third Vajra body technique is an active skill, wrapping a massive defensive barrier around you when activated. It was basically an entry-level foundation-building method for Buddhist disciples in another world. This thing lays a solid base for whatever cultivation comes next, but requires a basic physique of 8 or higher, a cultivation method, and a highly defensive one at that. Talk about hitting the jackpot here, a crazy lucky technique to permanently harden my body, protect my mind from control, and add a barrier. A literal lifesaver. That leopard's roar still echoed in my ears, but I knew once I mastered this, situations like that wouldn't be a threat anymore. Back in my gaming days, I always played heavy tank builds, thick-skinned and damage-resistant. I never picked fragile glass cannons, because the logic is simple, you can't deal damage if you are dead. But my base physique sat at 6, and that extra point from the serpent skin shield didn't count toward my stats, meaning I was still too weak to even qualify for the technique. So, into the inventory it went for later, though I couldn't help wishing for some transcendent fruits to close the gap. The final loot orb gave me a level 0, fine quality blueprint for long-burning charcoal. While the info claimed everyone loves a good barbecue, it felt pretty useless. The weather was still way too hot for outdoor cooking. Plus, I wasn't in any mood for grilled food, so I just shook my head and tossed the blueprint into the workbench. With everything sorted, sheer exhaustion finally hit me. My drained mental reserves hadn't recovered at all, and that brutal fight had left me completely worn out. I decided to sleep and upgrade the shelter early tomorrow, so I blocked the wooden door with iron blocks and kept my tang sword close. Dragging myself to bed in my heavy rattan armor, I collapsed. Dawn broke pale, and the morning sun barely reached inside the dark cabin. Still half asleep, I pushed open the bedroom door, and an icy gust of wind instantly cut straight through me. That cold shiver woke me up instantly. It was freezing, making me wonder if autumn was already moving in. Since we arrived during late summer, the beginner protection period had kept the weather nice and mild. But the second that protection disappeared, the morning breeze picked up a really bitter chill. Out of habit, I checked the chat channel. They say 3 days is all it takes to form a habit, and opening the group first thing was already my routine. For the past few mornings, I'd eat breakfast while reading the chat. Even on quiet days, there was always entertainment. But today was totally different, because right at the very top of the global channel sat a very familiar name. Ji Young had posted a massive guide, starting with a somber tribute to the players lost yesterday and telling us to stay strong. With more trials still ahead, he laid out his critical findings. First off, with the novice protection over, the Shu world had officially unleashed the wild beasts. While his own shelter had been surrounded by absolutely nothing the night before, A morning scout of a 1-kilometer zone revealed rabbits, squirrels, wild dogs, and goats, alongside lions, tigers, and black bears, animals that should never live together. He figured they came from Blue Star just like us, and we would have to compete with them to survive. Our only saving grace is the shelters, so he warned everyone to stay extremely careful when going outside. Second, the system had activated climate control. Autumn's officially here, and prepare yourselves because this winter is going to be absolutely brutal. Far worse than the coldest areas on Blue Star. This meant everyone had to start stockpiling food and firewood immediately. Most critically, an acid rain survival trial is hitting us in 7 days, and it's definitely not going to be gentle. He warned everyone to gather clean water, food, and weapons right away, since a long toxic storm means severe famine, and wild animals will get desperate. On a bright note, he shared that a level 2 shelter is made of stone with a working fireplace, meaning a level 3 would be even better. Upgrading is our absolute best shot at staying alive, and he finished by hoping that everyone would help each other survive. The comment section was full of people thanking Teacher G as a true survival expert with actual experience. One guy admitted he went out to gather wood that morning only to get chased back by a wild boar, while others called the warning a lifesaver. Then things soured. Fast. The chat shifted from thankfulness to pure, petty arguments, with some complaining that, obviously, we all had to upgrade our bases, and that wasn't exactly secret information. Some toxic players even started throwing around direct threats, and the whole post quickly turned into a nasty dumpster fire. Many were confused about how he pinned a message on the global chat, until someone explained it was a rare world loudspeaker, a special item that keeps your post highlighted at the very top for an entire day to get everyone's attention. That finally cleared things up. After hunting around for anything else useful and finding absolutely nothing, I noticed my dry rations were completely gone, which settled it. It was time to upgrade my shelter. Going to level 2 required 200 wood, 200 stone, 10 iron, and 2 glass. Since my inventory held 859 wood, 700 stone, 335 iron, and 7 glass, I confirmed it instantly. The system accepted it, marking my materials as sufficient, and then asked if I wanted to upgrade my facilities too, throwing up a menu like a greedy developer selling real estate. A bedroom with proper flooring, a double bed, and pre-installed power outlets for 50 wood and 5 iron. A cozy living room with a fireplace, solid wood furniture, and outlets for 50 wood, 50 stone, and 5 iron. Plus, a kitchen with iron cookware, a stove, and pre-routed utilities for 50 stone and 5 iron. A workshop to upgrade the workbench and unlock high-tier crafting using extra materials, costing 50 wood, 50 stone, and 5 iron. A storage area featuring 2-dimensional shelves that could hold 20 items each for 50 wood and 50 stone. A bathroom complete with a running shower and a rooftop stone water tank for 50 stone and 2 glass. Every single piece was optional, but the system warned that building them later would cost way more, telling me to choose carefully. Honestly, I had to laugh at how greedy this system was. It turns out a basic upgrade is just an empty shell. If I actually wanted to live like a human, I had to pay extra for the damn renovations. Somehow, that weirdly made this dangerous new world feel just a tiny bit more down to earth. I told it to confirm the whole package. Some rooms might not be urgent, but with 4 blueprints in hand, I was practically rolling in cash. Besides, if the system was pushing these upgrades, they definitely had real value. Instantly, the cabin was swallowed in that familiar blinding white light. The materials on the floor drained away steadily, and after about 10 minutes of waiting, a brand new stone house stood before me. It was roughly 200 square meters, doubling the old footprint. Built entirely from greenstone, there was no seam anywhere, as if carved from a single block. A square water tank fused perfectly onto the roof, and the windows were completely shielded by heavy iron bars that normal beasts could never hope to shatter. Stepping inside, clean wooden flooring ran through the living area and the bedroom, with the living room fully furnished. My old table and chairs were transformed and resized to fit the space. A central fireplace covered about 3 square meters, with pipes routed through the solid stone walls to push warmth into every single room. The kitchen had a stove, a solid iron pot, and a whole set of clean tableware and cookware, meaning I could finally eat a proper hot meal. Best of all, my scattered supplies were now sorted perfectly on the storage shelves. Over at the workbench, the crafting system had unlocked 2 brand new weapons alongside the usual daily necessities. A wooden-handled iron blade costing 2 iron and 1 wood, and a wooden-handled iron spear taking just 1 iron and 1 wood. And here's where we see the system's real goal. It's forcing survivors to grow, not just treating us like cheap entertainment. If it only wanted a show, it would have left us to starve at death's door instead of handing us gear this good. I turned that thought over for a moment, then shrugged it off. There was just too little info. For now, the only play was to keep pushing forward and stay alive. Since I was already on a roll, I figured I'd check the level 3 requirements. If I had the materials, I'd upgrade again immediately, so I opened the panel. Level 3 required 500 wood, 500 stone, 50 iron, 20 glass, plus 1 defensive structure, 1 altar, and 1 resource structure. Defensive builds meant things like fences, arrow towers, tamed beasts, or shields. Resources meant mines, farmland, salt fields, and medicinal plots. But as for the altar, the system offered absolutely zero explanation. The defense side was covered since I already had fence and arrow tower blueprints from those earlier chests, but I was missing the altar and resource blueprints entirely. A quick sweep of the trade chat turned up nothing, so I had to wait. I held off on building the fence or arrow tower for now. Even with resources to spare, I still needed to keep wood and stone for torches and shields. Besides, a simple fence probably wouldn't match the solid stone walls of my new level 2 shelter. Once the base upgrades finally settled down, it hit me that I'd forgotten to reply to a message from last night. Soil had reached out to me. She got lucky during her trial, facing a beast that was already starved and injured. Since the system had weakened it over 3 days, she handled the threat without much trouble. She wrote to warn me that with beasts roaming everywhere today, gathering cotton was going to be tough. Honestly, that didn't surprise me. The wilderness was getting seriously lethal after 3 days of starving predators. I told her not to push it, to only do what was safe. Then I let her know I had reached level 2 and could now craft iron blades and wooden-handled iron spears, asking what she needed so I could trade them over. It touched her deeply. She clearly did not expect me to skip the blame and focus on arming her. She insisted on sending the materials over herself, refusing to accept the weapons if I had to eat the cost. I did not argue. Being a good guy has its limits, and overdoing the generosity only turns into a burden for the other person. Soon, the materials arrived. She sent 5 wood and 5 iron, leaving a note that her skills suited ranged weapons and she wanted 5 throwing spears. I got the message. Heading back to the workshop, I quickly crafted 5 wooden-handled iron spears and traded them over. I told her to message me the second she ran into any danger, then closed the chat. With that done, I set my workbench to craft 200 small round shields. While looking for upgrade materials, I noticed other survivors were already selling wooden-handled iron blades, spears, and torches. And honestly, you can probably guess what that meant. My easy torch profits were officially over. I knew a crash was coming, just not this quickly. Still, shields had a great profit margin, so my income was safe for now. With production running on automatic, I chose to stay indoors today. Since the last 2 days of the beast tide made the wild far too dangerous, I used the time to practice my mystic void blade technique and maximize its proficiency. So, I stepped onto the open, clearing out front, and began training. I practiced the mystic void blade technique outside my shelter for the entire morning, boosting its proficiency to 88% and feeling the weapon become like an extension of my own hands. Monsters lurked nearby as I worked, but since my shelter was in a remote spot with thin vegetation, most of them just streamed past toward the river to the east. I thought about hunting them while they drank, but the riverbank was too open, the animals were highly alert, and my long-range game was pretty weak. Sure, I owned a decent bow, but I had 0 archery training and absolutely no time to start learning now. Not when just mastering this blade technique was already going to take an unknown amount of time to reach a major breakthrough. Time to eat. My stomach was growling. I had completely burned through the morning's dry rations during that intense training session. Heading inside, I checked my kitchen stockpile first. I had 10 servings of dry rations, 10 bottles of water, 10 wild fruits, 30 apples, 200 grams of honey, 1 roasted duck, and 5 leopard steaks. Oh, and 200 kilograms of flour. It was a decent variety, but the quantities were thin. Enough for now, but nowhere near ready for winter. I desperately needed to stockpile meat. While the flour would last a long time, I needed protein. Cultivation demanded heavy eating, both to boost my physique rapidly and to prevent my body from breaking down under the strain. Plus, after Jiang warned me, food prices on the trade market had already begun to spike. I pulled out the roasted duck to reheat while I thought things over. I originally planned to barter this duck for a nice blueprint or rare materials, but other survivors were no fools. Not a single person would trade even a useless blueprint for it. Since I had enough basics, I decided to just feast on the duck today to restore the energy cultivation had drained. It did not taste as amazing as the first time, but compared to dry rations, there was no contest. Soon, I was leaning back in my wooden chair, letting out a satisfied burp and picking my teeth. I shook my head, realizing my appetite had absolutely ballooned lately. My old self could never finish a whole roasted duck. I wondered if practicing the blade technique was really this physically draining, because it felt like my stomach digested food the second it landed, with my body constantly crying out for fuel. Little did I know, the technique was not the culprit at all. It was actually that energy fruit I ate earlier, still digesting in the background as I trained. That was the real secret behind why my martial practice went so fast. My food situation had officially become critical. I had not planned on leaving the shelter today, but the math simply did not add up. Another training session would wipe out my leopard meat, leaving me with nothing by tomorrow. So, I decided to risk going out. Instead of resting, I turned my attention to the 200 small round shields I completed this morning, splitting them into 2 separate batches of 100. I listed half for 20 wood each, and the rest for 4 iron blocks each. While stone was decent for now, most of my blueprints required wood and iron, and those were the key resources I needed to stockpile immediately. With my daily chores cleared, I tossed the Goo King box into my inventory, locked the door, and headed west along the base of the mountain. This was not like my old trips where I could safely sprint. The protection period was long gone, and dangerous beasts were everywhere. I had to walk slowly, constantly scanning my surroundings as my pace dragged. It took an entire 30 minutes before I finally found a gentle slope leading up into the mountains behind. Looking up from the bottom, the mountain slope disappears into a thick, dark forest. Thick green bushes crowd beneath the heavy canopy, making me hesitate because a dense forest always spells danger. But I have to face it eventually because I need meat and cannot leave a vital resource like this to the mercy of a chaotic trading market. So, taking a deep breath, I steel my resolve and quietly slip into the dark tree line. The deeper I go, the thicker the trees. Straight elms and poplars dominate. A heavy canopy blocks out almost all the sunlight, letting only a few pale patches hit the ground. Dead leaves and fallen branches form a thick soil that swallows my footsteps, while the woods stay eerily silent. Every single twig snapping under my boots echoes loudly in the silence. It feels pretty strange that there are so few creatures around, just a few birds and squirrels, but absolutely nothing large. To be honest, I do not even mind fewer beasts, just mean less trouble for us today. Still, I keep my guard up, half expecting some wild beast to jump out of the shadows. Suddenly, a distant humming sound catches my attention from the right side, and my eyes light up. I change course and head straight for it. After weaving past some massive trees, I spot exactly what I want, a massive swarm of horned bees buzzing around a tree hollow. This is the sole reason I came out here, to restock some fighters for my Goo King bee box. These horned bees have yellow heads, hairy black bodies, and striped abdomens tipped with 3 nasty venomous stingers which earned them the nickname Three-Eyed Needles. I creep toward the nest, stopping about 2 meters away because these aggressive little monsters are extremely vicious. Getting any closer risks an attack that would bring the whole angry swarm down on my head. I place the Goo King bee box on the dirt and pour 200 grams of honey inside as bait. Placing my hand on top, I focus and activate its special skill to boost swarm attraction by 60%. I back away quickly and draw my wind chaser bow, a weapon I have never used. Knocking an arrow tipped with a soft cotton ball soaked in peppermint oil, I prepare to shoot. Taking a deep breath, I aim at the hollow and let fly on my exhale. But the shot only grazes the trunk and buries itself in the tall grass behind. My face turns red because I was aiming right for the opening. I laugh at myself, grateful that nobody is around to see my failure. Adjusting my aim, I knock a second arrow and shoot it clean into the hollow, peppermint scent filling the nest. A massive cloud of furious bees immediately swarms out of the hole, buzzing wildly until they spot the nearby box. The box glows bright orange, and the swarm blindly drifts toward it as if their brains totally shut down, filing inside because these common Tier 0 horned bees stand absolutely zero chance of resisting a rare Tier 2 box. 10 minutes later, not a single bee remains outside, as every last one of them has vanished into my box. Standing up, I grab the high-quality stone axe I haven't used in forever and chop down the massive tree in just a few quick swings. The fallen trunk exposes the entire hive, which sits flat across the top of the hollow like some weird hat. Not a single bee manages to escape the thick combs, so I lean close and slice it open with my tang sword, finding a fat queen inside. Since my box is set to breeding mode to make its own queens, I do not need this wild one. Once she is out of the picture, I harvest 500 grams of honey. The moment I finish, a wooden chest rises from the hollow, so hunting actually drops loot. I nod at the discovery, realizing the system definitely wants to encourage more combat and hunting. Popping it open, I find 10 dry rations, a common pair of hiking boots, and a manual. I grab the book with high hopes, but then total disappointment. It is just a basic instruction manual. It is definitely not the skill book I wanted, and there is even a price tag of $9.91 printed on the back. I toss the manual away, lace up the new boots, and ditch my worn-out sneakers. Checking my box, I find over 8,000 horned bees, and see it has automatically entered breeding mode to produce a brand new queen. This process takes a full 24 hours, but honestly, I am pretty excited to see what her stats look like tomorrow. I pick up the box since living creatures cannot stay in my inventory for long, gather 6 pieces of wood from the fallen tree, and keep climbing. With my main task finished and plenty of daylight left, I decide to keep exploring. Carrying the Goo King box in one hand and my trusty Tang sword in the other, I push forward. Even without my serpent skin shield, my raw physical stat sits at 6, which is well above the human average. So, even though I rarely hike mountain paths, I feel great and have stamina to burn. A plump wild rabbit darted past up ahead, paused right beside me, then bolted off toward the front left. Honestly, I badly wanted a spicy rabbit meal, but had absolutely no way to catch it. My hands were full and there was no time to draw. Even with time, my terrible archery meant hitting a moving rabbit was basically like winning the lottery. Still, my eyes couldn't help but follow that bouncing little creature, which is how I caught a flash of vivid color. Scurrying over, I found a patch of bright, wild mushrooms, shades of light, red, brick, and orange, standing out against the green grass. Going by the old online rule that the gaudier the mushroom, the deadlier it is, these had to be toxic. Yet I didn't give up quite yet and ran my detection skill across the patch. The system panel identified them as red umbrella mushrooms, common quality, nutrient-rich, and genuinely edible, a delicious, rare delicacy. I had to remind myself that this was a fantasy world now, not my old home planet. Old world logic simply did not apply here anymore. After setting my box down, I squatted to start picking. Terrified of grabbing the wrong fungus, I scanned every single mushroom before my fingers touched it. It was better to be safe than sorry, leaving me with 56 mushrooms. In high spirits, I searched uphill for another half hour with barely any luck. But right as I prepared to head back down, a massive crash suddenly boomed out nearby, and you know I had to check it out. My entire body went completely rigid. After spotting a large tree, I climbed up, lashed my storage box securely among the high branches, and hid it. I dropped back down, drew my serpent skin shield, and crept toward the noise to investigate. 500 meters was a short distance, even through thick woods. Closing the gap quickly, the heavy, ragged panting of a massive beast echoed ahead. Slinking into a low crouch, I slipped behind a giant banyan tree as wide as 3 men holding hands. Peeking carefully around the trunk, a massive wild mountain boar over 2 meters long came into view. Thick with fat, its sharp bristles stood up like stiff pine needles as it paced around a half-withered elm tree in the clearing. That elm tree had a massive, fresh split in its bark. That heavy crash from earlier was definitely this beast ramming the trunk. Looking past the beast, I realized the boar was not alone. A large mountain cat crouched on a branch to my left, its wild eyes locked onto that same tree. The feline had a stout body around 1.5 meters long. It carried a short, thick tail, its reddish-brown fur covered in dark spots. High above us, a dark shadow circled. A fierce goshawk kept diving toward the ground, fainting repeatedly. Every single beast here was completely focused on that dying elm. Actually, I corrected myself after staring closer. They wanted the tiny red fruits tucked high in the branches. I had totally missed them at first glance. Those berries looked incredibly valuable, but I was too far away to identify them. The fact that 3 dangerous beasts were squaring off over these things only made me want a piece of that pie even more. Trying to figure out how to steal the prize right from under their noses, I tracked their positions before slowly backing away. Once I was sure I was out of their detection range, I broke into a quick retreat. After running about 50 meters, I cut right to circle around them. Sneaking around to the opposite side of the clearing, I hid behind a thick tree near the dying elm. There was no way I could take this treasure head on. I might have stood a chance against the lone cat, but that massive boar was out of the question. Back home, I heard stories about these beasts. Wild boars and black bears are in the exact same terrifying tier, and I was simply outmatched in size. Compared to that tank, I was just a squishy assassin with pretty low agility. If my mystic void blade technique ever reached high mastery, I might stand a 50-50 chance, but even that felt unlikely. The tense standoff dragged on until a sudden, incredibly sweet scent bloomed in the air. So the red fruits hadn't been ripe yet. No wonder none of them had made their move. As the rich aroma spread, the entire clearing turned dead serious. The predators tensed up, eyes drilling into the red berries. That goshawk stopped circling and landed right on a branch overlooking the elm. I held my position, poised and ready. 4 different parties now guarded 4 corners, with me sitting directly opposite the massive mountain boar. The giant cat sat on my right, the hawk watched on my left, and all of us waited for that exact moment of absolute ripening. Check this out, even before it was fully ripe, the smell was incredible. Squatting there with half-numb legs, one deep breath of that rich aroma made my whole spirit jolt awake. Every single cell in my body craved it. My own eyes even started turning a bit red. Before I could finish the thought, the boar surged forward and charged, with the cat and hawk diving right after it. While their targets differed, the cat and hawk lunged straight for the berries while the boar slammed into the trunk. The boar had launched itself first, slamming into that elm tree in a blink of an eye. Already cracked, the trunk split and snapped under the second blow. The boar pressed its massive weight against it, driving the tree down fast. Right then, the wildcat and the goshawk cross paths, both scrambling for the crimson fruit. The bird suddenly lunges upward, raking its sharp talons to leave 3 bloody gashes across the cat's back. That heavy impact slams the cat down while the bird climbs back up. Suddenly, 2 arrows hiss through the air, flying right above the red fruits to block the goshawk's only path. They are mine, obviously. Earlier, I made sure my spot is totally clear, and the boar's first charge was aimed right here. So, I bet that initial hit is not just for show. It is setting up a second smash to break the giant elm by hitting the exact same crack. That way, the beast can control where the tree falls. I already learned the hard way that these forest creatures are incredibly smart and cannot be underestimated. This is exactly why I stayed hidden from the boar and circled around, keeping my human scent completely masked. Now, the massive boar might rule the forest floor, but to actually grab that prize, it has to bring down the whole tree to steal it from the goshawk. So, I bet it would crash in my direction. Check this out, my gamble pays off. The massive elm comes crashing down right toward me as the cat and the goshawk both leap. Instantly, I knock, draw, and fire 2 rapid-shot arrows right over the red fruits, cutting off the bird's path. I quickly put away my windchaser bow, grab my serpent skin shield, and sprint flat out for the prize. High above, the goshawk barely dodges my arrows and misses its grab, forced to fly back up into the sky. By then, I am already underneath the fruit, covering my head before launching myself off a tree trunk. I leap high and snatch at the glowing fruit with my right hand. The moment my fingers lock around the branch, my 7 points of physique fire all at once, letting me snap the thick wood clean off. I grab it and toss it directly into my inventory. No time to check system notifications, because a massive dark shape is already tearing toward me. It is the boar. Furious that its prize is stolen, its bloodshot, savage eyes lock onto me. Still midair, I brace the shield with my left arm, pull my right hand back for support, and slam the heavy shield straight down into the charging beast's head. A loud thud, and I am thrown backward, landing several meters away in an open clearing. My face twists in pain as I scramble up and bolt, constantly weaving to throw off my pursuer. Behind me, the furious boar is momentarily dazed by the collision. By the time it shakes its head and looks up, I am already long gone. It roars in absolute rage and charges after me like a literal tank, tearing up the ground. Meanwhile, the mountain cat that got slammed down finally recovers and joins the chase. Seeing me steal its prize, it runs close behind the boar, even though those 3 deep, bloody gashes are seriously slowing it down. The goshawk overhead refuses to quit, but I duck into the dense leaves, leaving it absolutely no opening to dive. After I make a few sharp turns, the bird finally gives up, too afraid to land, but the boar keeps charging. It plows straight through massive trees, but it is still flesh and blood. Eventually, all those impacts slow its chase down. I keep changing directions, ducking into dense patches of woods to break its line of sight. My feet keep moving for 10 whole minutes until the crashing sounds finally fade away. Once I am sure I finally shook the beast off, I slow down and stop. Leaning against a massive trunk, I gasp for air, trying to recover. I have never run that fast or that long before. Right now, it feels like my lungs are literally about to burst. After my breathing finally calms down and my guard drops, a sharp, blinding pain shoots from my left arm. Gently, I pinch the sore arm to test it. I mutter that it is probably just fractured, not broken, but it hurts like hell. Still, I cannot stop smiling. Stealing food right from the mouths of 3 powerful beasts is a massive rush. I absolutely love this feeling, but then a soft click right by my ear cuts the thought dead. My face goes cold. I whip around and find the mountain cat standing right behind me. It had stepped on a dry branch. Tracking me from that far away proves it is a true, apex jungle predator. Surprise flashes in my eyes, but my hands move instantly. My right draws my tang sword while my left raises the shield despite the pain. Watching the beast approach, I spot those 3 deep gashes on its back. Its matted fur is soaked red. No wonder it made a sound. It is seriously hurt, which explains why its usual agility is gone. Normally, it wouldn't even snap a twig. None. With severe injuries, it should hide to heal instead of risking a run-in with another predator. Pure greed drove this beast to hunt me down while wounded. Big mistake. I stare at the massive cat, realizing it has no immediate plans to pounce. That only makes me anxious because a long fight here will easily attract other beasts. If this cat slips away, I will be completely trapped. My biggest fear is that raging boar showing up, it will surely target me first. And in my current state, I am completely defenseless. Since it won't strike, I have to force its hand. Suddenly, a wild idea hits me. I pull out the red fruit, flash it right before the beast, and shove it away. Too late, its sweet scent is already everywhere. Its eyes turn red as it leaps at me. And just like that, the beast plays right into my hands. I yell, and dodge. Gripping my tang sword, I unleash the Mystic Void Blade technique, a heavy slash landing perfectly on its open back wound. Double the pain. The beast shrieks, crashing down hard under the impact. It tries to stand, but fails. Stepping closer, I can hear its pathetic whimpering. Its back is a complete mess. Ruined. Its white spine is snapped clean in half. My 7 points of physique couldn't match that boar, but it is plenty to finish this cat. Without delaying, I swing down and end it. I am not celebrating this victory. It was a pretty easy win, but at least I finally have a very clear gauge of my real physical limits. With a grim look, I activate my gathering skill on the corpse, netting 1 damaged white beast hide. I also harvest 2 blue fangs and 3 blue steaks, while a mysterious wooden treasure chest suddenly appears right in front of me. No time. I quickly shove it into my inventory because I have to run. This fresh blood will bring other predators. Hurt as I am, I can't end up like this dead beast. I carefully map out my direction. I trace the boar's path right back to where I stole that red fruit. From there, I follow my markers back to the Gingbi box tied in the tree. I sheathe my sword, grab the container, verify my bearings, and rush down the mountain. Heading down the mountain, I hear other resources nearby, but I ignore them. I need to come back prepared. Soon the trees blur as I reach safety at the bottom. No more distractions, I mutter to myself. A wounded guy shouldn't wander. I need my shelter. Fast. I make it back while it is still light. Setting the Gingbi box by the door, I collapse at the wooden table. Only then do my frayed nerves relax, though my sore body makes me groan. Glancing at my swollen left arm, I remember something important and quickly open the chat. I shoot a message to Dr. Song, asking if she is online. Songaru is the only medical professional I know in our small group. Minutes pass with zero response. She must be busy. Instead of wasting time worrying, I decide to focus elsewhere. I pull up the trading channel to see how my crafted round shields are selling. Then, boom, a massive wave of alerts pops up. Every single shield sold, and we are suddenly rich. Some private trade offers are totally unhinged. Seriously, one guy offers his worn underwear. Another claims he only has 2 iron blocks, begging for credit and promising to pay me back later. A third guy is the boss of an alliance with 20,000 survivors. He invites me to join as a high-ranking commander, asking me to think about it. Meanwhile, some whiner complains my price is too high. He argues my shield costs almost the same as an iron blade, calling my prices outright robbery. His math is wrong. Totally. A blade takes 1 wood and 2 iron. Since 1 iron block trades for 5 wood, that puts the blade's cost around 11 wood, while the average selling price sits at 15. My shield takes 1 wood and 1 iron costing 6 wood, but I sell it for 20. Great profit margin. I completely ignore the haters. Everyone is selling blades right now, but almost nobody is crafting shields. High demand dictates value, so I just match what other shield sellers charge. Trade closed. I pull out that red fruit I almost lost an arm for. Let's see what I got. My heart is racing. I held off on checking its stats earlier because my adrenaline was too high and I needed to relax. I feared my heart might explode. A screen identifies it as red mistletoe fruit. It is a rank 0 rare item that boosts both my physical strength and spiritual potential. The description says it strengthens muscle and bone while protecting the liver. It strengthens the kidneys, heavily boosting both body and mind. There is a limit though, only 10 per rank. This is a true mystical treasure. My face goes hot and I yell out, unable to contain the hype. Getting my arm busted? Worth it. Sure, this orange-red mistletoe fruit isn't quite as crazy as the super ability fruit I scored earlier. That first one gave me a whole attribute point. But this haul is massive, 16 fruits in total. I carefully slide them into my inventory, finally letting out a breath. But get this, I can't even eat them yet. Eating these while training my mystic void blade technique lets me absorb the energy instantly and skyrocket my mastery. Next, I pull out my final haul, the wooden chest from that dead mountain cat. Opening it reveals 24 normal servings of braised beef noodles, plus a raincoat and some cumin. The noodles are a full case of Red Elephant instant ramen, and honestly, they are the most valuable find today. Premium food, way better than dry rations or hard bread. High calorie, simple, and actually delicious. Perfect for a wilderness survivor. The seasoning packets are a complete goldmine too. We're talking powdered sugar, MSG, and star anise in this undeveloped world. These are luxury goods. They are worth more than gold. I haven't tasted salt in days, and I desperately need some. Just scraping by. The raincoat and cumin are pretty basic. The coat probably won't handle the upcoming acid rain, and cumin has limited uses. I'll just toss the coat in storage, and leave the seasoning in the kitchen to spice up some meat later. Right as I step out of the kitchen, my messages chime. I open it to see Songaru replied, saying she just got back and asking what was wrong. Inside a simple wooden cabin, a stunning woman with a ponytail tidies up while typing back. She carries the calm, elegant vibe of a lead actress, wearing light rattan armor over a white shirt covered in wilderness dirt, peeking through the gaps. Slim black pants show off her long, straight legs. She clearly just got back from hunting. Songaru looks quite puzzled. We've never actually spoken privately before, and she has absolutely no clue why I'm reaching out. I explain that while searching for supplies earlier, I busted my arm. I mentioned that Wang Jihian told me she was a doctor, so I hoped she could help. She agrees instantly, saying it's no trouble, and asks me to send a picture of the injury so she can assess it first. I explain I was holding my shield when a massive boar rammed it, leaving my arm red, swollen, and useless, before sending over the photo. She studies it, completely shocked. She's amazed I even survived an encounter with a wild boar. Still, she says it looks manageable, telling me to gently press around the swelling to check the pain. Following her instructions, I press carefully and message her back. She concludes it's likely not a full fracture, but probably a bone crack. Without an X-ray, though, she can't be 100% sure. That makes me breathe a sigh of relief. I suspected a crack too, but hearing it from a real doctor helps me relax. Then comes her warning. Don't take this lightly. I need to avoid lifting anything heavy with my left hand, and absolutely no fighting. One more hit could ruin my arm permanently. My heart, which had just calmed down, instantly spikes. No heavy lifting and no fighting? That completely ruins my chances of surviving out here. It could destroy my lead, leave me lagging behind, or get me killed. And honestly, my face goes completely dark here. I curse under my breath. I didn't think a bone crack would be this bad. My only option now is to search the trade channel and overpay for medicine. But I already know the channel is probably bone dry. That brutal Dawn trial wrecked so many survivors, meaning healing items are completely sold out. Any rare scraps left would be priced way beyond what anyone could ever afford. Meanwhile, Songaru sits quietly at her wooden table, hesitation written all over her face, her eyes drifting down to her hands. Between her slender fingers, she holds a small, clear bottle of swirling red potion. She hesitates, unsure if she should give it to me. This is her only bottle, and she must wait for the flower of life to bloom again to make more. She gently bites her lip, thinking for a very long moment before she finally makes up her mind. She decides to send it over. After all, we are somewhat acquainted. If she didn't know about my injury, that'd be different. But she can't just watch me get wiped out. Despite witnessing so much life and death back at the hospital, her heart still breaks for anyone in trouble. She always wants to help. That pure kindness is why everyone loved her back then. It's why she stayed at the hospital during the apocalypse, refusing to abandon her patients. Meanwhile, I just frown, desperately searching. With my left arm mangled, survival looks pretty grim, but then a sudden trade request pops up. I snap out of my daze, frowning at the screen. Instantly, my eyes go wide in absolute shock. The item offered is called Life Water. It is rank 0 but boasts rare attributes that heal minor wounds instantly and boost recovery speed by 60%. The system description proves this little red bottle is insanely precious. The crafting process is incredibly complex. An instant recovery potion. Seriously, in a brutal survival game, a rare healing item like this is basically pure gold. Holding this small bottle is like holding a literal extra life. Songaru tells me to heal up first and pay her back later, instructing me to apply it externally. Honestly, her kindness genuinely moves me. Ever since my parents passed away, nobody has ever helped me like this. She expects nothing in return for something so precious. I thank her and accept because I desperately need it, swearing to remember her kindness. but I refuse to just take handouts. She might expect nothing, but I simply cannot be ungrateful. This potion is literally saving my life. So, I send a counter trade, offering 6 rare, orange-red mistletoe fruits for her life water. You can only eat 10 of these fruits anyway, and I plan to trade my remaining 6 for decent gear. Songaru sees the new trade pop up and instantly clicks accept without even checking what she is actually getting. Once the deal closes, looking down at the orange-red mistletoe fruit in her palm, she reads its stats and gasps. These 6 fruits are just as precious as her life water. To most survivors, their value is even higher. Plus, with these 6 fruits, a crafting blueprint she has been holding onto can finally be unlocked. She messages me, admitting the fruit is incredibly valuable and worth far more than her potion. Feeling like she took advantage of me, she mentions she has various potion blueprints. If I ever find rare herbs or seeds, I should send them her way so we can split the harvest 50-50. I agree immediately and ask if she crafts potions at a normal workbench. She tells me no, explaining she has a special facility. It is an alchemy table, and apparently, talisman rooms have alchemy furnaces too. Honestly, I have zero clue about these unique structures. I have never seen elixirs or talismans listed on the trade channel. Are they just hoarding the supply because it is too low, or has literally nobody else learned how to craft them yet? Judging by Song Aru, they are likely keeping the good stuff for themselves. Remembering an unused apple seed I picked up earlier, I trade it over to her. We exchange a few more tips and close our chat windows. Now, I need to heal up fast. The throbbing pain in my mangled arm is giving me a massive headache. I uncork the life water and carefully smear the red liquid evenly across my left arm. But brace yourselves. The moment I slather the liquid onto my skin, a terrifying, agonizing itch flares up so violently I want to chop my arm off. Suddenly, a wave of soothing warmth sinks deep from my skin to my bones, washing away the intense heat and pain as if the injury was just an illusion. I clench my fist to test it. Absolutely zero pain. I press down hard on the freshly healed flesh. Nothing. Not a single ache. Fully healed, I cannot help but grin. Today was a terrifyingly close call, but I survived. I remind myself to be far more careful, stop being so arrogant, and start stockpiling serious medical supplies. And that brings me right back to the life water. Unfortunately, Songaru's flower of life needs half a month to bloom, and without materials, I cannot craft any myself. Now that my arm is totally fine, I brush the worry aside. I have work to do. Stepping outside my shelter, I walk around the perimeter to inspect the land. The shelter measures roughly 50 meters long by 40 wide, and I plan to completely surround it with a secure fence. I want to leave a 20-meter gap as a spacious front yard, which will be incredibly useful for future farming. To the north, I will leave 45 meters of space, extending the fence directly to the base of the towering mountain. I carefully plan this layout to ensure there is enough room for high-tier upgrades and extensive agricultural plots down the line. With the boundaries locked in, I head back inside to the middle of the living room. I focus my mind and summon the glowing shelter core, since blueprints must be activated right here. As the core floats up to chest level, I place the fence blueprint over it and focus to confirm the build. The paper dissolves in a flash of bright white light, sinking into the core before projecting a holographic map. An incredibly detailed 3-dimensional terrain view of my entire territory appears. The system prompts me to select the perimeter. Following my original layout, I mentally drag the borders into place and hit confirm. Then the system asks me to confirm the fence's height and thickness. From the prompt, I see a normal fence is only 1 meter tall and 1 layer thick, but extra wood can boost it to 2 meters and 2 layers, so I upgrade both specs. The system quotes a price of 1,200 wood and asks me to confirm construction. I immediately confirm it. 1,200 wood vanishes from my inventory, and bright white light erupts across 3 sides of my shelter all at once. A massive fence rises from the ground up, and after about 10 minutes, the light fades. I step outside to find my shelter completely ringed by a 2-meter barrier. It's a dark brown color, and looking closely, it's 20 centimeters thick, with 10-centimeter gaps between the planks to peek through. This is basically a wooden fortress wall. My sense of security shot straight through the roof. There's only one catch: the main gate. While the 2-meter gate keeps me safe, its lock is like an ancient city gate, meaning I have to manually slide a 20-centimeter wooden bar into place. Once it's shut, total lockdown. The only way out is climbing over the fence, and I'll have to climb right back over to get back in. But hey, the pros outweigh the cons, I repeat to myself twice. Remember, structural blueprints are single-use. You either learn them by manual building or hand them over for the system to auto-construct. Schematic gone either way. Want another? Better go find a brand new blueprint. After admiring my fence, I head back inside, summon the core, place the arrow tower blueprint on top, and confirm. The same virtual aerial view pops up, and following my layout, I place the arrow tower in the southwest corner, right next to the fence gate. Once positioned, the system demands 100 wood, 100 stone, and 1 iron block. I hit confirm. Wait until you see how fast this builds. Under the white light, the arrow tower constructs itself from the ground up in seconds. I walk over to inspect it once finished. It sits on a solid 3 by 3 meter square base. It stands about 3 meters tall, featuring stairs leading to a platform for shooting and an automatic defense port on top. Once I load it with wood, it will automatically loose arrows at anything within 200 meters. The system panel labels it as a standard arrow tower, rank 0, common quality. An automatic defense structure that converts 1 unit of wood into a single arrow, firing every 30 seconds at enemies in range. Unfortunately, there are no enemies around to test it out. But let's be real, this thing is a massive resource sink, 1 wood per shot. Still, I load 65 wood inside, leaving me with 700 wood and 150 stone. Just like that, I'm back to middle-class status. But with these 2 defenses, I can finally sleep soundly tonight. Time to celebrate this victory with some barbecue. I'll make the charcoal myself since I have meat and cumin. Now, I just need to track down some salt and a grill. So I have my tool bench produce 1 unit of charcoal first, then jump onto the trade channel to hunt for the rest. The items pop up quickly, but salt is incredibly pricey. A tiny bottle costs 4 iron blocks, which is equal to a small shield or 20 wood. What a ripoff. I can barely afford it, but I spend the 4 iron blocks anyway because comfort is always worth it. Besides, my body physically needs salt to survive. Luckily, the grill itself is much cheaper. I snag a stainless steel one for just 2 iron blocks. According to the comments, it sat there for 2 full days with 0 takers, since nobody else can use it yet, so I grab it while it's cheap. With everything ready, I head to the kitchen and grab my raw leopard steak. I set up the grill, lay out my fresh charcoal, spark it with some flint, and toss the steak right onto the grate. In no time, the meat starts sizzling and dripping fat. I'm eagerly watching it cook when the system suddenly chimes with a brand new message. Now, you have to remember I set a strict do not disturb filter, so only a close friend could bypass it. Opening the chat, I see a message from Soil. She writes that she gathered 50 cotton this afternoon and is sending it over right now. Inside her own wooden shelter, her pink sportswear is caked in heavy mud. While out gathering cotton, a wild jackal ambushed her. Only her sharp vigilance saved her life. She rolled clear of its snapping jaws just in time, then dropped the beast from a distance using the wood-handled iron spear I traded her earlier. Her message takes me by surprise. Having been outside today, I know firsthand how dangerous it is. Honestly, I didn't expect her to have the guts to venture out at all. Regardless, I reply quickly, asking if she prefers payment in wood, stone, or iron ore. Since plenty of players unlocked the torch blueprint, torches now go for 4 wood each on the market, putting the value of 1 cotton at roughly 1 wood. She's thrilled to settle the trade in iron ore. Even though 1 iron ore is worth 5 wood, trading backward usually costs extra. Dropping the polite act, she tells me straight up that she desperately needs that iron ore for her next shelter upgrade. This suits me perfectly. I already knew Soil had a blunt personality, and honestly, I prefer making friends with straightforward people. I list 10 iron ore and 1 piece of roasted meat in exchange for her 50 cotton, telling her she's in luck. I'm grilling steak right now, so a portion is hers. I tell her not to be shy since we are partners. On the other end, she just stares at the message. Her eyes grew a little red. That kind of genuine care would touch anyone, especially someone like Soy, who had lacked affection her entire life, making this casual gesture touch her even deeper. After a quiet moment, she agreed and pulled out the hot roasted meat. Her hands felt warm, her heart did too, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks. We did not stop chatting after trading either. We kept talking, though it was mostly me asking and her answering, and I learned that Soy's old-fashioned parents had never liked her. She had been scolded constantly, working odd jobs just to scrape together her own high school tuition. A tough road. When the talk turned to shelters, I learned she was stuck in a waist-high grassland. She had only cleared the area right around her lately, unable to push any deeper yet. In return, she got to hear about my own narrow escapes today. Even though I told it like a cool adventurer pulling off a clean win, she still easily understood just how dangerous it had really been. She went silent for a moment, then sent me a trade request, her blue repeating crossbow for just 1 wood, telling me to keep it since my forest was more dangerous than her area, insisting she would be fine with her iron spear. Staring at the screen, I was completely baffled. Seriously, what was with today? Why were so many people suddenly so worried about me? I had lived 24 years on the bluest star and never met anyone who cared this much besides my own parents. Today I met two. Staring at the screen, I felt like I had somehow touched Soy's heart without even knowing how. Before this, it had just been normal business trading, but the more I thought about it, the more something stirred deep inside me. So I went to the workbench and crafted 20 arrows using 5 wood and 5 iron ore. A rank 2 workbench can easily produce regular arrows after scanning a bow or crossbow. Back at the grill, I sent a trade request back. On her end, watching the request sit there unaccepted, Soy could not help getting anxious, wondering if she had done something wrong. Seeing it returned, she panicked and quickly sent a message, insisting she was serious, saying I was in way more danger and needed the repeating crossbow since her own place was safe. I told her not to worry, reminding her that nowhere here was safe. I had modified the request, so she just needed to accept. The new request offered my blue wind chaser bow and 20 arrows in exchange for her blue repeating crossbow. She did not know what to say, but assumed I had thought it through. She accepted, and the trade went through smoothly. Then she quickly asked why I had swapped my rank 1 bow for her rank 0 crossbow when I should have kept it. The wind chaser bow was a rank 1 excellent weapon, with an attribute boosting initial arrow speed by 30%. It was a 1-meter compound bow with a 300-meter range, fittingly named because it could literally chase the wind. Toying with the crossbow in my hands, I smiled and told her that I had no idea how to use a regular bow, admitting I had tried today and could not even get a shot off, meaning the crossbow was much better for me while the bow perfectly fit her. Simple as that. She tried to refuse a few more times, but I shut down every single objection. In the end, she had to accept. And honestly, she was glowing not because she scored a better weapon, but because they had actually managed to help each other out. Just 2 acts of kindness traded back and forth. We chatted a bit longer. Once I shared my tips on upgrading to a rank 2 shelter, she went to handle her own, and we said goodbye. Meanwhile, I ate my second piece of roasted meat since my appetite had grown so much, and checked the repeating crossbow's attributes. It was a rank 0, excellent quality weapon with an attribute that boosted magazine capacity to 15. Described as a single-user model optimized by many hands, featuring a lightweight frame with massive power, with a 20-meter range, 10-meter maximum power range, and a 15-round magazine. It would easily fill my mid-range combat gap, being easy to handle and capable of continuous fire, though I caught myself wishing I could mount a scope on it. A minor regret, since I lacked both the crafting skills and anyone around to help modify it. Satisfied, I put it away and crafted 30 bolts using 3 wood and 3 iron ore, loading 15 and storing the rest. Next, I calmly finished eating my steak and initiated another trade with Saru, which she politely accepted after a bit of hesitation. After cleaning up the grill, I headed to the workbench and queued up 2 different crafting tasks at the same time, 50 torches and 300 small round shields. With automatic production running, a quick look confirmed the torches would be done shortly, while the shields would take until dawn. Having sorted everything, I headed to the bathroom to take a cold shower with the leftover bucket water, reminding myself, my mind drifting as I washed, that I had completely forgotten to fill the rooftop tank today and needed to fetch water tomorrow. Guys, shower fast. And the second I stepped out, a freezing draft hit me. Shivering, I rushed right back to the bedroom to bury myself under the blankets and opened the chat channel to unwind, wanting to see what kind of drama the other survivors were getting into after an exhausting day. Some guy was complaining that a cute little beast had been camping at his door all day, leaving him trapped inside and starving. The chat wasted absolutely 0 time roasting him, telling him to just go eat the beast since there was fresh meat right outside. Another suggested eating bread if he did not have meat, rather than just starving himself to death. A third joked that the creature was probably guarding him because it was hungry too, so he should sacrifice himself so nobody goes to bed on an empty stomach. I actually laughed out loud at that. It was pretty clear the survivors were finally adapting to this harsh world and finding room to joke around. Deciding to post, I said I went out today, pointing out that there were quite a few wild animals roaming around, and that hunting them had a decent chance to drop a treasure chest. When someone skeptically asked if every single animal dropped loot, I confirmed it, adding that I dug up a rabbit nest today and pulled a wooden chest out. I added that this survival world really encourages going out, that both gathering and hunting pay, as long as you carry weapons, and plenty of level 2 players are selling cost-effective iron weapons right now on the trade channel. Nodding along, I felt this survival world was starting to seem exactly like a real company to me. Work hard, follow the rules, and you survive. Do exceptionally well, and your life gets better. But ignore the system warnings, and you get laid off permanently. Right as I was tracking how everyone's mindset was shifting, guess what happens? A sudden system notification popped up, letting me know a private offer had come in on one of my active buy orders. Now that caught my attention immediately, because I had been hunting specifically for glass blueprints of excellent quality or even higher. Exactly what I needed. The message was from a user named Wang Ro, who greeted me as a big shot. He mentioned we were in the same region, and he had spotted my offer. He just snagged a blueprint today and wanted to swap it for some life-saving supplies. I actually remembered this guy. His profile picture showed a clean-cut guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, probably under 30, who was pretty active in the chat on day one. I had stopped paying attention to that channel, so I had not seen him post since. Replying that I remembered him, I asked what blueprint he had and what he wanted for it. He admitted honestly that he had been tricked into joining the Blood Fiend Alliance when they were recruiting, explaining that once you join, you have to hand over all your resources. They set daily quotas and starve you if you fail. During the early protection period, he managed to scramble and get enough materials to get by. But now, with dangerous beasts everywhere outside, it was physically impossible. He told me he risked his life venturing out today and found a chest containing this blueprint. He had absolutely zero intention of handing it over to those thugs, choosing instead to trade it for gear so he could desert them. But unfortunately, everyone else in the regional chat was way too terrified of the Blood Fiend Alliance to trade with him. Seeing me stand up to them in the chat group, he knew I was not afraid, so he reached out to ask for food and weapons. Then he sent it over. It was just a common wooden recliner blueprint, a comfort item meant to greatly improve quality of life, perfect for relaxing on sunny lawns or camping outdoors, and crafted using just 2 pieces of wood. Looking at it, I realized this lounge chair was even more useless than the charcoal blueprint. Honestly, who in their right mind would care about relaxing in a recliner during a brutal survival game? The reason nobody else wanted to trade probably was not just fear, but simply because the blueprint was complete trash. Honestly, you can probably picture his excitement opening that chest, only to feel instant despair when he saw what he actually got. Talk about an unlucky guy. And he is definitely not alone, since a massive wave of useless garbage has been hitting the market lately, including a rickshaw blueprint that has been sitting there forever with no takers. Still, a recliner was slightly better than a rickshaw. The only real question left was what he wanted for it, so I cut to the chase and asked him straight up. He was waiting anxiously, terrified I would just reject him instantly. He knew if I walked away, he would have no excuse to contact me again, especially since finding this useless recipe took so much effort. He replied that he only needed enough food to survive for 1 day, and for gear, he wanted a small round shield and a spear, so he could go out and hunt tomorrow. After thinking it over, I offered 5 portions of dry rations, 1 small round shield, and 1 wooden-handled iron spear, asking him if that trade sounded fair. He immediately agreed to the deal, but then warned me beforehand that he had officially quit the alliance today. They threatened to blacklist him, meaning trading with him might put a massive target on my back. Honestly, I had no clue how this alliance planned to blacklist someone thousands of miles away, and I could care less about making them angry since they already hated my guts anyway. So I told him not to sweat it. I was just making a trade, and the alliance's mood was not my concern. He thanks me and says he will send the request, and the listing pops up. It is his common recliner blueprint for 5 dry rations, 1 small shield, and 1 wooden-handled iron spear. I tell him to wait a second while I prep the spear, crawling out of my sleeping bag. I head to the workshop to store the 50 finished torches. I craft the wooden-handled iron spear, confirm the trade once everything is ready, and take the recliner blueprint. Wang Ro thanks me again and asks to add me as a friend. He promises to trade any good loot he finds, gather intel on the Blood Fiend Alliance, and ask me for advice if he needs it. I do not refuse because even though I do not care about the Blood Fiend Alliance, our relationship is tense and I will never reject free intel. After I agree, Wang Ro humbly asks for some wilderness survival tips. I have to admit, his emotional intelligence is top tier and he is incredibly smooth in conversation. He backs off the instant he senses I am losing interest, making him the kind of guy who is really hard to dislike. Once I hang up, I immediately go looking for Wang Jian. I ask him what the Blood Fiend Alliance is up to lately because I stopped watching the regional chat, and only he and Yu Yang actually know how they operate. Wang Jian tells me he is not sure about the specifics, only that they currently recruit through internal referrals. Joining means handing over all your supplies for unified sharing, getting a self-defense item in return that gets taken away if you fail daily tasks. I ask what this defense item is, and if it is actually a weapon. He says he is not sure because members sign a contract notarized by the Shu world. Because of that, they cannot leak info, though it is likely not a weapon since a normal weapon does not have that much pull. I ask if anyone has ever left the Alliance, and he says almost nobody. Since they surrendered all their gear, they cannot survive on their own outside. And they still cannot leak anything about the Alliance anyway. Hearing that gives me a bad feeling. You can tell I am definitely overlooking something huge here. Yu Yang adds that the Alliance is so mysterious, yet tons of struggling survivors in the chat have already joined up. Xiaohuo jumps in, heated as ever, calling them a straight-up evil cult. He says he knew that guy Django before, but those idiots would not listen to his warnings and will get exactly what they deserve. They believe that scoundrel instead, forcing Ugo to tell him to calm down. He just cannot control his temper. The regional chat only has to poke him once, and he explodes. From the looks of it, Xiaohuo is still picking fights with the Alliance in the chat, getting trashed every single time but going right back for more. After chatting a bit longer without digging up any more secrets, I close the group chat and exit. I list all 50 of my torches for 3 wood each. I crawl back into bed and decide to do some crafting before sleeping, since using my furnace now lets my mental energy fully recover overnight. Propped against the headboard, I open the trading channel with a simple thought. I filter the listings for blue items and sort them from the absolute cheapest to most expensive. 4 cheap materials stand out as great test fodder for my furnace, like an electric toothbrush whose description literally says it has no electricity. Then there is a worn stone that stays warm like a hand heater, and some premium black iron wood. The system rates this wood as hard as actual iron, making it perfect for building and weaponsmithing. Finally, there is an ice crystal harvested from permafrost that absorbs heat to chill an entire room. The catch is that after a full day of use, I have to store it in below freezing temperatures to recharge it. I spend 44 iron blocks to buy the toothbrush, 5 worn stones, 9 units of black iron wood, and 6 ice crystals. I rub my hands together, watch this, because it is finally time for the lottery. Starting small to warm up, I summon the synthesis furnace, feeding it a crossbow bolt and 3 blue fangs dropped by leopards and civets. The interface displays a 70% success rate and a 20% mutation rate, and I immediately hit confirm. Out pops a blue quality, single fang armor-piercing arrow. Looks like my luck is absolutely in tonight. A clean hit on my very first try. I inspect it with a grin, and the panel confirms it is a Tier 0 premium armor-piercing arrow. This is an absolute keeper and a real trump card. He knows this kind of weapon will easily shred scaled monsters and armored foes later on. Stashing the armor-piercing arrow, he immediately sets up his second synthesis. This time, he uses a regular electric toothbrush as his main base. Wood and stone keep the success rate under 40%, but iron blocks boost it to 70%. He locks in 5 iron blocks and hits confirm. His furnace instantly drains a massive chunk of mental energy. Dark smoke billows out, and his heart completely stops. System alerts confirm the bad news that the synthesis failed. But right after, another notification pops up. The failed residue gets absorbed, ticking his talent progress up by a tiny fraction. As more data floods his mind, he finally starts to grasp how this entire setup works. The forces of this weird world and Blue Star fuse the synthesis furnace directly into his soul, making it his main talent. Right now, it exists as something half physical and half spiritual. This unique talent grows stronger by consuming spiritual items during synthesis. Crucially, it gains experience whether the process actually succeeds or fails. He finally figures out how to level his talent. Survivors in chat mentioned upgrading is possible, but everyone has a different path, meaning that 2 people, both possessing strength boosts, they would climb totally separate paths, just to upgrade. Knowing the path is cool, but that tiny progress bar means he won't stress over it yet. Instead, he prepares a synthesis that actually matters, aiming to test a major hunch. And check this out, his theory is actually pretty simple. The outcome will almost certainly be an upgraded version of the base item. He sets his repeating crossbow as the main base, using ice crystal and black ironwood as support. After messing around with the ratios, he settles on 4 ice crystals and 5 black ironwood blocks. This gives him the highest success rate and the absolute lowest chance of mutation. The panel shows 85% success and 20% mutation. Staring nervously at the interface, he hits confirm. A massive drain of mental energy hits him, turning his mind completely blank. Intense drowsiness washes over him, and he nearly collapses face first onto the table. He hard pinches his thigh. Pain beats back the sleep. His face winces, but pure joy quickly takes over as the furnace flares a bright orange. The system announces a massive success. An ice pattern repeating crossbow now rests before him. Boasting orange quality at Tier 0, he eagerly scans the new stats. It holds 15 bolts and grants a frozen shot skill that slows enemies by 50%. This slowing effect stacks up to 5 times before requiring a freeze spell to reload. The system description reveals that a mysterious, unknown power processed and enchanted this weapon. He picks the weapon up to look. The weapon's frame is now pitch black, laced with icy blue lines. With the wood replaced by black ironwood, the entire crossbow feels solid, heavy, and cool to the touch. This is absolutely wild. An extra ice skill makes this a true magic weapon. It proves his theory that standard synthesis directly upgrades the base material. As long as he keeps the mutation rate down and plays the odds right, he won't have to worry about a disaster like his weapon suddenly turning into a pillow. He wanted to run another test to map out mutation rules, but crafting this crossbow drained 2 whole mental points. He is completely exhausted. Way too tired to summon the furnace again, he decides to save mutation research for tomorrow. He collapses onto his bed, passing out. The night passes with 0 issues. Before dawn breaks, he is already out in the courtyard wielding his tang sword, feeling completely refreshed from the sleep. The morning air bites cold. It is the first real chill of autumn, and he is still wearing thin summer gear. He makes a mental note to check the trading channel tonight for cheap winter clothes. After a quick warm-up to get his blood pumping, he performs the mystic void blade technique once. By the time he sheathes the weapon, he is completely drenched in sweat, with steam rising off his head. Sunlight filters through the wooden fence, warming him up. His breathing slows down as he feels the rich blood flowing through his veins. He grabs a red fruit from his inventory and bites right into it. Juice drips down his chin. The taste is absolutely mind-blowing, easily the best, sweetest fruit of his entire life. As soon as he finishes swallowing, a deep, warm energy surges from his stomach and spreads to his limbs. Having felt this before with an energy fruit, he does not panic. Instead, he immediately starts practicing the mystic void blade technique over and over. By the time the warm energy finally fades away, and the midday sun is beating down on him, sweating and completely starving, his stomach is growling loudly. He is too hungry to even wash up. I ran straight to the kitchen, grabbed yesterday's leftover roast, and devoured it in just a few bites. It took the edge off, but my stomach was still grumbling. So, I forced down 2 dry rations until I felt 70% full. The more I trained this blade technique, the hungrier I actually got, but dry rations just weren't cutting it anymore. I needed meat, like premium quality meat. My eyes drifted to the cabinet where 3 premium steaks sat. The chat channel did say eating them raises your physique. I decided to roast one tonight and see for myself. Right now, I cared way more about filling my stomach than getting a minor stat buff. With food in me, I finally had the energy to clean myself up. Since my morning training had soaked my clothes in sweat, they smelled pretty terrible. I couldn't stand being this sticky, so I planned to list my round shields and take a quick bath. Heading to the workshop, I listed all 300 shields from yesterday. I priced each at 20 wood, 16 stone, 4 iron blocks, or 1 glass. I split the listing into batches of 100, 180, and 20. Next, I quickly crafted 5 wooden barrels, packed them into inventory with the other one, threw on my rattan armor, grabbed my tang sword, and climbed the fence. My walk to the river was quiet and safe. My shelter was built in a pretty isolated spot with barely any trees around. The lush grasslands and forests lay to the south, which was where the plant-eaters gathered and the predators hunted them. Reaching the river, I noticed it was absolutely packed with life now. Tiny fish darted through the water, making me realize I should probably hunt for a fishing net blueprint on the trading channel later. I pulled out a wooden bucket and scooped up some fresh water. Then I took a quick cold shower. There was nobody around for miles, so bathing in the open air was perfectly fine. After that, I filled up the rest of the barrels, threw them back into inventory, and headed straight back to camp. Once back home, I spent 3 units of wood to buy a ladder, climbed onto the roof. I poured the water into my storage tank. It took 4 trips to fill the whole thing up, but seeing it completely full gave me real peace of mind. With the water secured, I pulled up the trading screen to see if anything had sold. Look at this, a massive wave of transaction notifications flashed right past. Every single one of my shields was gone. Items like gear and weapons are insanely popular right now, selling out the second they get listed. I never have to worry about stock. I cleared 2,000 wood, 1,600 stone, 320 iron, and 20 glass. Riding this massive wave, I immediately queued up 450 more shields. My goal was to abuse these high profit margins while I could, hoarding resources to upgrade my shelter to level 3. Honestly, my basic materials were already more than enough. The only real roadblocks left were 2 specific blueprints. The resource building blueprint was easy enough to track down, but the altar blueprint was a total mystery. Apparently, not a single survivor had even caught a glimpse of it yet. Huge alliances were offering massive rewards for it in chat, but so far, nobody had claimed the bounty. Of course, it was highly likely that someone had found one and was just keeping quiet about it. Snapping back to reality, my absolute main priority was securing meat. I quickly geared up, headed out past the fence, and went straight toward the nearby thicket to hunt down whatever small game I could find. Half the day slipped away. As the sun set, I quietly walked back to my base. I climbed inside, letting my exhausted body and tense mind finally relax. But I still looked incredibly stressed. Sitting down, I muttered to myself, no wonder there was barely any meat on the market. I had thought people were just hoarding it. Let me tell you, hunting in the wild is just brutal. I spent hours out there, found 0 chests, and got no game at all. Sure, I actually spotted plenty of prey, but the small beasts were incredibly fast. They sensed me the split second I raised my crossbow, vanishing into the brush before I could even aim. Eventually, I gave up and decided to look for chests and resources instead. But my luck was absolutely terrible. Not a single chest showed up all day. Taking a deep breath, I tried to figure out my mistakes. Before all this, I was just a shut-in who rarely went outside, never once fighting or hunting. Making easy money on the trade market the past few days had made me arrogant, thinking survival in this new world was a breeze. Now reality has given me a harsh slap. Today was my ultimate wake-up call. It is cold proof that this survival world is nothing like the simple game I pictured. There is no clicking a mouse here to watch materials magically pile up. Once the dust settles, though, that failure actually does me a favor, forcing me to look in the mirror and measure my actual strength. It takes reaching the Lord stage to learn to prepare thoroughly for every raid and conquest, and that strict habit will quietly save me from massive losses down the line. Calmer now, I grab a piece of charcoal and start sketching out plans directly on my living room wall, mapping out the absolute essentials for the near future. First up is food. I need to lock down enough rations to survive the brutal acid rain trial. Second, warm clothes. The weather is turning fast, and my quick-dry summer gear is completely in tatters. I need winter layers now. The winter coats cost an absurd 9,999 wood on the market. Third, water. I am not running low yet since the nearby river is perfectly safe once boiled, but the coming acid rain will definitely foul the stream. I need to haul in extra water and store it indoors over the next 2 days. Smaller goals like boosting my core strength can wait. That is something I can tackle step by step. With this wall list, my path is finally clear. No more stumbling around blindly in the dark. While I am busy planning on my wall, Yuso is tallying up her own day. And let me tell you, she had it way better. She gathered 150 units of cotton and even stumbled onto a bronze treasure chest. Opening it got her some decent food, a pair of boots of speed to boost her movement, and a rare blueprint. Riding that high, she immediately wants to share the good news, and I am the first person she thinks of. My inbox suddenly lights up while I am cleaning the grill. Yuso messages me saying she has both good and bad news, asking which one I want to hear first. She is usually incredibly blunt, so straightforward I sometimes forget she is even a girl, which makes me think she must have hit the jackpot. Why else is she so happy? I play along and tell her to give me the bad news first. Get the bitter part out of the way. She gets impatient, saying the bad news is she cannot trade me cotton anymore. Then she pauses, clearly waiting for me to panic. Honestly, that news does not bother me in the slightest. Torches are sitting locked at 3 wood on the market, and my crafting time is much better spent on round shields anyway. So, I let her stew for a bit, teasing her a little before finally asking about the good news. Yuso actually waited so long for a reply that she convinced herself I was genuinely angry at her and was panic thinking of how to explain herself. The second my message arrives, she fires back saying this is the real prize, sharing the item stats. It is a blueprint for fine cotton clothes, which keep you way warmer than regular fabrics. It is an absolute lifesaver for winter, requiring 5 cotton or fur and 2 cloth or beast hides per set. This time, I am totally blown away. Talk about absolute perfect timing here, Yuso really is my lucky star. I tell her this is an absolute jackpot because securing warm winter gear was the main thing stressing me out. She is absolutely thrilled, showing that sharing your wins with a friend really does double the joy. I congratulate her while playfully teasing her about her insane luck. Then, we start plotting how to milk this blueprint for maximum profit. I focus on giving strategic advice, since I do not own the recipe and cannot supply the materials anyway. But that is fine. The real plan is to ride the high demand for winter gear by slowly trickling clothes onto the market, using artificial scarcity to pull in a mountain of rare resources, then flipping those items to buy bulk hides and fur, stockpiling them until the freezing weather truly hits and prices skyrocket. Yuso's immediate task is to harvest all the cotton around her base before the acid rain. crafting a quick batch to trade for basic supplies. Before we disconnect, she trades me 2 sets of cotton clothes for free, messaging that a real friend never refuses. I can hardly say no to that. Staring at the warm clothes on my table, I realize having good connections makes survival way easier. I definitely need to expand my circle. I season my steak with some salt, pull up my message log to find Wang Jian, and cook up a brilliant plan. I ask Wang Jian if he has a second, and he replies instantly. I explain that I know a highly capable trader I have dealt with before. She is trustworthy, loaded with resources, and I want to bring her into our small circle. I pitch him Yuso's setup, mentioning her winter clothing blueprints, and he gives me his usual straightforward answer. He says if I vouch for her, she is in, telling me to send over her details so he can send the invite. Since everyone in this survival world uses their real name with a duplicate number tag, no risk of adding the wrong contact. I sent over her name and number, dropped Yui a quick message about our group, and she happily accepted the invite. Welcoming Yui into the fold, I noticed her shelter was absolutely loaded with cotton and forage. I told everyone to introduce themselves and speak up if they needed anything, briefly introducing her so they could get acquainted through trades. Yu Yang immediately chimed in with his usual greeting, sharing that his main resource was iron blocks, offering to share some if she ever needed them, before instantly asking if she had an ability. I covered my face because the guy is as predictable as the sunrise. But after a little friendly teasing, the rest of the group introduced themselves. Yui got a good read on everyone, and they all quickly added each other as friends. Since everyone is here, Wang Jihyun decides to kick off the day's trades early. He revealed he scored a water purifier blueprint requiring plastic, urging anyone holding some not to dump it on the open market, but to sell it straight to him. Yuaguk cheered, thrilled that they wouldn't have to buy purifiers on the channel, and promised to keep his eyes peeled for plastic. And honestly, you can't blame him for celebrating. A quick look at the market earlier showed purifiers going for an insane 1,000 wood. But the real issue wasn't the steep price, they were completely sold out. Yuaguk mentioned he can craft beast traps now. He tested them earlier, and though they only catch small prey with average odds, he offered them to the group for 2 iron blocks each. That got our attention. A trap is perfect for passive hunting, and even a low success rate is totally fine. Set up enough of them, and a single catch guarantees a profit. I grabbed 5 to test, and Uaguk let me know they work much better with proper beast bait, but since he lacks that blueprint, I can just use wild fruit as bait. After that, the group traded around some resources. Sunaru grabbed several medicinal seeds, while Xiaohu unloaded a batch of beast hides. I bought them wholesale, hiring her to stitch a high-quality set of winter gear for the entire group. I actually have a backpack blueprint requiring beast hides, but the market for bags is way too thin to bother chasing materials. What surprised me was how many hides Xiaohu could move. His combat ability must really let him hunt like a beast. Still, he wasn't selling any meat steaks, meaning his own meat supply isn't exactly overflowing either. By the time we finished trading, my steaks were fully cooked, and that first bite confirmed everything the system promised. This premium roast leaves normal meat in the dust, juicy without being greasy, crisp and rich. As I swallow, a soothing warmth spreads through my stomach with a deep, lasting fullness behind it. There is some serious magic worked into this food. Usually, it takes 2 full steaks to fill me up, but just one of these leaves me totally satisfied. Walking around the clearing, I can actually feel that warm energy circulating from my core throughout my entire body. I can even feel a slight boost to my raw strength. My physique is already at level 6, which is well above average. Anyone weaker would probably feel an even bigger jump. So this is how survivors boost their stats, since super energy fruits are just way too rare to rely on. If I hadn't eaten that red fruit, I'd need a steady supply of premium steaks just to practice my mystic voidblade technique. This brutal world wants us to fight. That's the core of it. Scavenging only keeps you alive, but fighting is what actually makes you strong. I'm becoming convinced this place is designed to breed elite warriors capable of surviving the worst conditions imaginable. If that's true, we all know raw power is about to be everything, and the weaklings at the bottom of those survivor alliances are probably going to get cleaned out down the line. Eating this premium steak really gets me thinking. I make a silent promise to prioritize my training, hunt harder, and push my body to the absolute limit. With the embers still hot, I grill the remaining 2 premium steaks for tomorrow, deciding to eat one with every single meal. Once the meat is stored away in the kitchen, I clean up and realize the Goo King box should be done evolving my horned bee queen by now. I grab the box from the living room, feeling a massive surge of anticipation, and sure enough, it alerts me that a brand new queen is ready. The system calls her a horned bee queen rank 1, boss quality. With paralyzing venom and a 60% boost to swarm control, she started as a basic horned bee, fought her way up, and use the box to evolve into swarm royalty. The system breaks down the absolute power hierarchy for wild creatures, scaling from ordinary to elite, boss, hero, and finally, lord. The first 4 tiers get up to 3 attributes or skills, while lord beasts have absolutely no limit. Immediately after, the box prompts me to choose the growth path for my swarm, offering 3 distinct choices. A reconnaissance build maximizes their stealth scouting capabilities and lets them pick up on my mental commands. Combat was all about numbers, venom, and size, while logistics steered my swarm straight toward honey harvesting. That special honey gives different buffs some grant rare abilities, while others actually boost your stats permanently. This choice isn't set in stone forever. A rank 2 box holds 3 queens, and each can choose her own path. Only when all 3 are locked would switching directions require killing a queen to hatch a brand new one. But what I need most right now? Scouts to find resources and beasts. So I choose reconnaissance. Scouting alone has been pretty slow, and my search efficiency is just too low. A scout swarm isn't defenseless either. They keep their natural paralytic venom, but their future upgrades will focus on stealth and exploration. Suddenly, the box lid swings wide open, and a thumb-sized horned bee crawls out. She spots me, flutters onto my shoulder, and starts scanning the room. This is the queen. I take a close look. She's easily double or triple the size of normal horned bees. 3 stingers at her tail glint coldly, much longer than usual. Her venom is so potent, no rank 0 beast can shrug it off. Aside from her, about 1,000 elite horned bees pack the box. Her personal army. Following the system prompt, I retrieve a bead-sized model from the box. This is my swarm controller. Holding it lets me beam my thoughts to the queen, who commands the swarm. In return, I can vaguely sense what they're feeling. I order her to lead the swarm in patrolling and foraging around my shelter. Testing the controller out, she takes the swarm to patrol immediately. Tomorrow, we go hunting. I drop the controller into my inventory, noticing it's almost completely full. With more gear to carry outside, those 10 slots are barely keeping up. So I decide to pull out that backpack blueprint I found. Hopefully, it buys me some space until I can expand my inventory. No sooner thought than done. Grabbing the blueprint and materials, I feed the blueprint in, watching it melt into white light. The new recipe pops up. 1 beast hide, 2 ropes. I have the hides, but 0 rope, so I check the market. Turns out, there are tons of options, like wire, hemp, or cotton. Some are survivor-made options like hemp and cotton. Others come from chests, like wire and paracord. Hemp is cheapest at 1 wood each, while metal rope prices are totally all over the place. I don't need anything high-end. Normal hemp or cotton is fine. I buy 2 units of cotton rope for 8 wood. Pretty sure the workbench would reject a bag made with steel cables. I lay the cotton rope and beast hide on the workbench. Using that common leopard skin from the day novice protection ended, I hit craft. A minute later, I get a common backpack. It's a leather double-strap bag in leopard print, about the size of a school backpack. Back on Bluest Star, this real leather would cost a fortune, but in this survival world, it's strictly about stats. The details show it's crudely made, holding 2 cubic meters of stuff. No living creatures allowed. It warns that while items shrink, their weight doesn't drop. I toss in a stone axe to test it, and it shrinks instantly upon touching the opening. Wait, so this bag doesn't actually have 2 cubic meters of open space inside? It physically shrinks items down to fit. 2 cubic meters is just the hard limit. You can't overfill it, and weight doesn't change. A full bag of stones will still break your back. I share the backpack stats with the chat, and everyone agrees it's extremely handy for resource runs. It's useless for heavy wood or stone, but perfect for light gear, freeing up main slots. Once they hear I can craft these, everyone starts placing orders, because literally every survivor's inventory is constantly running short. I agree to craft them for free, just telling them to bring their own materials. Their feedback makes me realize the bag is actually pretty valuable, though I won't be mass-producing it just yet. Beast hides are the main ingredient. I'm completely out of stock, and have no plans to grind the market for them. Besides, my small round shields are still printing absolute money. No reason to switch up my bestseller yet. Since I underpriced the backpack, I feed yesterday's reclining chair blueprint into the workbench too. I spend 2 units of wood on it, crafting a reddish-brown wooden recliner just like back on Bluest Star. No hidden effects on the panel, just a totally ordinary chair. I dragged it into the living room, lay back, and pulled up the chat channel. Instantly, that cozy, familiar feeling of scrolling through my phone at home washed right over me. The description didn't lie. Lying on this thing really let me unwind. While the global chat was as wild as ever. As evening fell, One survivor bragged about a clueless rabbit that got so spooked it bolted straight into a tree. They even posted a picture of the fresh rabbit meat. Right away, others complained about rabbits being too cute to eat, while a third offered half his catch for some instant noodles. Then, a fourth guy flexed on everyone with a roasted lamb. But beneath all these trolls, there was some actually useful info too. One guy laid out a detailed theory on the gathering skill, explaining that activating it on prey makes the carcass vanish, giving you meat, hides, fangs, and fur of random qualities. He actually ran a control test by manual skinning and butchering a beast to appraise each individual part. Turns out, the system only rated those hand-carved pieces as common quality. But when he used gathering on the remaining bones and organs, he scored fine bones, meaning pure bone with zero scrap meat. He concluded that gathering condenses essence to boost the overall quality. So, if you just want plain meat, butchering by hand gives a much larger yield. But for fine materials, using the skill is the only way. The chat immediately exploded, shocked to find a literal researcher hidden among all the trolls. Once Jiang thanked him and pointed out how useful this was for survivors starving for food, a massive wave of appreciation filled the screen. I couldn't help but sigh. This beast world really had a crazy way of blurring the lines between a game and reality. Up until now, I'd always just gathered instantly without a second thought. Honestly, his research didn't change much for me since I only eat high-quality meat to boost my strength anyway. I trusted my instincts. This unforgiving beast world only demanded strong warriors. After lurking in the chat a bit longer without finding anything else of interest, I shut down the interface and headed over to the warehouse. Fusing items before going to sleep had become a fixed routine. I muttered a quick prayer for some good luck tonight, then tossed in a few basic materials to heat up the furnace. My plan was to use a crossbow bolt as the core item, pairing it with a warm stone to hopefully forge a burning arrow. After tweaking the ratios, I found that adding wood and coal as support materials gave the highest success, though the mutation odds spiked as well. That makes sense, considering how vastly different the bolt and stone are. But honestly, the higher risk just makes opening this blind box even more thrilling. Watch this. I summon the forge, loading in a single bolt and 5 pieces of wood, along with 1 warm stone and 1 coal. The screen shows 80% success against a wild 60% mutation rate. Staring at those crazy odds, I wondered if something actually useful could come out of this, then clicked confirm. My mental energy flows in, making the furnace ignite with a soft blue light. As the glow fades, a strange red stone drops into my palm. I immediately inspect it. It is a Tier 0 explosive stone of fine quality. Its blast radius is boosted by 50%, and the description says it detonates immediately on impact. That means the standard 1-meter blast zone stretches out to 1.5 meters. My face goes pale. I quickly shove it into my inventory because the moment I see the words highly unstable, I almost freak out and throw it across the room. Watching it rest there silently, I exhale slowly, a huge grin spreading across my face. Isn't this literally just a cultivation-style hand grenade? Eager to see if I can replicate this result, I load up the exact same materials again and hit confirm without a second thought. A bright blue flash signals another success, and a second redstone rolls onto the table. I keep my distance this time, carefully examining it from afar. It's a Tier 0 burst flash stone of fine quality, featuring an exorcism +1 stat. The system description says it also explodes on impact, but releases a blinding light instead. Seriously, I just made a flashbang. But hold on, what does exorcism even mean? Are there actual ghosts in this beast world? Just thinking about legendary ghouls and monsters sends a shiver down my spine, forcing me to whisper a reminder to trust in science and logic. I really hope that exorcism tag doesn't mean what I think it means. Then again, since I already transmigrated, ghosts aren't exactly out of the question. Shaking it off, I store the flashbang and pull out my trusted rattan armor. I decide to focus on defense next. While I have plenty of weapons, my armor consists of just a snakeskin shield and basic rattan gear. Plus, that shield is only common rank, which definitely won't hold up forever. So, upgrading my rattan armor through fusion seems like my best bet for safer hunting. I place it as the core material, adding 2 pieces of black ironwood and 2 iron blocks for defense, along with 3 warm stones to hopefully add a heating effect. The test run shows a decent 75% success rate. Going pure wood would jump that to 95, but it would barely improve the actual defense. A tiny upgrade just isn't worth wasting resources on, so I decide to roll the dice. The screen shows a 75% success rate against 40% mutation, so he channels his energy without a second thought. As the furnace starts drawing power, he maintains control. Experience tells him his focus directly dictates the overall quality of the final fused item. Standard items usually cost him 1 point, While rare ones take 2, nothing higher has popped up just yet. Let's see what happens here. The fusion consumes 1 point, leaving him wondering if it lands common or fine. As the blue light flashes, he lets out a breath. It's a fine tier result, not bad at all. But when the glow fades, the object sitting on the table leaves him completely puzzled. It looks like an oval gemstone, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. It's blood red, glowing softly, and honestly quite beautiful. But he refrains from touching it, fearing another sudden explosion. Today's luck has been incredibly bizarre. Each fusion brings a new wild surprise, but after surviving 2 already, he keeps his cool and calmly starts his appraisal. It's a rank 1 fire poison thorn vine seed, fine quality, with a 30% boost to growth speed. The system tags it as a rare transcendent plant seed, instructing him to drip blood on it for ownership before planting. An actual transcendent seed. He picks it up, feeling its warm, crystal clear texture. Up close, it really looks more like a fiery red gem than a simple seed. Do these unique plants grant superpowers? Are they actually those legendary spirit plants? Staring at it won't give him answers, only growing it will. Still, his Ran armor just turned into a seed, so his armor didn't get upgraded, and now he's missing a crucial defense piece. It's a bit annoying, but he can't complain since this seed is clearly incredibly valuable, and rattan armor is just basic, rattan armor, which he can trade from Saru tomorrow. He pushes on, choosing a useless raincoat as his base, pairing it with a wild lynx hide, 2 chunks of black ironwood, and 2 ice crystals, hoping to craft some lightweight clothing-type armor. 70% success against 50% mutation. He tells himself a coin flip mutation is fine. Losing these spare materials is nothing if the fusion succeeds, since any positive result is pure profit. He hesitates for just a second, then hits confirm, keeping his expectations low given the random materials and high mutation chance. The bright blue glow fades to reveal a new outfit on the table. He inspects it with curiosity. It's a Tier 0 cat pattern combat suit of fine quality, featuring a water-repellent attribute. The system describes it as a trendy suit, with spotted cat patterns meant to be a fashion statement. Too bad about the boring stat. He unfolds it with a visible look of disgust. It looks like a tight one-piece suit, almost resembling Spider-Man's outfit. But when he tugs on it, the fabric holds remarkably strong, sporting a dull gray look covered in spotted patterns. Wearing this would literally turn him into a human-sized wild lynx, or rather lynx man, but hey, looks aside, the stat is actually great. Water repellent means it shrugs off thick mud and blood, never getting wet or dirty. It's essentially a built-in cleaning spell. But can it block the deadly acid rain? If it can protect against that, this cheap suit becomes priceless, allowing him to easily travel during storms. Suddenly, those goofy cat patterns look absolutely adorable. By the time he finishes admiring the suit, his mental energy has completely bottomed out. He has to stop here and pack the leftover materials into his storage. Nights in this shoe world are dead silent. It's been 5 days now, and while he's adapted to surviving alone, the heavy isolation still creeps in after dark. Aside from reading the busy chat channels, he plans to slowly upgrade his lifestyle to beat the boredom. Tonight, a warm bath. Tomorrow, a fresh change of clothes. Meanwhile, those small round shields are still being crafted over in the workshop, and he can't rest until they're done. Listing them tomorrow morning would waste half a day, which is valuable time he could use to craft even more shields. He pulls out some charcoal, pours fresh river water into the cooking pot, and lights the stove, heating up his bath water. While waiting, he trades 5 pieces of wood for a simple wooden bathtub, noticing they are selling like hotcakes right now. Tons of survivors are buying them, especially the women. He spawns the tub and drags it over to the bathroom, then slaps his own forehead, realizing his drained energy is making him act incredibly stupid, since he should have just spawned it directly inside the bathroom. Shaking his head, he rushes back to check the water, and once it boils, he scoops it into a wooden bucket, empties it into the tub, and mixes in cold water until it sits at 42 degrees. As he sinks into the warm bath, his body completely relaxes, and his stressed mind finally lets go. The past few days have been utterly brutal, with multiple close calls and near-death experiences. If he hadn't grown up alone and learned how to cope, his mental state would have completely shattered by now. Fighting off sleep, he carefully washes away the thick layer of dirt, deeply missing the simple luxury of soap or shampoo. I had seen soap listed on the trade channel for 300 iron blocks, absolute highway robbery that I refused to fall for. Once I washed up, I felt 10 times lighter. Throwing those ruined clothes in the tool room, completely done with them, planning to scrap them for raw materials eventually. Instead, I threw on that cat print suit I used to make fun of. The sticky feeling vanished, and the water-repellent material felt incredibly refreshing. You should never take a hot bath for granted in this place. Honestly, barely half of the survivors could even get clean. For almost everyone, it was pure luxury. Regular people spent all day breaking their backs, mining, chopping wood, and crushing heavy stone. They returned home completely exhausted with barely enough food to survive, forced to beg neighbors for tiny scraps of extra resources. It left their minds just as broken down as their physical bodies, utterly drained and dirt poor. They could never waste wood heating up water. At best, they just splashed a cold bucket over themselves. I was lucky because selling rare loot meant I never had to worry about basic resources. That meant things like eating high-grade steak and polishing my sword skills were massive luxuries that regular survivors could not even dream of. Once I drained the water, my shields were fully crafted. I headed to the workshop to split all 450 of them into my usual batches. I listed 150 for 20 wood, 100 for 16 stone, another 150 for 4 iron blocks, and 50 for 1 glass each. While finishing, I noticed some unread messages from Wang Ro. He basically had a massive haul today and was trying to dig up some intel regarding that Blood Fiend Alliance group. I briefly scanned his notes, found absolutely nothing helpful, sent a quick response, and shut the system interface down. After that, I grabbed the controller to deploy the Hornby Queen for night watch duty. Then I finally crawled into bed and immediately drifted off, ready to hunt tomorrow. Welcome to Shu World, Day 6. The morning mist cleared into sunshine with temperatures between 8 and 21 degrees. There are only 4 days left until the acid rain trial, urging everyone to get ready. Waking up before sunrise, I immediately checked the new survival weather broadcast. It was a neat addition, though a detailed multi-day forecast would have been much better. First order of business was checking if my shields had sold. Bypassing the flood of transaction alerts, I realized my entire inventory sold overnight. A wave of satisfaction hit me as I transferred the massive pile of resources back. Talk about an incredible start to my morning, a clear sign that today was going to be absolutely loaded with loot. Feeling good, I sent Songaru a request trading wood for some Ran armor. I had destroyed my previous gear in a synthesis experiment, and exploring without protection felt way too risky. She did not reply immediately, likely still fast asleep, but there was no real hurry. I was staying inside to cultivate all morning anyway, so finalizing the trade around lunchtime was perfectly fine. Following a quick wash, I made a simple breakfast of bread, an apple, and water. While chewing, I pulled up my inventory to review the basic resources. I had 4,250 wood, 3,350 stone, 63 iron blocks, and 73 glass. Since time is money, I queued up 600 shields. Stepping outside, the atmosphere matched the weather warning, with a thin fog dropping my visibility to roughly 200 meters. Wearing my ridiculous catsuit, I walked into the yard, stretched my muscles, and popped one of those red cultivation fruits. It was time to start today's training. It was repetitive and boring, but once that warm fruit energy kicked in, I completely locked in. My mystic void blade technique flowed effortlessly. Every strike grew sharper and heavier as the sword accelerated into a brilliant, blinding rush of steel. Then, my momentum shifted mid-swing. If anyone were watching me train, they would have seen my heavy tang sword transform into something incredibly agile. The blade had completely shed its former awkward stiffness. I completed the final forms and smoothly returned my weapon into its wooden sheath. Checking my status menu, I saw the Mystic Void Blade technique had officially unlocked mastery at 2%. Before this, I was just blindly copying the manual. But now, I had naturally tweaked the stances, adjusting the angles and force to perfectly fit my own body. I could still feel the fruit's residual heat pulsing inside. Instead of stopping after the breakthrough, I pushed through until every drop of magical energy was absorbed, leaving me starving and utterly exhausted. By the time I finished, it was almost noon. The fog was entirely gone, replaced by comfortable sunshine warming up my shoulders. Honestly, if I was not trapped in a harsh survival game, I would have dragged a lawn chair outside for a massive nap. Heading inside, I warmed up last night's premium steak and boiled water for some braised beef noodles. A major breakthrough definitely earned me a luxury feast. As I enjoyed my meal, I retrieved that strange fire-poison thorn vine seed from yesterday, figuring I should pick a secure spot in my courtyard to plant the thing, while wondering how long it would take to sprout. I had absolutely zero experience with transcendent plants, and this mysterious seed did not come with any manual. I muttered to myself, wondering if I was supposed to just dig a hole and bury it like normal seeds. Transcendent plants might require special soil, but I clearly remembered the tutorial saying I needed to drip blood to claim ownership first. Drawing my finger across the tang sword's razor-sharp edge, I let a single drop fall onto the shell. The moment the blood seeped inside, A shock hit me as a faint mental bond formed. I got a vague sense of what the seed wanted. It needed to go into the soil and get some water. Suddenly, it made total sense why the shoe world didn't include any planting instructions. Transcendent plants can actually convey how they feel. I knew some plants sensed human emotions, but expressing their own, this was on a whole different level, basically conscious communication. So I didn't dawdle. I quickly dug a 5-centimeter hole right by the fence, placed the seed inside, and covered it back up. After watering, the vine sent back a wave of pure satisfaction. Seems easy to raise. It takes just 2 or 3 days to sprout, and all I need to do is keep the soil damp. Since the sun was setting, I finished up and prepared to hunt for some supplies. First, I threw on the brand new rattan armor I'd just traded from Songuru. Next, I packed the Goo King box to raise 2 more queens later, hoping to track down some wild bee swarms during my trip. Jumping over the fence, I headed east toward the river to search south. At this hour, plenty of wild beasts should be gathered by the water for a quick drink. Grabbing my controller, I quickly ordered the queen to launch the swarm. They needed to scout ahead for beasts, since these bees aren't exactly great at finding hidden treasure chests, but tracking down prey is incredibly easy. The queen saluted me by drawing a quick figure 8 in the air. She immediately split her swarm in 2. The bigger group flew off to hunt for resources, while the smaller group stayed close to shield us. I'd barely started walking south along the riverbank. Suddenly, a few horned bees buzzed right back to hover before me, flying in one direction to guide my way. Found something already? My face lit up as I followed them, quickly spotting the swarm clustered around a tiny creature. Seriously, what kind of beast is that tiny? Seeing the tiny circle they'd made, I figured it was just a false alarm, which is totally normal for their very first scouting mission. But as I got closer, I spotted a shivering white fluff ball about the size of a fist pinned down by the swarm. It was just a little white, though to these tiny bees, it was basically a giant monster. Speechless, I stepped up to wave the bees away and gently picked the tiny creature up. Placing it on my palm to take a look, the creature suddenly rolled onto its back, acting completely dead from pure fright. What a total coward. Let's see if a quick sting wakes it up. I called over a bee to give it some acupuncture. Instantly, the little white scrambled up, curled back into a tight cotton ball, and shook with absolute terror. I knew it was playing dead. Its dramatic recovery cracked me up. This thing was actually pretty smart and hilarious. I focused my gaze to check out its stats. It was a mutated little white, tier 0, elite grade. Best of all, its key attribute was good luck. The system panel confirmed this pet possessed crazy fortune, with an ancient bloodline awakening under the shoe world's rules. I stared at the fluff ball, completely stunned. This has got to be the most useless elite monster in existence. But a luck-boosting attribute is incredibly rare, and I was dying to see if that luck would actually rub off on me. Honestly, who wouldn't want a massive boost to their luck? I forced my face into what I hoped was a warm, welcoming smile, and told the shivering thing that our meeting was pure destiny. I promised that while surviving this harsh world is brutal, I'd protect it if it stayed by my side. And since it was snowy white, its name would be Little White. Did it actually understand? I couldn't tell. Definitely not, because the second I flashed a big, toothy grin, it passed out cold from pure terror. I was totally speechless. Here I was being nice. Since time was ticking, I stuffed the fainted furball into my pocket and figured we'd bond later. Right then, a few horned bees returned, signaling they'd found another target. I followed them north for about 1 kilometer before finally spotting my prey, and this time it was massive. 3 adult zebras were drinking by the river about 200 meters away. 2 had their backs turned, but a third was standing guard. Since I was northwest of them, I quickly dropped flat onto the grass. They hadn't spotted me yet, but trying to sneak closer was hopeless. I simply couldn't close the gap now. The wide-open grassland offered absolutely zero cover. If I stood up, they'd spot me instantly, and any sudden move would blow my cover. Crawling would rustle the grass, alerting the sentry. Plus, I could never outrun a zebra anyway. A direct assault was completely out. They were way past my crossbow's range. I desperately needed to close the distance. As I turned the problem over, my eyes caught my own shoulder and lit up with a brilliant idea. Clutching the controller, I order the bee queen to loop wide around the zebras, using her swarm to drive them straight to me. Her head bobs. She gets it. She launches off my shoulder, guiding the swarm to the north of the herd. From afar, I watch the swarm slide into position. The zebras barely react. They have no reason to fear a few tiny insects. Now watch this. With the swarm ready, I use the controller to send them diving at the drinking zebra. As they close, the zebra jerks its head up to stare at them. It starts backing away, but the bees accelerate straight for its face, landing near its nose and driving their stingers in without hesitation. My swarm, bred in the Gu King bee box, possesses venom and stingers far stronger than normal hornbees, striking the target with absolutely agonizing, excruciating pain. It rears up, wild hooves flailing, and bolts toward me. The other two panicking beasts quickly fall in behind their leader, running too. The queen arcs the swarm, boxing the panicked zebras in on three sides and herding all three of them straight toward me. The terrified beasts run insanely fast, crossing right into my crossbow range within just a few seconds. I watch them calmly approach, then trigger the built-in ice arrow. A deep blue glow spills over the weapon. My face hardens and my eyes darken as I raise the weapon. I aim at the two lead targets and pull the trigger, quickly reloading to fire again. Two chilling blue arrows fly out, striking both beasts at once. Frost flashes across their hides as the freezing arrows instantly stall their sprint, leaving their limbs stiff and their speed completely gutted. Standing up quickly, I pull the trigger again and again. Arrows rain into their heads. The front one buckles to its knees, and the second drops right behind it, head riddled with shafts 10 meters away. With the first two dead, I focus on the final target. It is still surrounded by the screaming swarm, totally blinded by fear and losing its direction. The paralytic venom goes to work, quickly stiffening all its movements. I step in, disperse the bees, and put two arrows into the poor beast to empty my mag. Just like that, its pain ends. I smile warmly. Taking down 3 adult zebras with almost zero effort and just a handful of arrows is a massive win. Staring down at my feet, the sheer power of this swarm genuinely surprises me. This victory belongs mostly to them. Not gonna lie, they fight pretty well, but their numbers are too thin. I need the queen to recruit. She can venture into the wild, lure hornets to the hive, and train them for our swarm. This easy success pushes me to expand my personal army and build a massive force. This brief clash cost over 10 scout bees. Without fresh recruits, the queen will soon have no soldiers left to command. Harvesting all 3 zebras yields 24 blue steaks, 3 hides, and 3 blue bones. Wait, what are these bones even for? Soup, maybe? I inspect one. It is a genuine bone, completely clean, shiny, and smooth. I toss the hides and bones in my backpack and send the steaks straight to inventory. Next, I pry open the wooden treasure chest that dropped. Inside, I find a set of cotton pajamas, some riding gear, and a bottle of vitamins. The pajamas weigh about 2 kilograms. They are high quality, a gray 2-piece set that fits my exact size. Good to see the system is humane enough to give me perfect fits. These pajamas are basically hard currency now. Nights in the shelter are already getting cold. Winter is coming to the shoe world, and warm gear is skyrocketing in price. I pack the pajamas away and pick up the bottle of vitamins. It holds 100 mixed tablets, basic vitamin B and C, according to the system prompt. Food and water are daily struggles in the shoe world. Nobody worries about vitamins here. The lucky ones just eat wild fruit. Even with my solid setup, I have not touched veggies in days, just apples. Other survivors are barely staying alive. I store the vitamins carefully, then pick up the final item with a sigh of resignation. It is a Tier 0 saddle and rein set, rated at ordinary quality. The system description says clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Great, but I need a horse first. It boasts excellent stitching and premium materials, but it is utterly useless right now. Just more heavy dead weight. Without looking closer, I toss it into my pack, quickly tally my loot, and clean up the bloody battlefield. I scavenge 4 usable arrows from the dirt and pull 11 more fresh ones out of my bag. I slide them all into the magazine. That leaves only 2 spare arrows left in my bag. Picking up one of the custom fang armor-piercing arrows I synthesized, I realize my supply is running low. I will have to craft more at home. Once everything is cleared, I send the swarm back out to scout. It is still pretty early, I have plenty of stamina left, and I am definitely not ready to stop searching yet. An hour passes, and my swarm still has not found a single new resource spot. After thinking it over, I send them heading straight toward the eastern thicket. As I search, I notice all kinds of animal tracks. Spotting some very obvious bird and rabbit footprints on the ground, I decide to lay down my 5 beast traps. To be honest, I know almost nothing about trapping. I just use a basic, crude method, putting traps right where the tracks cluster, and baiting them with some wild fruit I gathered earlier. It is getting a bit dry, but the apples from the chest are still fresh. I place my final trap right under a small tree near the thicket's edge. Stepping back, I carefully sweep away my tracks. Just as I start looking for a spot to rest, a few horned bees buzz right over. A smile creeps onto my face. More bees arrive, dancing excitedly right in front of me. They have located a second target. Talk about hitting the jackpot. The bees just handed me 2 massive discoveries back to back. I jump up, brush the dirt off my pants, and follow them deep into the thick jungle. This synthesized combat suit is seriously impressive. I think to myself as I push through the thick brush, it is water-resistant and heavily armored. Sharp branches scrape against it without leaving even a tiny scratch. I hike through the wilderness for a long time, taking several winding detours before finally reaching that first resource point. This spot is completely choked with bushes. It is easy for my bees to fly over, but it is a total wall to me. I have to either cut a path or hike all the way around. After spending half a day winding through the maze, I finally spot it. A massive beehive, nearly half a meter wide, with bees swarming in and out even from this far away. A grin spreads across my face. This swarm is absolutely perfect for raising the box's second queen. According to my system panel, these are Tier 0, ordinary quality, mutated Chinese honeybees. They are a highly hard-working species. Their queen's mutation improves their hive construction, extends their gathering hours, and yields much better honey. A truly perfect support species. I quietly inform my own queen that she will be running things very soon. Watching the massive nest from afar, I take off my pack, pull out the taming box, and pour in the 500 grams of honey I saved as bait. Next, I tightly cinch the cuffs and ankles of my suit, gambling on the hope that these stingers cannot penetrate the fabric. Guarded closely by my own swarm, my plan is to place the box right next to the giant hive. As I creep closer, the guarding honeybees spot me instantly. They react like I am their worst enemy, with dozens charging forward to strike. I do not slow down. Speeding up, I rush forward, set the box down, ignite its drawing trait using my mental power, and sprint away. Exactly as I figured, their tiny stingers cannot get through this suit. My head is fully shielded by my own swarm. Most of the wild honeybees get torn apart by my horned bees before they even get close. Their fighting power is just way too low. I escape the chaos with nothing but 2 small, swollen bumps on the back of my hand. Fortunately, these stings are not venomous, though they hurt like crazy. Hissing through my teeth from the sharp pain, I watch from safety as the box begins its magic. The surrounding bees, drawn helplessly to the sweet bait like drunks to wine, tumble headfirst into the container, one after another. Believe it or not, the box acts like a total bottomless pit, endlessly dragging them in. Some even detour mid-flight to dive inside. I stand back and wait for a solid half hour, watching until almost every bee outside is completely trapped in the box. Seeing that the coast is pretty clear, I quickly order my queen to lead her swarm inside and kill their ruler. My horned bees are ready. The rank 1 queen leads 1,000 elite warriors straight through the entrance. They do not take long. She flies back out carrying a plump, white grub the honeybee queen captured alive. Spotting their leader, the remaining honeybees explode from the hive like their home has been blown wide open. They scramble to rescue her, so I immediately command my swarm to retreat toward the box. On my command, they execute the honeybee queen right next to the hive. The pursuing wild swarm is suddenly leaderless. With their queen dead, they scatter in absolute panic and get sucked straight into the container. With the job done, I step forward to inspect the box, finding a massive, writhing sea of nearly 100,000 honeybees. The goo-rearing mode already activates on its own. Next, I immediately use my gathering skill on the massive hive, harvesting 12 caddies of blue honey, 1 caddy of blue royal jelly, and 300 blue bee eggs. I inspect my new loot. This Tier 0 honey has a pretty sweet effect that directly restores mental energy. The system panel says consuming this sweet, mutated honey over the long term will permanently boost both my mental capacity and perception. This food permanently boosts both mental energy and perception. I shout in excitement because permanent stat items are just way too rare. It is the exact kind of treasure you can never have enough of. Since my own talent runs entirely on mental energy, the higher my mind climbs, the stronger my synthesis grows. This royal jelly is a Tier 0 masterpiece. It is excellent, offering a 30% chance to permanently upgrade a bee swarm's quality. Even the system panel praises this rare, delicious ingredient. Just eating it can lift a swarm's tier. Honestly, I have heard of royal jelly before. An old buddy of mine once swore by it for anyone weak or recovering. Though, what that old brother actually chased was some folk rumor about boosting a man's vigor, which had him hunting wild jelly everywhere. I have no plans to eat this stash myself. Since I am young and strong, I decide to feed it to the queen bee instead. The swarm's value is completely beyond doubt, and the queen's own combat power is absolutely fierce. Her venomous stingers can instantly drop almost any rank 0 creature, but she only has 3, and I hate spending even a single one. But check this out, at the next point. I stumble on a 200-meter clearing covered in massive snake tracks, sparsely covered ground, just a few scattered weeds, with a giant snake coiled silently in the center. It seems to be resting, its belly bulging from a recent meal. Its body is a mix of green and white, covered in palm-sized scales that interlock and throw off a cold, metallic sheen. Coiled up like that, I cannot measure its full length, but it must be over 10 meters, with a head half a meter long by itself. I crouch low in the bushes, checking its stats out of the corner of my eye. It is a mutated python, a Tier 0 boss. Its entanglement lethality is up 50%, and it has Snake Dash. That is a skill that launches its entire body in an instant to close the distance and swallow prey whole. The system calls it a cold-blooded jungle overlord. It is just shy of rank 1, with speed that makes 0 sense for its size. No way I can beat this thing. Cold sweat breaks out across my forehead the second I read its stats. I am genuinely terrified. This beast is completely out of my league. Forget the skills. Its massive size and scales mean my crossbow bolts will barely scratch it. Without breaking its defense, I am just tickling the thing. No hesitation. I back away slowly, preparing to get far away from this nightmare. I do not even notice the python sliding its gaze toward the exact spot I was hiding. I back away 200 meters before starting to run, because even that feels way too close. After sprinting a full kilometer, stopping to catch my breath, I release the swarm to scout an exit and search for materials. I rest and wait, but it takes a full hour before the bees finally return. This spot is deep inside the jungle. Through my controller, I can tell they found an exit path and located a resource point along the way. I really hope this is not another trap. I shake my head with a wry smile because I am still rattled. The bees only care about resources. Dealing with any danger is up to me. Still, I follow them since it is the fastest way out, and the odds of 2 major bosses living this close are pretty low. 10 minutes later, the swarm leads me to a small tree, barely 3 meters tall. A scout bee circles the very top, highlighting the resource location. Looking up, I only see a bird nest in the branches. I figure it just contains some regular eggs, feeling slightly disappointed. Still, I climb up quickly, trying not to shake the tree and break them. The nest sits 3 meters up, but the thin branches can only support my weight up to 2. I carefully stretch up and peer inside. Talk about a weird spot looking in. I find not just eggs, but a wooden treasure chest. Who would ever look up here? Grumbling, I grab the 3 eggs in the chest, sliding down quickly. I pack them away unopened and signal the swarm to keep moving. 20 minutes later, I finally clear the jungle and check the sun. It looks to be around 4 p.m. with only 1 hour of light left. I rush toward my shelter, but by the time I spot it through the fog, night has fully fallen. Once inside, I place the wooden chest at the base of the arrow tower. Its 8 square meters of space is the perfect home for my swarm. I order the queen to set up guards, then hand her 300 bee eggs to replenish our numbers. I do not even rest inside the stone house. Spending 2 wood on a cage from the trade channel, I drop Little White inside, who was still resting in my pocket. I tell the little one this is its new home and I will find it some food. Little White woke up ages ago, but my mountain cat suit is impossible to chew through. After a whole afternoon of being bounced around in my pocket, the poor mouse looks half dead. I grab a wooden bowl from the kitchen. I pour it half a bowl of water and drip in a few drops of today's fine honey. I am pretty worried the creature might die under my rough handling, so honey water seems like a solid tonic. With Little White settled, I do not linger because there is a massive pile of work left. I stow the day's haul in the warehouse and kitchen, pack the 600 shields from the tool room into my inventory, and list every single one of them on the trading channel. 200 for wood, 200 for iron, 100 for stone, 100 for glass. Prices unchanged. Chores done, I lie back in the recliner and casually crack open the wooden chest. I pull out a 10-kilogram bag of rice, a box of 12 cold medicine tablets for wind chill, and a heavy military overcoat. The overcoat is a downright divine artifact for keeping warm, though I do not need it yet. There is also a bronze treasure chest, and those always hold good stuff. So, I stare at it eagerly and open it pretty slowly. After a quick flash, 3 glowing orbs sit in the box. I pick one up and crush it, revealing a rank 1 underwater breathing potion of fine quality, with its duration boosted by 30%. The panel says that once drunk, you can breathe completely freely underwater for 20 minutes. I know this single-purpose potion quite well from video games, and after a brief moment, for now, I decide to just shove it into the warehouse, since I will not need it for a while, having absolutely no plans to explore the river yet. Next, I crush the second orb. It is another potion, an emerald green bottle. It contains Tier 0 plant growth fluid, boosting effects by 30%. The panel calls it a special brew developed by a potion master to ripen herbs, cutting the growth time of any plant below rank 1 straight in half. However, The creator later found that ripening herbs with this actually costs way more than just buying 2 portions of the same herb outright. Plants below rank 1. This is absolutely perfect for my fire poison thorn vine. It will slash the growth time straight by 80%. Honestly, talk about perfect timing. I do not even bother with the last orb yet. I grab the potion instead and run straight to the fire poison thorn vine. I gently dig open the soil and drip a single drop onto the seed first. My eyes watch intently as the drop falls, and the seed drinks it in. Suddenly, a piece of information flashes through our sensory link. The seed's consciousness is still pretty dim, only able to grasp that I want it to grow. That broken, faint signal tells me the growth fluid is having a pretty powerful effect on it. Relief washes over me. Sensing the vine's deep craving for the fluid, I slowly pour the whole bottle onto the seed, and it bursts out in a dazzling blue light. Then it sprouts and surges upward, as if time itself has sped up. It throws out thick vines that wind around the fence on their own, creeping slowly outward along it. I instantly feel a bit of regret, wondering if I shouldn't have dumped the whole bottle at once, and if the seed can even handle that much. My detection skill keeps running on the vine, but the system only tells me it is growing. So, I focus my consciousness to sense its emotions. What comes back is pure happiness and excitement, and only then do I slowly ease up. Aside from the rapid growth, the vine seems totally fine. No problems anywhere. I stop waiting anxiously and head back inside, as the system tells me this massive growth spurt will still take quite a long while. Once indoors, I spot the leftover orb sitting on the table and realize I still haven't opened it. So, I walk over, pick it up, and crush it. Out pops a common blueprint for toilet paper, and only toilet paper, requiring just 1 wood attribute material to craft. They should sell pretty well. It is humble, but genuinely useful. After all, the pure agony of having no paper out in the wild is something we all understand all too well. I will feed it into the workbench first, craft 10 units, and hand them over to Yu Yang and the others to hear what they think. Giving survivors toilet paper as a gift is bound to go over nicely. The group chat is already pretty lively when I check in. Yu Yang and Xiao Ho are deep in some discussion. Without even scrolling back, I gather that Xiao Ho has hunted a mutated crocodile with his ability and is showing off the fight, while Yu Yang mostly just stews in envy. Yu Yang has no special ability, no cultivation method, no blade technique, and no breathing art. He relies entirely on beast traps and pricey bows for defense, with no real way to hunt offensively. That is the exact same boat most survivors are in. Seeing them trade useless chatter, I cut in to say I have gotten something pretty good and ask if anyone is interested. Yu Yang immediately leaps on it. He asks what this good thing is, whether it boosts strength, and demands a copy since he badly needs anything that can raise his stats. Those ability users get to hunt every single day while he can only mine iron, leaving him feeling incredibly unsafe. He desperately wants to be extraordinary himself, settling for buying high-quality steaks at a premium just to nudge his physique up. Xiao Ho chimes in that I should just send it over. He says if I think it is good, it has to be amazing since he hunts daily. He hauls in great loot and has grown a solid aura over the last few days, shedding some of his old greenness. I do not waste their time and send the toilet paper's description straight to the group chat. I ask if they think this stuff will actually sell. Yu Yang complains that it is not some armor blueprint. But then, Wang Jihun suddenly pops out of nowhere, clearly lurking, claiming the market for this is massive and demanding 10 units, saying he has absolutely suffered enough these past few days. He comes from money and has lived a life of pure luxury. Despite having the mindset to accept reality fast and fight to survive, he hates this harsh shoe world, and just seeing real toilet paper completely breaks him. Xiao practically cries out weapon blueprints cannot even compete with toilet paper. He begs for some, saying he absolutely needs it too, his backside about to crack, while Ook also begs for a share. The 2 women in our group stay quiet but send private trade requests, probably too embarrassed to ask out loud. I knew toilet paper would sell, but you have to agree, this is absolutely wild. On second thought, it makes sense. Everyone in our group has a specialty, survives comfortably, and is now finally moving past basic survival to chase quality of life. I give everyone 10 rolls at cost as a little group perk. Since we are all online, we take the opportunity to start our daily trade of materials. Turning to Ugo, I ask how much coal he has since I need around 100 units. He does not even ask what I want it for, just replying that 100 is no problem. The rate is 1 coal for 4 wood, and he tells me to send the request. That is a massive discount, since coal usually goes for 5 to 6 wood on the open market. 1 coal burns for 6 hours compared to wood's single hour, plus it burns much hotter. I do not hesitate. Our group's supportive vibe is solid, so I immediately send the trade request and close the coal deal. Seeing us wrap up, Wang Jian speaks up next. He has crafted a batch of water purifiers to sell once the upcoming acid rain hits, but if any of us need one now, he will trade it for 80 wood. The entire group jumps on the offer, including me. Acid rain or not, a clean water source is absolutely vital. I quickly send over my trade offer. The item arrives as a 1-meter-tall rectangular tower, designed for pouring water into the top inlet, a wooden bucket sitting at the bottom outlet to catch the clean water, while a middle chamber lets you add charcoal. The system notes it purifies regular water, running far better with charcoal. That charcoal detail surprises me, but it makes sense since charcoal is a well-known natural filter. I place the purifier in my kitchen, dumping in a barrel of river water to test it, letting the group continue their trading. Song Aru announces she got a nursery today to plant crops and herbs. She asks if anyone has seeds to trade, then shares its stats with the chat. It is an excellent quality nursery with 20 cubic meters of space, cutting crop growth time by 30%. This is exactly the resource building I need to upgrade my shelter to level 3. I look at it with open envy. I am completely stuck without a resource building or a core altar. Song Aru then adds that she has brewed a few antidotes, but since ingredients are scarce, she can only offer 1 bottle per person. She prices them at 150 stone per bottle, then shares the item description. A Tier 0 excellent grade antidote. It grants complete poison immunity for 10 minutes, neutralizing minor toxins and suppressing stronger rank 1 poisons. Yu Yang praises her, saying she is incredible for crafting this. Wang Jihun jokes that he feels like he is living in a video game, while Yu So marvels at all these supernatural anomalies. Honestly, they would lose their minds if they ever saw my life water. Still, an antidote is crucial, and everyone scrambles to secure their bottle. With no more items to trade, the meeting winds down as we begin sharing our latest survival discoveries. Most of this is old news, but what Uyuk shares next. This is where things get truly terrifying. He spots a nearby wolf pack whose leader went from ordinary quality to elite grade, boosting the whole pack's strength and speed. My heart trembles at that because I recall the mutated python from earlier and the giant boar roaming the mountain behind my shelter. Both beasts are far larger and stronger than normal wildlife. I had assumed they were just naturally tough, but now I realize they might be evolving in this Shu world. Everyone else gets worried, especially Yu Yang, since his surrounding territory remains completely uncleared. Clearly, we have to eliminate nearby threats quickly before they evolve into something completely unstoppable. I decide to scale the back mountain tomorrow. It is finally time to settle the score with that wild boar. As the group chat slowly dies down, I log off. I have some serious prep work to do for tomorrow. First, I queue up 2,000 rolls of toilet paper at the workbench. Clearly, finding buyers will not be an issue. I have been rushing around since getting back and have not even eaten dinner yet. So, I grabbed the last piece of roasted civet meat and some dry rations from the kitchen to fill my stomach, washing everything down with some sweet honey water. While eating, I opened up the trading channel. I tracked down the survivors who sold warm stone, ice crystals, and black ironwood before, and ordered 50 units of each. Prices had dropped hard, costing me just 350 wood. These materials really weren't worth much nowadays. They were basically dead inventory, requiring pre-orders for future trades. I only bought them as synthesis fuel since I'd figured out a somewhat stable formula the night before and wanted to test it again. Once dinner was over, I gathered my materials, focused my mental energy, and summoned the synthesis furnace. I needed to run a quick test before trying anything else. I pulled out the exact same combination that gave me the explosive stone last night. 1 crossbow bolt went in as the main material, with 5 wood, 1 warm stone, and 1 coal as support. I fed them in one by one and hit confirm. A flash of blue light flared. And check this out, a red stone dropped onto the table, confirming I successfully pulled another explosive stone. It worked. The rules were finally clear. Using identical materials gave me a very real shot at pulling the exact same item. Excitement rushed through me because this was my first time replicating a synthesis result. But one success proves nothing. I calmed my racing heart and loaded up the exact same materials again. This time, the blue light faded to reveal a plain crossbow bolt upgraded to fine quality, boasting a 30% boost to its hit rate. The base material got an upgrade instead. A wave of mild disappointment hit me. The mutation rate clearly wasn't a clean 100%. Upgrades, side grades, and flat-out failures were all still on the table. I wasn't about to stop there, so I ran the test twice more. Both attempts spat out explosive stones, proving my theory. Identical ingredients can yield identical results, but the final outcome is still a gamble. It constantly swings between copying the item, upgrading the base material, or just failing entirely. After packing away the stones and bolts, my mental energy dropped to just 2 points. That was my absolute limit, since I always kept 2 in reserve. Surviving solo meant I couldn't risk draining my brain. Slow reflexes in a sudden crisis will get you killed instantly. Better safe and paranoid than dead. I cleared the table and picked up the cage housing Little White. The poor creature still looked totally exhausted. It lay limp and listless on the metal floor. Maybe the little guy is just sulking? I wondered if the system had some beast-taming skill because at this rate, I had no clue how to win it over. I've never owned a pet before, so I couldn't even read its current mood. Unlike the Hornbee Queen, who has a handy controller to communicate with, Little White gave me absolutely no mental feedback. All I could do was feed it and wait for it to get comfortable enough to leave the cage. I placed it right next to my bed, looking at the tiny thing softly, whispered a quiet goodnight, and realized that at least my shelter had one more companion now. The place felt a bit less empty. One more mouth to feed, one less silence. I killed the light and slept. Day 7 in the shoe world. Morning brought thin fog that cleared to bright sun, with temperatures between 9 and 20 degrees. I woke up before dawn, skipping my blade practice to inspect the fire-poison thorn vine. Standing at the fence gate, I stared in absolute awe. Overnight, the vine had already covered half the front fence. Its fiery red leaves danced in the breeze, with sharp wooden thorns pointing outward. The plant had completely fused with the fence, creating a massive wall of thorns. Honestly, anyone dumb enough to charge this wall would die instantly. A deep sense of security washed over me, and as I stepped closer, the vine actually reached a tendril toward me, and when I gently touched it, a clear thought flashed in my mind. It was begging for more nutrients to wrap around the rest of the fence even faster. I quietly told the vine that my growth fluid was completely gone, so it had to grow slowly for now. Then, I pulled up the inspection panel to read its stats. It was a Tier 0 boss-quality fire-poison thorn vine. Its poison damage was boosted by 50%, and it carried a passive skill called Mutation Evolution, allowing it to adapt and evolve using the environment. The system labeled it a transcendent moving plant that traps prey in its vines, infuses them with deadly fire poison, and kills. Once the vine completely swallows the shelter, the combined defense of the fence, the thorn vine, and my arrow tower would be unstoppable. I could confidently say that no Tier 0 threat could ever scare me again. No matter how many came, they would all rot on this hedge. Picturing my shelter looking like a giant armored hedgehog honestly put a massive smile on my face. The real catch was feeding this beast, since it feeds primarily on animal and plant corpses, fertilizer, or things like growth fluid, and corpses were incredibly tough to scavenge with every survivor hunting them. Growth fluid, however, was something I could easily buy since most players had no use for it yet. Heading back inside the stone house, I started cooking breakfast. I threw together 2 zebra steaks and some freshly gathered red umbrella mushrooms, boiling them into something I generously called a stew, even though salt was the only seasoning in my inventory. The ingredients carried it anyway. The flavor tasted quite fine, even plain boiled. Afterward, I opened the trade channel to collect on yesterday's small round shields, but things soured fast. Half the batch had not even moved. Not a single one of the 100 priced in glass had sold. I checked the listings to see why. Turns out several massive survivor alliances had dumped huge batches of small round shields, large square shields, vine shields, and leather shields onto the market all at once. There was definitely no shortage of shields anymore. My items drowned in the massive flood with prices way too high, crashing my sales completely. The easy profit days were over. Nothing lasts here. I decided to cut prices, clear this batch, and wait before making any more. I dropped the remaining 300 small round shields to 12 wood each, and listed the 2,000 toilet papers from yesterday at 2 wood apiece. By the time I finished, the sky had brightened, but the thick fog outside left visibility at only 100 meters. My morning revenge plans against the mountain boar had to wait for the fog to lift. I took off my rattan armor, grabbed my tang sword, warmed up in the yard, ate a red fruit, and practiced the mystic void blade technique. Each red fruit and training session gave me roughly 8 to 10% proficiency. By the end, the technique reached 14% mastery. Around noon, the fog finally cleared. I quickly washed up, ate some leftover stew, and drank a cup of sweet honey water. I put my rattan armor back on, grabbed the tang sword, summoned the hornbee swarm with my controller, and headed for the back mountain. With the swarm leading, I reached the gentle slope I had climbed before, caught my breath for a moment, and sent the bees ahead to scout. The forest still felt pretty unfamiliar, but I moved steadier this time, retracing my path to where I got the red fruit. Marks from our old fight were still visible in the undergrowth. The territory of the mountain boar had to be close. So, I scattered the swarm to search. Spotting the beast early would let me prep the battlefield before it ever noticed me. Talk about fast work, the bees came winging back with a lead, and I quickly got up to follow the returning swarm. Thanks to their recent consciousness training, the bees could now easily tell a dangerous beast apart from a harmless rabbit. No more mistaking small prey for massive monsters. The target sat about a kilometer ahead and had not moved, which my swarm confirmed after a quick double check. Bracing myself, I strapped the shield on, holding my crossbow tight. Easing the branches aside, I held my breath. But what I saw was not the wild mountain boar at all, it was a gray antelope. My intense gaze must have triggered its instincts. It suddenly stopped grazing, lifted its head, and stamped the ground uneasily, preparing to bolt. I was much faster, pulling my trigger the instant I aimed, and the heavy bolt slammed into its hindquarters just as it started to run. The creature seemed totally unaware it was even hit, vanishing into the thick trees. I did not worry about it fleeing. My legs could never catch it anyway, so I ordered the swarm to pursue by air. The antelope slowed as it bled, while my bees, untroubled by the forest, closed the gap incredibly fast. Several bees landed directly on its back to inject their paralytic venom. By the time I caught up, it had collapsed from venom and blood loss. A dark pool of red spread underneath. I drew my tang sword, finished the beast with one clean strike, and ran the gathering skill. This gave me 4 blue steaks and 1 white animal hide. Not a bad haul. I pocketed the drop chest, ordered the queen to continue hunting the boar, and harvested resources nearby while the swarm searched the area. I half-crouched behind a massive boulder, poked my head out, and locked my gaze on a distant rock face. Sparse pines clung to the steep stone, and a cave yawned where the wall met the mountainside. The mouth spanned about 3 meters wide and 4 high, narrow up top. Thick green vines hung down like a natural curtain over the entrance. The swarm had led me to 3 spots already, but they only held small game. This dark cave was the 4th suspected boar lair, and I had almost confirmed it. The rock at the entrance was covered in thick pig hair where the beast had rubbed itself. Listening closely, I caught a steady, deep grunting coming from inside. My bees flew in and reported a single beast inside. I calmed my breathing and thought it through. I had no idea when the boar would leave, and I could not wait around all day. If it only came out at night, I would lose my chance. So I had to make the first move. I held the clear advantage of being hidden while the enemy lay completely exposed. I just needed to scout the interior and strike one fatal, decisive blow. I crept slowly to the side of the entrance and peeked inside. My luck held. The shallow cave was well lit by bouncing sunlight. A massive mountain boar over 3 meters long lay with its head facing the entrance, its snoring rolling out like heavy thunder. Scanning the ground out front, I saw a gentle slope with 0 cover, except for the single boulder I had hidden behind. Those cleared-out trees were probably knocked down by the boar itself. An idea strikes me. I pat the horned bee queen's tiny head, realizing it's time for my trump card. Time to play dirty. I pull out my controller and send the queen drifting quietly into the dark cave. The massive boar is dead asleep, paying absolutely no attention to a tiny insect. And that's exactly the opening I need. She lands softly, sliding her stinger out. I'll sacrifice 1 poisonous sting to guarantee this kill. Her paralyzing venom is devastating against a rank 0 beast. The stinger pierces the flesh, but the tiny wound is nothing to this monster. 0 reaction. The queen pumps in the poison, sheds her stinger, and flies out fast. I pull the rest of the swarm back from the cave entrance since they won't be any help for the next phase. Besides, ordinary hornbees can't even scratch this monster's thick hide. I grab 2 explosive stones, cradle them tightly, and wait outside the entrance for the venom to kick in. Suddenly, the heavy snoring stops. You can feel the tension in the air right now. This is my moment. I move instantly, hurling both explosive stones at the waking beast before diving clear of the entrance. My ice pattern repeating crossbow is already loaded. Inside, the confused boar barely opens its eyes to see 2 glowing red stones flying straight at its head before they explode on impact. The deafening blast echoes outside, and the stone wall shudders behind my back as dust rains down. When the smoke clears, I peer inside to find the massive boar swaying on its feet. It is stumbling toward the exit, one ear completely gone, one eye blinded, and half its face a bloody, shredded mess. The beast is completely dazed. I squeeze the trigger with both hands, raining a hail of bolts straight into its head while it's too weak to dodge. Every single shot lands, sinking deep into the raw, bloody flesh. There's absolutely no room for mercy against a monster this size. The boar screeches in pure agony. I toss the crossbow aside, draw my tang sword, and charge inside without a second thought, unleashing my mastery-level Mystic Voidblade technique. One step, a quick lunge, and a fierce thrust. I put all my strength behind the blade as it punches deep into the skull right where the bolts hit. Its head jerks violently, sending a painful shockwave stinging right through the web of my hand. I let go, leap up, and slam my serpent skin shield down on the hilt, driving the sword deep into its brain. The boar screams, staggers back 2 steps, and crashes down, its thick flesh twitching. The system alerts me that I've defeated a formidable foe, awarding me a silver combat treasure chest. Hearing that sweet notification, I finally know the battle is won. My tense nerves finally relax, and my muscles go completely soft. Even though that fight was short, I poured every ounce of my focus into it. I take a deep breath, steady my racing heart, and inspect the beast. The panel identifies it as a mutated mountain boar leader, boasting thick skin and immense strength. Since it is already dead, the panel only displays a brief description with no other stats. I grab the hilt and pull, but the blade won't budge. It's lodged too deep to draw out. I scratch my head in frustration since this is my only weapon. I'm honestly worried the system might dissolve the sword into raw iron when I harvest the carcass. I mutter that it probably won't, since this brutal world system isn't completely brain-dead. Having no proper butchering tools, I suck it up and trigger the gather command. A bright light swallows the carcass, and the harvest takes a bit longer than usual. As the glow fades, I check my loot. I got 25 blue steaks, 5 orange hides, 10 blue bones, and 2 blue teeth. 25 high-quality steaks is an absolute jackpot. I grin widely, knowing I won't have to worry about running out of good food anytime soon. Looking at the orange beast hides makes me sigh. If only I could actively control my synthesis talent. Combining 5 orange hides would definitely yield a legendary defensive gear piece. I pack up the loot and grab my trusty tang sword, smiling happily, but watch this. My smile freezes instantly. The tip of the blade is slightly chipped, probably cracked when I rammed it into that hard skull. For now, I'll have to make do since everyone is desperate for weapons. I figured this tang sword would carry me to rank 1. Guess I was wrong. That hurts. Trying to synthesize it is way too risky. A mutation or failure would destroy my only weapon, and this tiny chip isn't worth gambling my survival over. Sure, the hunt had its setbacks, but it was done safely. A massive threat is finally gone from my shelter. An absolute win. Before heading out, I search the cave, finding only basic animal bones and wild fruit. The boar must have nested here recently. I don't waste time in the mountains, taking the same path back down. Since I cleared the way earlier, I hike back home without stopping. At the bottom of the slope, I take a detour to check my 5 traps. 4 are completely empty, but the last one caught a wild chicken. I quickly reset the traps, bind the chicken securely with vines, and make a run for my shelter. By the time I step inside my safe zone, complete darkness has fallen. Fog rolled in before nightfall. Honestly, if my swarm hadn't guided me through the pitch-black mist, I would have been totally lost. Next time, I am definitely keeping a much closer eye on the clock. That dark wilderness left me pretty shaken, but the work started piling up the absolute second I got back inside. So, I quickly built a wooden coop for the wild chicken near the thorn vine. I left some food and water, ordering the vine to guard it closely. I really hope this chicken lays some eggs soon. Otherwise, it is just going to end up as emergency rations. Next, I rewarded the hornbee queen with 50 grams of royal jelly. She earned it today, and maybe it will spark an evolution. Then, I wolfed down 2 bowls of instant noodles with bird eggs, too late to roast meat. Once full, I pulled out today's 2 treasure chests. One was wooden, the other silver. I casually popped open the wooden one first. Out came a latex mattress, a sportswear set, and an outdoor headlamp. Finally, no more sleeping on cold, hard boards. I used to love soft beds back on Bluest Star, and my back has been absolutely killing me lately. The sportswear gave me a much-needed change of clothes, while the headlamp was rechargeable, featuring a yellow strap. I tried it on immediately. It was way brighter than a torch, and kept my hands totally free. Plus, my solar power bank meant endless charging. The wooden chest was solid, but now I had my eyes on the silver one. Hopefully, this combat chest holds an altar or resource blueprint. It burst open with a bright flash, leaving 3 glowing orbs on my table. 1 blue, and 2 vibrant orange. 1 fine and 2 rare items. Talk about hitting the jackpot. I crushed the blue one first, revealing a white medical box. Definitely medical gear. A fine rank 0 medical kit, with its healing effects boosted by 30%. It was loaded with 10 hemostatic bandages, 5 vials of disinfectant alcohol, and 30 anti-inflammatory pills, plus 30 painkillers, 3 adrenaline shots, a clamp, and bandage scissors. An absolute survival essential and a massive surprise. Nobody in this survival world stays uninjured forever. and putting this on the trade channel could easily fetch an orange tier price. It is a real pity there was no cold medicine though. With the weather changing, colds spread easily. For survivors short on warm gear, a simple cold could literally mean life or death. I placed the kit in the bedroom and grabbed the orange orb. The shape inside looked like a basin, leaving me quite puzzled. I cracked it open, revealing a tiny, palm-sized hot spring with real rising mist. Honestly, I had no idea what to make of this. The system named it a geothermal hot spring, rank 1, rare quality. It boosts recovery speed by 50% and produces a drop of spiritual milk weekly. The info panel explained that Earth Vein Spiritual Energy had upgraded an ordinary spring into a rank 1 rare spiritual spring. It speeds up stamina and injury recovery, while also yielding a drop of spiritual spring milk every 7 days. A top-tier healing item. This was a resource building, I muttered, completely thrilled. This was the exact thing I had been hunting for days. A rank 1 spring providing both healing and clean water, working just like the shelter core. This survival world had basically miniaturized the spring. Once I found a good spot, the system's power would connect it directly to the earth veins. I looked out into the pitch-black night, swallowing down my growing excitement and deciding to place the spring at first light. I stashed the model away and crushed the final orange orb, praying for an altar blueprint. Instead, I got a training ground blueprint. It was a rank 1 rare structure, boosting training focus by 50% while cutting injuries in half. But it demanded 1,000 stone, 1,000 wood, and 200 iron blocks. Definitely not an altar, and I sighed, realizing altar blueprints are incredibly rare. But I adapted quickly. An extra training facility was still incredibly valuable. Everything from that silver chest was top tier, and I thanked the mountain boar for this amazing gift. With only an altar keeping me from a level 3 shelter, a massive itch took hold. I opened the trade channel, hoping someone had listed one. The sales records for the toilet paper and shields popped up immediately, reminding me I had not checked my daily profits yet. When I checked the shop, both the shields and the toilet paper were completely sold out. The toilet paper was especially popular because I had not set a purchase limit, and several orders went well over 1,000 units. It sold beautifully, becoming a perfect flagship product. I plan to queue up another 7,000 rolls shortly. I had been too busy during the day to look closely, so now was the time to investigate why shield prices had suddenly crashed. I had cut 8 wood off each shield earlier, which amounted to a real loss. So, I scrolled through the trade chat channels looking for clues. After searching for a while, I sighed, finally putting the whole picture together. It turns out, I was actually partly to blame for this. Major survivor groups like the Summer Alliance and the American Alliance had analysts watching the trade channels 24 hours a day. They were not just hunting rare items, but calculating the profits and demand of bulk goods. My high-priced shields are sitting right in their crosshairs. Easy materials, high demand, insane profit margins, and a massive internal need for their own defense. So the big alliances launch a massive wave of recruiting and buying. They are paying top dollar to lock down blueprint holders and anyone who can craft. Some recruiters tried reaching me early on too, but I found them incredibly annoying and blocked them all. Even if they got through, they would have gotten absolutely nothing. Now with the alliances backing these bought-out creators with endless stockpiles of raw materials, shield production completely skyrockets. The market gets totally flooded, and as rival groups pile in, prices crash under massive sell orders. That explains the crash. But one mystery still keeps me guessing. How in the world are they pumping out this much gear? Even with infinite wood, a basic workbench has its daily limits. A level 2 shelter only comes with a level 2 workbench, and that machine runs just 2 tasks at a time. Since every single shield takes time to craft, this sudden flood means either massive blueprint drops or boosted workbench speed. A random blueprint flood seems pretty unlikely, but I quickly dig up the real answer in the chat channel, where a helpful survivor replies with a full item description. It is a shelter building expansion scroll. The reply notes it lets any built-in building gain a brand new upgrade function. Using it on a workshop, fireplace, or bedroom adds a special attribute, capping at 3 buffs per structure. A workshop, for example, can easily gain a massive production speed boost. I've been way too busy lately to check the chat, so I completely missed this. Luckily, it is not too late. Searching the market reveals a bunch of other incredible scrolls. A building upgrade scroll raises your shelter structure levels using extra raw materials. A quality improvement scroll boosts shelter structures using rare materials, while a beast taming scroll forces wild animals to obey your every command. The first 2 scrolls are just chat descriptions. Nobody actually has them listed for sale yet. But the beast taming scroll has a much smaller buyer pool. One seller lists a rank 0 scroll for 500 wood. I quickly message the seller, pointing out his item only tames weak rank 0 creatures that cannot fight back. That 500 price tag is way too steep, so I counter with 300. He is online and fires back instantly. He says any less and he is keeping it. We haggle a few more times, but he refuses to budge. After checking other sellers with identical prices, I finally buy it for 390 wood. The system panel confirms it requires a helpless rank 0 target. Once tamed, the creature will easily understand its master's basic commands. This is going to work on Little White. If I can turn this creature into a system-recognized pet, its insane luck attribute might finally rub off on me. I am definitely still chasing that sweet luck. I grab the scroll and scoop Little White out of the cage. The creature is still totally listless. I smile, pitching how incredibly dangerous surviving in the wild really is. I explain that following me means guaranteed safety, good food, and absolute comfort. Where else is it going to find delicious honey water like this? I pull out the bowl, dangle the honey water in front of its face, then hide it. Little White's eyes instantly go wide. The creature's gaze darts after the sweet drink. When it disappears, it just looks at me and flops right back down, staring into space. I know this little guy is smart, so forcing things will never work. Instead, I decide to tempt it. I bring the bowl back out and add a few extra drops of premium honey. I set it down, promising that if it does not fight the taming, it gets this sweet treat every single day. Gently, I nudge the bowl closer and ease toward it. Little White's eyes instantly light up at the sight. It had tasted this delicious honey water yesterday and clearly remembers how amazing it is. The second Little White dives into the bowl. I quietly open the beast taming scroll and activate it. Soft white light spills out, washing over the little creature while it happily keeps drinking. The scroll fades away as the system confirms the successful taming. And check this out, I can actually feel its mood now. Simple thoughts of tasty food and sweet drinks flood my mind. The scroll's notes explain that my connection to its consciousness will deepen over time, boosting its intelligence and loyalty. The honey water clearly cheers it up. With no more thoughts of running away, it pads over to my feet and lies down. I tell it out loud, hopefully you bring your master some real luck. Wanting that blessing, I set it on my lap and get back to work. Now that I understand the crash, I check the trade channel. A small round shield is down to 11 wood and still sliding, against a cost of 7 wood. This leaves a tiny margin of 3 or 4, a devastating drop. Even worse, sales are incredibly slow now, whereas they used to sell out the second I posted them. I decide to drop small round shields completely and switch to a brand new product. There is no way I am joining a price war my small shelter cannot sustain. Just as I queue up the toilet paper, a private message pops up from Wang Ro, the guy who traded me that recliner blueprint, sending some Bloodfiend Alliance intel and his daily harvest. I just shake my head. It feels like my overwhelming power won him over, making him insist on acting as my subordinate, reporting in daily and gathering faction intel. Talk about the kind of initiative capitalists absolutely love. I have zero interest in his loot or having an underling, but that does not dampen his spirits. Besides, I can't really block a guy who gave me such a great deal on that blueprint. So I reply casually and trade him 5 wood to keep him motivated, then head to the workshop to craft 100 crossbow bolts since my last batch got ruined. Then I queue up 7,000 toilet papers, a job that will run until tomorrow. Man, I really need an expansion scroll, because this workbench feels painfully slow now. Heading back to the table, I pet Little White and pull out today's synthesis materials, deciding to craft some explosive stones to restock, since they are just incredibly useful. Honestly, half my success in that boar hunt was thanks to their power. I summon the furnace, load the items, and hit confirm. But the panel hands me an enhanced crossbow bolt, leaving me completely baffled. I try it again, and this time, the blue light flashes into an explosive stone. That first try was definitely a fluke. I usually have pretty decent luck, right? To prove it, I run one more. Are you kidding me? Another bolt pops out, and I stare at the table, feeling totally insulted. My luck must just be average today, probably totally drained from opening all those chests earlier and still recovering. I am not normally this unlucky. I glance over at Little White and swear the little guy is looking down on me. So I reach over, rub its head, and beg my pet to lend its master a little good fortune, explaining that his master used up all his luck opening chests for the household. Little White just gives me a look, squeaks, and taps my hand with a tiny paw, as if saying I still have to rely on him. Whether that actually works, who knows? Still, the cute moment cheers me up, so I decide it's just a bad run for explosive stones. Let's try something else. For my main material, I will use the saddle and reins, since I do not need them, adding 8 bone pieces. The panel shows a 75% success rate with 70% mutation. Average success, but high mutation. Either outcome works since a normal saddle is useless anyway. I hit confirm, channeling my energy. The familiar blue light glows, and the system hands me skeleton reins. It actually worked, saving those otherwise worthless materials from going to waste. With the saddle gone, only the reins remain. I immediately check the item's details. Skeleton reins, Tier 0. Excellent quality, featuring a charge skill that doubles my straight line speed for 10 seconds, plus a chance to stun targets. The description reads, waving the reins summons a tireless skeleton horse mount that lasts for 2 hours, usable once a day. A true summoning item. I call Little White my ultimate lucky charm and feed him some honey. This officially turns me from infantry into cavalry. Honestly, who could sleep after a massive power-up like this? Pitch black darkness outside be damned. I have to try it. Plus, today's single summon will go to waste if I do not use it. And wasting things is shameful. I hurry outside the shelter, pull out the reins, and summon. A swirl of black mist erupts, leaving a bone horse over 1 meter tall, built entirely of snow-white bone. I lean in to study it. Its eyes are 2 flickering black flames, radiating a cold, desolate chill with absolutely zero warmth. The lost saddle is on its back, completely fused into bone. I mount up, reins in hand, realizing I can steer and gallop with thoughts alone. I trot once around the shelter, and do not feel a single jolt. This bone saddle is oddly comfortable. The only drawback is how terrifying it looks. Anyone seeing me ride a bone horse at midnight would definitely think I am a ghost. The terrain around my shelter is clear and wide open, but I keep the pace slow, just circling a few more times to enjoy the feel of the ride, before dismissing the horse into black mist and packing up the reins. It is super late. I completely lost track of time. I wash up quickly and slide into my warm bed, drifting off to sleep. Though just before I pass out, I feel like I forgot something. This crazy world. Day 8, mist clearing to sunshine. It is 7 to 15 degrees, with a 3-day countdown to the acid rain, and a warning that mist beasts are turning more savage with higher drop rates. The rising mist, the brutal beasts, and that looming acid rain shock me wide awake in an instant. Reading the alert carefully, I knew the mist would thicken today. The monsters get way more aggressive in this fog, making trips outside highly dangerous, but the system boosted the drop rates to encourage high-risk, high-reward fights. Just as expected, the chat channel was filled with theories and wild speculation about the fog. One guy warned that visibility was under 100 meters, making it easy to get lost. Another was begging for help because some blurry shadow was stalking his shelter. Some snapped back that cowards would just die anyway, while the real players get rich off the danger. Breaking through all the panic, one lucky guy bragged that a fat rabbit blindly charged him in the fog. He killed it with a single swing, and it actually dropped a treasure chest, leaving everyone insanely jealous. The mist was getting worse every day. Shaking my head, I figured overthinking it was useless. I would eat breakfast, train hard, and then see what the afternoon looked like. Breakfast was a pretty heavy meal, a bowl of instant noodles, some dry rations, a sweet cup of honey water, and an apple for vitamins. That warm honey water went down fast. It clears the mind way better than coffee ever could. Back on Blue Star, people would have paid a massive fortune for a meal like this. But before practicing my swordplay, I needed to set up a proper training ground. After planning it out, I chose the open space just to the left of my stone house where I had a clear view. Before starting, I took a quick look at my inventory. 2,468 wood, 5,000 stone, 393 iron, and 73 glass. Plenty to build, but I'll need to trade Yu Yang for more iron tonight to replenish my stock. I really needed some safety reserves in case a rare blueprint popped up to upgrade my entire base. Carrying the blueprint into the living room, I summoned the shelter core and gently placed the design right over it. Instantly, the familiar 3-dimensional blueprint view materialized, showing my entire base layout. With practiced ease, I placed the training ground in the front yard, watching the materials dissolve into glowing white light as they drained away. A faint holographic projection slowly solidified on the ground. A system prompt popped up, explaining that using low-tier materials required a massive quantity, whereas high-grade stock would have cut the construction cost in half. The materials evaporated completely, and the hologram suddenly snapped into solid reality. I walked onto a 10-meter square plaza beautifully paved in blue stone, clearly split into different training zones, plum blossom poles for footwork, and wooden strike dummies. Alongside a combat arena stood a massive weapon rack holding all 18 classic Chinese arms, from spears and sabers to swords and heavy axes. Grabbing an iron saber that felt nicely heavy, a system prompt popped up, offering to reshape any weapon into my favorite style. The first transformation was completely free, though future ones would cost materials. With a simple thought, it reshaped into the horizontal saber I loved, and I gave it a few test swings. It felt great. But then a curious thought hit me, and I carried the blade out of the zone. The exact second I stepped over the line, the weapon crumbled into dust. Looking back, a duplicate was already sitting safely on the rack. No cheap loopholes here. I was honestly just trying to sneak a free weapon past the system. It would have been amazing for trade or personal use, but this survival world leaves absolutely zero gaps. Still, it was worth a shot. Next up, installing the hot spring. I already had the perfect spot picked out right behind my shelter against the cliff wall, where nearly 2,000 square meters of space sat empty. Farming here was the long-term plan, and this spring doubles as a perfect backup water source. Placing the model down against the rock wall, I stepped back and watched a 20-meter holographic outline materialize before solidifying into a steaming hot spring pool. Having never seen a real hot spring before, I walked closer to examine it with curiosity. A neat ring of blue stone lined the edges, while smooth pebbles lay visible through the crystal-clear water. The spring source was clearly hidden underneath, and right in the center, a round stone pillar rose up. The top of the pillar curved into a shallow bowl, holding one precious drop of milky white liquid. According to the notes, the pool self-cleaned, while the pillar slowly gathered the legendary spiritual spring milk, and that single white drop was the actual milk. Well, the system was actually being generous for once, giving me a free sample. I took off my shoes while keeping my clothes on. Wading in with my combat suit was easy, since its water-repellent fabric meant I did not have to worry about wetness. The pool was about over a meter deep, so I waded to the pillar and safely stored the spiritual spring milk, a life-saving item to keep with me forever. My inventory slots were starting to worry me, as the load grew heavier and my tent felt increasingly tight. Walking back to the front yard and passing the arrow tower, catching sight of the horned bee queen suddenly reminded me of what I had forgotten last night. I headed down to the tower ground floor, where the breeding bee box sat quietly in a corner. Up until now, I had never checked on them or chosen their evolution path. Inspecting her stats, she was a rank 1 Chinese honeybee queen of rare quality, boasting 50% boosts to both swarm control and honey quality. Her system panel marked her as a battle victor who could command huge swarms and greatly improve any honey produced under her influence. Then the box prompts Jinsi to choose the swarm's evolutionary direction. He chooses logistics without hesitation, since the queen's traits boost it the most. But when he confirms, the box reveals it still lacks one more swarm to fully unlock its potential. This catches Jinsi off guard since he assumed this rank 2 gear was already fully unlocked, not realizing it takes 3 swarms to unleash its true form. He grabs the controller and instructs the queen to build her nest near his shelter, and instead of flying away, she settles right on the arrow tower's ground floor, spacious, secure, and absolutely perfect. Before heading out, he reviews his swarm numbers. The hornbees stand at 1,200, while the honeybee swarm holds at 11,000. Returning to the training ground, Jinsi stretches out and eats a red fruit. As he starts his blade work, he feels this ground's real worth. Normally, he must practice his mystic void blade technique twice to clear his mind. And honestly, watching him slide into a deep flow state on his first swing is wild. Insights just keep flashing. His technique sharpens rapidly until he snaps awake with a jolt, his muscles trembling all over. His bones crackle and his body tightens as pure excitement surges through him. Calming his breath, he checks his updated stats. His muscles are now lean, smooth, and incredibly dense, rippling with explosive speed and power. He's also grown taller, his sharp posture from recent battles giving him a dangerous, capable aura completely unlike his old Blue Star self. His iron saber feels noticeably lighter now, prompting him to open his long-neglected status panel. His name reads, Jin C, Rank 0, Physique 7, Spirit 6, Perception 5, and Energy 0. His Mystic Void Blade is at 27%, and Talent Synthesis at level 1. No wonder it feels light. His physique gained a point, and proficiency climbed nicely. This training ground is truly incredible. He's close to mastering the technique, which will add 2 physique, pushing him right to the 10 points needed for rank 0. He's almost ready to glimpse rank 1 when reality hits. It's already noon, and a massive hunger suddenly strikes his stomach. With his enhanced body demanding fuel, he pulls out his grill, lays down some charcoal, and lights it with a spark. He grabs 3 prime antelope steaks, seasons them with cumin and salt, and sets about making a real grilled feast. While waiting for the meat, he mindlessly chews on some dry rations. It vanishes instantly. His appetite is massive, his gut a literal shredder now. He lifts a piece of the fragrant meat and chews slowly. It's deeply satisfying, and just one high-energy steak already leaves him 8/10 full. His physique gains today are clearly thanks to this high-quality food. He grills the rest for tonight and treats himself to some honey water. He decides to start drinking premium honey water regularly, too, hoping his spirit or perception might tick up. Eat well, fight harder. He loves this path to strength. But by noon, the fog still hasn't fully cleared. A light haze still blurs the horizon, though visibility is up to around 200 meters. It's way better than this morning, so we watch him gear up because waiting around in this creepy fog is not an option. Just then, a message arrives from Song Aru. She's crafted some fertilizer, but yields are low, leaving only 10 units to spare for him. He initially wanted growth fluid to make his fire-poisoned thorn vine cover the fence much faster, but found none on the market. Remembering that Song Aru grows medicinal herbs, he figured she might have a way to get plant-promoting items, like this fertilizer. He replies that any amount is perfect, and asks for her price, since anything beats nothing. She answers bluntly, 100 stone. Though he doesn't know the raw cost, its extreme scarcity makes it easily worth 100 stone. They close the deal quickly. Since everyone is busy during the day, they don't waste time chatting. He applies 5 units of fertilizer to his vine, telling it to guard the shelter. He promises more when he gets back, and the vine waves a tendril, as if it completely understands. He intends to venture out to a distant forest today, with the skeleton rain guaranteeing a fast trip home. Leaving the shelter with his swarm scouting ahead, Jin-Si heads straight south. He checks his beast traps along the way, finding nothing but resetting them anyway. 3 hours later, he reaches the forest edge, his farthest journey yet. The trip isn't entirely a waste, though, as his swarm locates a nest of wild rabbits. 4 are completely paralyzed by the bee venom, allowing him to quickly break their necks and bag them. Since they're just ordinary rabbits unlikely to drop prime meat, he decides not to harvest them. Keeping them whole to sell to other survivors is much smarter. Unfortunately, he misjudges the daylight badly, only reaching the forest's outer edge. I completely underestimated the distance, making this journey way longer than planned. In the dense forest, the sky shatters into thin strips between the towering trees. Dappled light filters through the leaves, a thin fog making everything mysterious. I keep walking, my face completely serious. My swarm is already spreading out wide to flag any distant danger. Bird calls echo high up in the canopy. As I push deeper, tiny rustles show panicked insects fleeing. Even with my bugs clearing the path, I take each step carefully, my mind completely focused. In a wild primeval forest like this, anything can happen. And sure enough, not far in, I find a rich resource point. It is a patch of blue hemlocks glowing under my detection skill. My system panel identifies hemlock as prime wood for bow making. It is way tougher than my black ironwood, making it perfect for bow staves. Since I do not have logging tools and time is tight, I just mark the location. Knowing I will return for it, I keep casting detection as I walk. It is easily my best search method. As the sun sinks, the light fades and the thick forest fog rolls in. But then, my face brightens up. A few scout bees wing back, having found another resource point. I follow them cautiously, circling about 10 massive trees. Just as I close in on the target, a terrifying wolf howl echoes. Yeah, this is not good. I freeze mid-step, my face darkening as I wonder if the creature ahead has stumbled right into a wolf pack. My bugs cannot measure danger. 1 or 2 wolves do not scare me, but 3 or more will easily finish me. After hesitating, I decide to abandon the prey, since wolves usually hunt in packs, making a group encounter highly likely. My life is definitely not worth taking that kind of gamble. Suddenly, the sound of a running beast echoes nearby, closing in fast. Hearing those rushing footsteps, my expression completely drops. They found me, the pack. Terrified, but keeping my head, I shove the crossbow away, scan the area, and scramble up a massive tree. Just as I reach the halfway point, the crashing footsteps arrive right below. A gray wolf with bared teeth and a pointed snout bursts into view below. And it is clearly injured. Maybe it is not hunting me after all. Look at that, several deep gashes on its back stain the gray fur a bloody red. As I watch, 2 more figures chase close behind. These 2 are smaller, dog-like beasts with short, rounded heads, tiny eyes, and small ears. Crouching on a thick branch, I notice their dark-spotted, reddish-brown fur. These are hyenas. They are not after me, they are hunting the gray wolf. Right before my eyes, the fleeing gray wolf skids to a stop, whirls around, and launches off its hind legs straight at the trailing hyena. Surprised by this sudden counterattack, the hyena takes a heavy paw right across the face and lets out a muffled shriek. The wolf opens its fanged jaws to finish the job, but the other hyena leaps in just in time. biting the wolf's neck and forcing it to dodge away. The second hyena presses hard. No mercy. Together with the bloody, head-wounded companion joining back in, the two beasts gang up to double-team the wolf. I watch them tangle below and calmly draw my crossbow. A one-sided fight is pretty boring to watch, right? Spotting a clean opening, I trigger my weapon's ice pattern, firing a freezing frost arrow straight into that injured first hyena. Blindsided by a third player, the beast takes the hit dead on in the rear, shrieking as it spins around to locate the shooter. But before it can look up, the gray wolf seizes the chance and bites its neck. Desperate, the second hyena bites its belly. Force it off. But a wild red light flashes in the wolf's eyes. It ignores the gut wound, refusing to dodge, and tears completely through the first hyena's neck. The first hyena saw the leap coming and tried to dodge, but the frost arrow had sliced its speed in half, leaving it to die in pure frustration. With its belly badly torn, the wolf kicks out violently with its hind legs, knocking the second hyena away. A painful howl escapes the wolf as the hyena rips a chunk of flesh from its gut, though the kicked-away beast quickly recovers. It spits out the bloody flesh and pounces again, the two rolling together in a brutal, tearing frenzy. But after a few clashes, the heavily wounded wolf is on its last breath. Up in the tree, I raise my crossbow, aim with both hands, and pull the trigger without a moment's hesitation. 6 bolts fly at the dominant hyena. The agile beast senses danger and attempts to dodge. It misses 2, takes the third with a heavy stagger, then eats 3 more and collapses. Keeping a cold face, I aim straight for its eye and put a final bolt clean through. No way. I am not climbing down to find out. With the last hyena dead, I cannot help but grin as I scan my massive spoils. I stow my weapon, slide down, put the swarm on high alert, and quickly gather the loot. The wolf drops 5 pieces of blue meat and 2 blue wolf fangs. I also get 5 blue wolf furs, 6 blue hyena meats, 4 blue hyena fangs, and 2 blue beast hides. On top of that huge pile of high-quality materials, I managed to scoop up 3 wooden treasure chests. That clash probably lasted long enough to attract other deadly predators. No matter how rich the loot is, I clean up the battlefield in a flash, recall my swarm, and slip away immediately. A while later, I was crouching in some tall grass near the dark woods. I examined a tiny leaf in my hand, then pulled back, following the insect swarm and casting detection across the weird terrain. You won't believe what my scanner found: a sudden blue glow so bright it nearly blinded me. A closer look revealed 40 or 50 of these high-quality herbs scattered around. It was an area of maybe 10 square meters, and reading the panel made me grin. Literally like picking up free cash. This was mutated agrimony rank 0, high quality, boosting potion effects by 30%. It was the perfect raw material for healing, antitoxin, and stimulant potions, plus it repelled bugs. I handpicked them one by one. Extremely tedious. But this was pure gold here. Half an hour of hard work yielded 58 mutated agrimony stalks and 5 seeds. Those fertile seeds were an amazing bonus. Breeding them meant I could cultivate an entire field of agrimony down the line if I planted them correctly. Packing the agrimony seeds away safely, I rushed toward the forest exit. Pitch-black sky greeted me the moment I broke free. Heavy fog limited visibility to under 100 meters, completely swallowing any leftover daylight. Standing in the open, I used the bee box to pack away the hornbees, keeping only the queen on my shoulder to navigate. I grabbed the skeletal reins to summon my mount and climbed on, holding the reins right and the bee box left. With a quick mental command, my skeletal horse galloped back. We moved way too fast for any monsters, getting me home safe and sound. Safe inside my base, I placed the bee box securely up on the arrow tower. I fed 50 grams of royal jelly to the queen bee. Meanwhile, my defensive fire-poison thorn vine reached out a little tendril to greet me. I quickly poured my remaining 5 units of fertilizer by its main root, knowing from our mental link that it would boost the growth speed. Even though I warned the vine that this tiny bit of food was like a single drop of water in an ocean, it was like a growing teenager getting only a single bite of steak, nice, but far from enough to satisfy his hunger. For now, it would just have to grow on its own. That really showed how insanely valuable my growth fluid was, worth thousands of fertilizer units. I patted the plant, then headed inside the stone cabin. Peeling off the heavy rattan armor and combat suit, I slipped into comfortable sportswear, letting my tight muscles finally relax. After resting a bit, I checked the workbench and pulled out 7,000 finished toilet papers. Listing them at 2 wood pieces each, I noticed manufacturing times were getting significantly longer. Producing 7,000 units takes a full 24 hours, which is the absolute limit for my level 2 workbench. Listing them at night and selling by morning is the safest bet. Hoarding inventory is a massive risk. That previous shield break was still fresh in my mind. After finishing the listings, I fired up the kitchen stove to reheat some roasted lamb chops. Simple comfort food for a late night. Tender lamb, instant ramen, and sweet honey water. Imagine if I posted this menu online. The sheer jealousy would be insane, since even top alliance leaders don't eat like this. With a full belly, I teased Little White for ignoring me when I walked in. I scooped up the fluffy beast, laughed at its kicking legs, and gave its head a good hard rub. It had adapted incredibly fast, going from near death yesterday to completely relaxed and lazy today. The lazy thing barely blinked at me before dozing off, though its empty bowl proved it had a great appetite. Talk about an easy life, this pet lives way better than its owner does. Realizing resistance was futile, Little White went limp, pretending to be unbothered. I plopped it onto the table and dumped out my bag to inspect the loot. I had 3 unopened treasure chests left, and asked Little White to share some of that incredible pet luck. I promised the little guy delicious food and endless honey water if we got lucky drops. The creature immediately began hopping around excitedly at the mention of sweet honey, even if it didn't fully understand. These were just basic wooden chests, so I patted my pet one last time and opened them all. Out popped a cashmere quilt, cozy thermal underwear, a thick leather hat, 20 plastic pieces, and 20 glass blocks, plus 20 rations of biscuits, 20 canned beef, 10 winter wheat seeds, and a solar light, stacking into a huge pile. Counting it all up felt like an amazing harvest. The plastic and glass were decent basic materials. In it goes. Plus, the cashmere quilt for now. Since the temperature was still running above freezing, I didn't need such a thick quilt yet. I stored the thermal underwear and leather hat with the cotton clothes had given me. The compressed biscuits and canned beef were perfect, long-lasting rations, great as backup supplies for long trips. Those went straight to the kitchen. I'd install the solar street light at the gate at first light tomorrow to see any night movement. My only premium item was the winter wheat seeds, so I checked those first. The system panel showed they were cold-hardy winter wheat, able to grow through this bitter winter. Fully plantable and propagable. Pure joy. I read the details carefully. Long live Little White. This was priceless. Since they were propagable, a few generations of careful planting meant I'd never have to worry about food again. A stable food source meant no longer relying on risky hunting trips or chest luck. Pure security. I packed them away. Honestly, I wished I could plant them right now, but with zero farming experience, I needed a professional to guarantee a harvest. And you'll never guess who came to mind. Perfect. Since I also needed to show her the agrimony I'd harvested, I privately messaged Songaru with its details. A second later, her reply popped up. She asked how much I had and what materials I wanted, saying she'd buy everything. Clearly, this premium agrimony was incredibly useful to her. Songaru usually seemed so calm and collected, like she'd remain unshaken even if a mountain crumbled right before her. I didn't tease her, answering straight that I had 58 stocks, all premium quality. Songaru calmed down and cut straight to the point. The system had just revealed that both life water and detox potions used agrimony as a main ingredient. With this agrimony and some extra additives, she could craft 8 bottles of life, water, and 6 detoxification potions. My jaw dropped. I'd used life water before it was an instant heal, basically a second life in combat. Dropping my casual act, I asked her seriously if she was sure about those 8 bottles, or if she was joking. She replied, sounding slightly offended, that of course she wasn't joking around at a critical time like this. She demanded to know where I found so many premium herbs, when she'd barely gathered enough for 3 bottles total. My batch completely shook her. Since getting the blueprint, she'd searched non-stop just to scrape together 3 portions, while I suddenly brought 10, enough for 10 bottles if she had the auxiliary items. Songaru paused, then offered to supply all the auxiliary ingredients herself. She'd only keep 2 bottles for herself, and hand over all the detox potions. She asked how that sounded, and I hesitated. The split was incredibly fair, but I wondered if handing over all this agrimony was wise. Could I really trust her? Taking my silence as disappointment over those 2 bottles, she explained that her auxiliary ingredients took a massive effort to collect. They were worth just as much as the life water, and she only wanted to practice. Then, a message chime broke my train of thought. Remembering her selfless help before, I laughed at myself, wondering when I'd become so obsessed with material wealth. I initiated a trade, 58 agrimony for just 1 piece of wood, agreeing to her terms and telling her let's do it. It was only 58 agrimony, a loss I could easily afford. Sometimes you've just got to take a leap of faith with people, right? Songaru was stunned by my trade request. She was so excited about the agrimony that she'd overlooked its massive value and totally forgot to ask for collateral to secure the deal. She quickly told me to wait so she could buy a contract scroll, admitting she was too hyper to think of a contract. I smiled faintly and replied that no contract was needed. I trusted her, because real trust is a two-way street. It is all give and take, and without her earlier selfless gift of medicine, I'd never have trusted her this deeply. Song Aru was truly moved by my message of trust. The strong heart she'd built from her hospital days helped her quickly stay composed, but she couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. She murmured quietly that since I believed in her, she wouldn't let me down. Then she smiled and messaged back, all right. She'd go brew the potions immediately and contact me when they were finished. Without even waiting for my reply, she grabbed the agrimony and hurried straight toward her workshop. I saw her message and quickly told her to wait because I had another question, but I got absolutely no reply. My smile froze as my face fell. I wondered aloud if she was really always this impulsive. After a long pause, pretty sure no reply is coming, I shelved the question about planting seeds and turned my attention to other things. I send Yoyola a quick private message to check her preparations. She spent the last 2 days harvesting cotton and expects to clear the field tomorrow, though her food and water are running pretty low because of energy limits. Her plan is to restock by buying food off the trade channel tonight. There is no rush for water since I already promised the group to fetch some on the final day. For now, she just needs to watch the market for food. We trade info quickly and wrap up. Next, I reply to Wang Ro, a pretty persistent guy who regularly messages to report his status. His message is already waiting since I got back so late. At first, I ignore it, but my brows slowly furrow. The end of the text says the Blood Fiend Alliance wants to make an example out of him. They want to kill him, so everyone on the regional channel learns the price of betraying them. After a quick thought, I ask Wang Ro what is going on with this death threat. He has clearly been waiting for me, replying almost instantly. He literally begs me for help, saying the Blood Fiend Alliance Enforcement Hall threatened to ruin his entire day. They want to teach him a brutal lesson, showing everyone the cost of crossing them. I am pretty puzzled. How did they find him, and how can they even reach him? He has absolutely no clue about the first part, but sends an item description to answer the second. A one-time teleportation gate. It opens a portal directly to any pre-marked location. Reading this, I find it pretty alarming that they actually have an item like that. Wang Ro keeps spamming desperate messages, pleading for me to think of something. He is totally dead once they locate him. A real headache is blooming. What can I even do? I can only try comforting him. I write back that a gate like that must be incredibly rare, so they won't waste many on him. At most, only 1 or 2 killers will teleport in. He still has a pretty good fighting chance. He replies instantly that he cannot even beat one of them. They did not give an exact time, but his insider friend says they are pausing recruitment to prepare a sacrifice right after the trial. He is the sacrifice. I urge him to move fast and set up traps inside his shelter. I ask if he has ranged weapons, offering to supply a repeating crossbow, because with solid preparation, taking out 2 intruders should be pretty easy. Wang Ro thanks me quickly, swearing he will do his best, but then hints how great it would be if I came over to make it a fair fight. That message makes me feel a bit uneasy. But before I can think, Wang Ro asks how to build the traps. With my train of thought broken, I share a few simple trap designs and end the chat, saying I am busy. He ends the chat, his fake panic instantly melting into a fawning grin. What an absolute snake. He gleefully reports that Brother Jin is almost completely hooked. He plans to offer me a hearthstone, claiming he bought it at a high price, just to lure me over. Sitting before him is a massive, muscular man half reclining in a wooden chair, his tight black training uniform practically bursting at the seams. He has fierce, brutal features, while 2 scantily clad women kneel beside him, smiling as they massage his thighs. Hearing this, the brute slowly cracks his eyes open and looks down at the bowing trader with pure indifference. Calling him Four Eyes, he notes that this Jinsei has tons of supplies. Four Eyes promised he could lure me in, even demanding an extra blueprint for it. Even if it fails, he will not be punished due to his recent contributions. But without Jinsei's supplies, the starving people outside might end up taking their anger out on Four Eyes. Dismissing the trembling coward, the brutal boss just closes his eyes and goes right back to enjoying his massage. Meanwhile, I am back at my desk, I think for a pretty long time, but that fleeting spark of inspiration completely escapes me. However, this whole threat is a major wake-up call that my shelter's internal defenses need to be upgraded. After all, if someone can teleport straight inside, my fences and arrow towers are completely useless. I mutter that without knowing where they will land, I cannot just dig random holes everywhere. Internal defense cannot be rushed. Without understanding how their teleportation actually works, building a defense is impossible. Right now, the real priority is surviving the acid rain trial. Thinking of that trial, I check the market and find the toilet paper completely sold out. Most likely, some survivor alliance bought it all in bulk. The more big spenders, the better. That is a solid 14,000 wood collected. After grabbing it all, I queued 7,000 toilet papers and remembered I still needed iron blocks. So I messaged Yu Yang, asking how many iron blocks he has and his price. Yu Yang, a total screen addict who practically lived online, immediately called me brother and offered to just give them away. Frowning, I asked if he actually has 500 units. Completely shameless. He laughed it off and admitted he had 300. I didn't hesitate, taking them all and asking for the price. Yu Yang got serious then, telling me the market rate was 1,000 wood and 400 stone. Even if he likes messing around, that rate is pretty fair. Usually, one iron block costs 5 wood or 4 stone, but getting them back is much harder and costs extra. I accepted the deal instantly and grabbed all 300 iron blocks. Then I told Yu Yang to send any future batches my way since I am buying long term. I stretched my arms, exhausted from running around like crazy since getting back. I just need to craft a few items before going to sleep, wondering how long this endless grind will go on. Flopping back onto my recliner, I relaxed and scrolled through the chat. Everyone is getting used to this world, but nights still get pretty lonely. This chat really helps keep that isolation at bay. Hours slip away until it is late. I remind myself not to get too addicted and decide to sleep right after my nightly crafting. I log off reluctantly and look down. Gently stroking the fluffy creature on my lap, I tell Little White it is time to help the family out again. Rubbing Little White for good luck, I lay out my crafting ingredients. Time to warm up with the basic explosive stone recipe. Base material is 1 bolt, along with 5 wood, 1 coal, and 1 warm stone. Gathering my focus, I summon the crafting furnace. I drop the items inside, skip checking the success rate, and hit confirm. Fortunately, it succeeds on the very first try. And look at that, we got a bursting flash stone. With my luck running this good, I might as well keep riding the wave. After pocketing the flash stone, I pull out another bolt. Only this time, I am going for something much better. Sure, my swordsmanship is improving rapidly, but the ice crossbow is still my go-to weapon. Melee fights are just too risky, while sniping enemies from a safe distance gives the best payoff. I want to craft some heavier ammunition. I actually managed to make an armor-piercing arrow once before, but I was always too scared to waste it. Back then, the extra ingredients were beast fangs, and luckily, I got some pretty good ones today. Trying to recall the old recipe, I combine 1 bolt, 3 beast fangs, and 3 units of black ironwood before checking the success rate. The system displays 85% success and 25% mutation. A single point of mental energy drains away as the furnace flashes with intense blue light. It is a clear sign of success, and as the light fades, a gleaming bolt is left lying on the table. Checking the stats, it is an ironwood armor-piercing arrow of rank 0. This premium-grade projectile has a built-in knockback effect, crafted from top-tier materials to easily punch through defenses and send targets flying. Both the armor-piercing power and the knockback are far stronger than before. I did not even expect a bonus skill on top of the raw piercing damage, which gives me so much more tactical utility. With 1 set left, let's craft again since you can never have enough trumps. I load up the furnace with the exact same ingredients, channel my mental energy, and get another identical arrow. A matching pair. I pat Little White's head and tell the greedy little creature that it did an amazing job today. I tuck them both away safely, ready to be used as my ultimate trump cards. Time for one final craft, I whisper, hoping this little guy will share its incredible luck with me just one more time. It lets out an adorable little squeak in response, boosting my confidence as I place the next primary material on the table. This time, I sacrifice my trusty backpack with decent storage. However, it is pretty useless because it cannot reduce weight and cannot carry any living creatures. I need a dimensional item that fixes at least one of those issues. To change its fundamental properties, I must aim for a mutation instead of a normal upgrade. Spent almost all my spare resources testing different item combinations, finally settling on 5 black ironwood and 4 ice crystals to maximize the mutation chance. The screen offered 75% success and 70% mutation chance. That was exactly the high-risk gamble I wanted. A strong chance to change this thing entirely, so I clicked confirm. As that bright blue glow finally faded, the furnace quietly slipped back into my sea of consciousness. Sitting on the table was no longer my beat-up backpack. Instead, I saw a 4-arm-length, sky-blue box that looked just like a legendary treasure chest. It was not quite wood and not quite stone, but beautiful and strikingly bright. I skipped the guessing game and scanned it with my investigation skill. The system labeled it a rank 0 premium sky blue fresh-keeping box, complete with a double-space attribute. It had a 4 cubic meter capacity. It could not hold living creatures, but it kept any food absolutely fresh as long as the box remained undamaged. To me, it was just a fancy refrigerator. Definitely not the weightless or beast-carrying gear I actually wanted. But hey, no complaints here. It immediately solved a huge problem that had been silently creeping up on me. Food storage. Before this, meat was so incredibly rare that I would devour it instantly. I never even had to think about preserving it. But this sudden flood of meat forced my hand. I had 60 units of premium cutlets now. That is a solid 2-week supply, even with my massive appetite. And since I had no clue when they would spoil, I would be forced to hunt again the second they went bad. I stood up, tucked Little White safely back into his nest, carried the heavy box to the kitchen, and started packing in those premium cutlets. Then came the red umbrella, mushrooms, and apples, counting them as I went, starting with 2 antelope cutlets, 22 zebra, 25 mountain boar, 5 wolf, 6 hyena, 25 apples, 56 red umbrella mushrooms. I added the dry rice, flour, and instant noodles. That is enough to keep me stuffed for a full month. Just like that, my food worries vanished. While organizing, my eyes fell on the 4 rabbits that my horn beastworm had paralyzed earlier that day. They weighed about 3 kilograms each, so I posted them on the trading market for 5 units of glass apiece. Honestly, I never would have sold this rabbit meat if I could still trade wood or iron for glass, but those days were over. Since I had no choice, the poor rabbits had to pay the price. I shut off the light and collapsed onto my bed. My mind drifted as I planned out tomorrow's schedule, falling asleep before I could finish. Deep in a dream, a faint, distant scream echoed from somewhere out in the shelter yard. The fire-poisoned thorn vine slowly stretched 2 of its deadly limbs past the wooden fence. It dragged a shadowy figure back to its main stalk, piercing the body like slithering tentacles as a chilling, quiet, sucking sound faded into the dark night. Morning arrived with a cold system notification announcing that it was now Shoe World Day 9. Thick fog outside, 3 to 15 degrees, with the acid rain trial countdown sitting at 2 days. I got up early, threw on my activewear, and headed to cook breakfast. I cooked some rice porridge and prepared a nice lamb chop as my main breakfast dish. I caught myself wishing I could steam a hot basket of white flour buns. It had been so long that just thinking about them made my mouth water. If you have ever cut carbs, you know this intense craving for fresh bread feels almost like a physical necessity. That is exactly why anyone who actually manages to lose weight must have God-tier willpower. I carried my hot breakfast to the living room and placed the bowl on the wooden table. Right as I sat down, I felt a soft tugging at my pant leg. I looked down. Sure enough, Little White had crawled under the table. I asked if he was hungry too, scooped him up onto the chair beside me, grabbed his tiny bowl, and poured some rice. But he just stared at the rice, stood straight up, and began frantically waving his front paws at me without stopping. I had no clue what he wanted because I obviously do not speak mouse. All I could sense was this persistent, hungry urge. Confused by my blank stare, he squeaked loudly in frustration, bolted out of the room, and then quickly dashed right back. He had knocked over the wooden cup I usually use for drinking. Only then did it click the little guy wanted honey water. Talk about a spoiled little glutton, right? I drizzled a bit of sweet honey water into his bowl, mixing it into the rice. This time, he did not hesitate and happily devoured every bite. What a greedy little mouse. After breakfast, I walked out to my training ground. The courtyard was so heavy with fog that my stone shelter looked like a hermit's cabin. According to the global chat, visibility outside had dropped below 50 meters. In this world, that tiny distance is practically nose-to-nose contact with some of the most ferocious monsters out there. Hunting in these conditions was suicidal. Since my supplies were still looking good, I decided to wait for the fog to clear rather than risk my neck. Pushing those worries aside, I did a quick warm-up, ate a red fruit from my inventory, and grabbed my trusty iron blade. Guided by the raw, circulating energy inside the training room, my mind slowly cleared up until I drifted into a state of total, mindless focus. Half the day vanished in a heartbeat. This place made reaching that state of pure focus incredibly easy. These upgraded shelter buildings are truly magical. I sheathed my sword and let out a long, heavy breath, sweat pouring from every single pore until my clothes are completely soaked. The system panel shows my Mystic Voidblade proficiency sitting at 34% toward mastery. I wipe my face in excitement at this rate. I will hit that milestone in just 7 days. That next breakthrough will grant me 2 physique points, boosting my stat to 9. At 9, I can finally start cultivating that ultimate technique, the diamond breathing method. Rank 1 suddenly feels so close, and I wonder what changes it will bring. Lost in thought, I head back inside, peel off my soaked sportswear, and slip into some comfortable cotton pajamas I found in a treasure chest earlier. Since I do not have much to work with, a morning of intense cultivation leaves me absolutely starving. I head straight to the kitchen. I grab a pork chop from the cold storage box, chop it up, and toss in 3 red umbrella mushrooms. After a quick stir-fry with just a pinch of salt, I take a bite, high-quality ingredients carrying the whole dish with 0 extra seasoning. I plate the meat, rinse a quick bowl of rice, and set it to steam over some fresh charcoal. While it cooks, I pull up the trade channel to collect my earnings from yesterday's toilet paper sales. 14,000 wood collected, with records showing a complete sellout. This time around, bulk orders are way down, replaced by tons of single purchases from individual survivors. It is pretty clear that with the upcoming test bearing down, alliances are hoarding food and water instead of luxury items like toilet paper. Alliances change the entire game. Finding decent deals on the market has become a nightmare for lone wolves, with even basic resources barely trading. Huge alliances sit on massive stockpiles and only trade internally, some outright banning their members from dealing with outsiders. So if you are a lone player refusing to join, you have to accept insane, jacked-up prices just to swap wood for iron blocks. Thankfully, these factions hate each other just as much as they outnumber us, or solo survivors would be completely doomed. The biggest players are still the old nations from Blue Star, constantly stabbing each other in the back. That endless backstabbing is the only reason solo players like us still have room to breathe. My blueprints for the torch and small round shield already leaked to the big coalitions, and they are mass-producing them. They are crashing the prices completely to dominate the trade channels. By forcing members to buy strictly internal, they built trade walls everywhere. Lucky for me, they lack toilet paper blueprints, or I would be scraping for pennies. Since I cannot break through their massive market barriers, I simply avoid anything they can mass-produce and focus on highly essential, disposable items that everyone needs but nobody stockpiles. Suddenly, a system alert cuts through my thoughts. It is from Songaru. My heart jumps, wondering if she actually finished the job this quickly. Her message gets straight to the point. The life, water, and antidote potions are fully complete, and she is ready to trade. The trade window pops up, offering 6 life waters and 6 antidote potions for just a single piece of wood. I hit confirm instantly. I send a quick reply, asking how she worked so fast and if brewing is really that easy. Song Aru, probably slumping against her headboard in her pajamas with massive dark circles under her exhausted eyes, just rolls them at me. She snaps back weakly. Quick is definitely not the word. She has not slept a single wink, and she is done talking to me. She desperately needs to sleep because her body is completely wrecked. The moment she received the mutated acrimony yesterday, she threw herself into crafting. The entire process required such intense, laser-like focus that she completely lost track of time. Only when the last potion was capped did she look up, seeing stars and nearly collapsing. But the haul is totally worth it. Before passing out, she checked her stats to find her mental attribute sitting at a highly impressive 9 points. Seeing her wrap up the conversation, I quickly type back telling her to wait up. I have one last question, but after staring at a completely silent window for a minute, I realize she is already fast asleep. My mouth twitches. Since she logged off so quickly, I will have to ask her later. I pull out the fresh life water to inspect it. The stats are exactly the same as the last bottle. It instantly seals up minor cuts and mends life-threatening injuries with ease. If I sell them, these 6 bottles alone are worth more than my entire inventory combined. I cannot stop smiling right now. This time, I really hit the absolute jackpot. I try to slot both potions into my quick item bar only to find it completely full. I have to unload my old fanged armor-piercing arrows and cram them into my ice pattern repeating crossbow just to free up one spot. My bar holds exactly 10 items now: life, water, antidote potions, ironwood armor-piercing arrows, explosive stones, flash stones, red fruit, basic crossbow bolts, bone resources, spirit, spring, milk, and the crossbow itself. Meanwhile, my tang sword, serpent skin shield, and vine armor have to hang outside. I shook my head, pretty stressed out, wondering when I would finally get an inventory expansion scroll because my slots were already packed tight. Any new treasure would literally have nowhere to go. Still, a nice problem to have. I breathed in the scent of freshly cooked rice, my mouth watering like crazy. You cannot blame me here. I had not eaten any real staple food in almost 10 days. I scooped up my hot rice and dishes, sat at the wooden table, and dug in. Halfway through, I suddenly realized I completely forgot about Little White. Stuffed, I decided to rest for a bit before hitting the geothermal hot spring to recover my energy. This premium spring speeds up recovery, which is perfect after a brutal morning of training. I traded 50 units of wood for a bath towel on the trade channel. Modern chest items are pretty expensive, but the quality is real. Then I walked past the stone house, heading toward that steaming spring in the distance. Gentle white mist curled softly above the warm water. Stepping closer felt like entering a gentler world. The warm steam blended with the heavy fog outside, turning everything around me into a mysterious, soft blur. Looking out at the wilderness through the fence, that heavy fog still hung incredibly thick. Visibility was under 50 meters out there with no sign of clearing. I did not have much hope for tomorrow since the view seemed to get worse every single day. Time to see if this legendary hot spring actually lives up to the hype. With my current body, I can only practice the Mystic Void Blade for half a day before my muscles start tearing. But if this spring washes away the exhaustion, I can go for round 2 this afternoon. I sank into the hot water with a massive sigh of relief. The warm current brushed past my skin, steam resting on my face like soft feathers. A strange energy in the water cradled me until I completely relaxed. The warmth spread deep, kneading my sore muscles like gentle hands. All the physical exhaustion from this morning just dissolved away. 30 minutes later, I grabbed my honey water and drank it down. Parched from the heat, that sweet coolness rushed through me and brought me right back to life. This spiritual spring absolutely does wonders for restoring my energy. With every bit of tiredness completely gone, it definitely earned its legendary status. I climbed out and grabbed the solar streetlight I found yesterday. I planned to install it right between my arrow tower and the main gate. I hauled a ladder over, grabbed my trusty old stone axe, and hammered the mount secure right above the fence line. Looking out over my shelter, I realized the fog was not clearing up. It was actually getting worse, with visibility down to maybe 40 meters. This fog is here to stay, and the afternoon is going to be brutal. But since my supplies are backed up, there is no reason to risk going outside. My only regret is probably losing those 5 beast traps I left out there. I canceled the run. Going out in this thick fog is basically asking for trouble anyway. The chances of finding anything are 0, so I will just grind my blade technique and level it up fast. By evening, the training area was completely buried in mist. Once the red fruit energy faded, my hyper-focus broke right away. My body and mind were completely drained, so I stopped to check my progress. My stats showed the Mystic Void Blade was 42% toward mastery. I only have 4 red fruits left. Once they are gone, leveling this up is going to be a long, slow grind. Back inside the stone house, I threw my dirty clothes into a wooden wash basin. For dinner, I grilled my last lamb chop alongside some juicy pork chops. I threw all the leftovers straight into my storage box so I would not have to keep cooking every night. Honestly, after a day like this, having pre-cooked food ready to go is an absolute lifesaver. I complained with a full mouth seriously. When do I get some greens? Good thing nobody is around to hear me complain and roll their eyes. How many survivors actually get to eat high-grade meat for every single meal? I pulled open the group chat while eating. It was my usual dinner routine, and the second I logged in, Yu Yang and Xiao Huo were already bickering like crazy. You should hear Yu Yang hyping up his trip, insisting nobody understands how scary this thick fog is. He claimed something was following him step for step on the way back, and that we couldn't even imagine that kind of nightmare. Xiao Huo scoffed, saying it was probably just a wild rabbit and calling him a total coward. He bragged that he would have turned right around and bagged himself another juicy slab of meat. These two are always the loudest in the chat. Yu Yang shrugged it off, laughing that being careful is how you stay alive out here. He warned that survival requires absolute caution, and that a reckless brute like Xiao Huo would pay for it eventually. Xiao Huo snapped back that a 1,000-year turtle might live forever but never sees any real excitement. Yu Yang proudly countered, telling him that this teenage edginess was a pretty bad look. He was still way too young and green to grasp that staying alive was everything. Yu Ok quickly stepped in to break them up, telling the two to stop clowning around and asking how much survival materials they had left. He saw Xiao Huo as about his own daughter's age, cut from that exact same rebellious cloth. Because of that, he doted on the kid, treating him like family without even realizing it. Yu Yang, who had only been joking around, turned pretty serious the moment Yu Ok asked a real question. He reported his preparations were almost done, with food and water fully secured. Only his combat power was pretty weak, so he might need backup if danger struck. Xiao Huo chimed in too. His food and water were fine, but combat was 0 worry. Unlike the feeble Yu Yang, Yu Ok then told anyone still short on preparation to speak up in the group chat, aiming for everyone to survive unscratched. I chimed in as well, telling them to speak up since my own supplies were fully ready. Wang Jiyan replied that his own supplies were quite sufficient, warning Yu Yang to stay extremely flexible and alert, and to shout for help the moment anything went wrong. Yu So Yolo tagged me, asking if I could prepare some water for her tomorrow, since she lacked a nearby source. Since we already agreed on this, I would not refuse. I told her it was no trouble since I had to gather water myself anyway. Wang Shihan asked if Sister Rui was still offline, and if he should private message her. I was about to explain her situation when this world cut in with a global announcement. And here it is, a system-wide announcement in 5 separate parts. First, tomorrow would be the final day to prepare for the acid rain trial, so everyone must seize the time. Second, the trial would last 3 full days, with evaluation rewards issued afterward based on each survivor's overall performance. The ultimate reward was a gold treasure chest. Third, those evaluations would judge across 4 key areas: shelter safety, shelter comfort, the sheer quality and quantity of materials, and personal combat strength. Fourth, under some strange, unknown energy, the wild animals and plants would evolve and demonize, so explore with extreme caution. Fifth, after the trial, a merit shop would open. Those unique goods would be purchased with merit points, but we had to figure out how to earn them. The absolute moment that announcement landed, the entire global chat fell into a completely eerie silence. You could feel the dread. That endless chat scroll stalled completely as everyone read it word for word. No one dared to skim. I read it pretty grimly too, breaking it down section by section to deepen the impression and avoid missing anything. The first section was simple enough. Just a warning that only 1 day of preparation remained, yet its prominent placement mattered since this world had broadcast the message and pinned it right at the very top. This clearly emphasized it, meaning the trial was anything but simple, and taking it lightly would likely cause heavy casualties. The second section brought both news and a warning. The system would distribute reward packages to survivors who made it through safely, and those rewards certainly wouldn't be cheap. The system warning was that this trial would last 3 full days, unlike ordinary rain that ended in a few hours. This meant I couldn't leave my shelter for 3 days, so I had to prepare for the long haul. The third section broke down the reward criteria, letting us work the angles with the precious time we had left, especially shelter comfort, since maximizing that would definitely boost our final payout. In the fourth section, it warned that the wild was turning brutal, with plants and animals undergoing whatever evolution and demonization meant. That underlying lesson was clear. Without enough combat power, the wild would be totally impassable. The final part teased a system shop opening after the trial, leaving the burning question of what it would actually sell. I wondered how we would actually earn merit, since that usually meant killing enemies and doing deeds. Which raised the big question, does this world even have enemies at all? Wang Jiyan floated a smart idea in the group, suggesting we all fan out, all across the world channel to gather useful information and share it. It would be way more thorough than one person researching alone. My eyes lit up. Our own knowledge was pretty limited, none of us could think too broadly, and the world channel moved so fast that one reader would miss what 10 could easily catch. So I agreed immediately, and the others quickly followed suit. We split up and headed for the world channel, which was already refreshing incredibly fast. It was an avalanche of voices. Someone marveled that the system was clearly prioritizing this upcoming acid rain. Others were panicking, no water stored for 3 days. Someone confessed their shelter was still level 1 and got roasted hard. The entire feed was just a messy churn of bickering, dread, and self-pity. I scroll past a whole chunk of useless spam. Internet celebrities trying to sell their private photos to any wealthy guy sliding into their DMs. Desperate guys crowding the chat to add her, while content creators beg for a rich patron. It's the same old business that never dies. And in a lawless, suffocating place like this, where offline meetings are impossible, it probably took root ages ago. I instantly separate the trash from the treasure, since I only have a single day of prep left. The actual gold gets copied over to our small group chat. There's plenty of useful info here I would have never thought of. A survival expert named Ji Yang just posted some solid advice on surviving acid rain in the open. Others are sharing rescue tips for poisoning and burns, warning their people about hypothermia and sudden illnesses. That urge to band together when the pressure gets real is still alive and well. But the post that hits me the hardest comes from a former crisis manager. He's not talking about acid rain at all, he's warning us about severe flooding. Days of nonstop rain will swell nearby rivers to drown local shelters. Low shelters will submerge. Mountain camps have to watch out for flash floods and mudslides. He even lists clear ways to fight back, things like digging drainage ditches in a hurry, raising walls, and monitoring the rising water levels. Talk about a wake-up call. My own bunker sits right at the base of a mountain. Sure, it's high enough to avoid river floods, but a violent mudslide could bury me alive in seconds. I rack my brain, but since the shelter can't move, there is no clean fix. So, I just have to follow the expert advice and start digging trenches. I quickly share this flood warning with our small group. Wang Ji and the others find it just as valuable. The guys on low ground are already prep planning their trenches since time is running incredibly short. I scan through the rest of the gathered intel. Some of it is repetitive, but there are a few fresh gems. I am much smarter about disaster protection than I was an hour ago. With the notes saved, I shut the chat and head straight to the trade channel. My plan is to buy comfort items early, while everyone else is still overwhelmed by info. What does comfort actually mean for us? It's about convenience and daily ease. I begin browsing through furniture, starting with the bedroom, and fortunately, the market prices haven't started climbing yet. Real estate agents would call this checking the livability index. I buy a wardrobe for 10 wood. Even if it's empty, having one beats having nothing. Next, I grab a pair of nightstands for 5 wood and a basic vanity table for 3 food. I can always resell it later. I also buy 5 small rechargeable yellow lamps for 15 wood. 1 for each room. The prices are fair, so I buy immediately without haggling. With the bedroom done, I move to the kitchen where one item instantly catches my eye. A full seasoning set for 20 food. Super practical, but the price is high. I message the seller, asking why spices cost so much when they don't fill you up. He replies instantly, explaining that the set has prickly ash, star anise, chili powder, and pepper. At 4 food per type, he insists it'll definitely boost comfort. He's pushing the comfort angle hard, so getting a cheap bargain is highly unlikely. I text back, telling him that comfort is a luxury for Alliance elites, not normal survivors. I just want some flavor, and offer 12 food. He wants this trade too. His food reserves are running low, and high comfort is useless if you're starving to death. But he holds firm with 15 as his absolute floor. Spices are rare, so I agree, and pay him in flour. Next, I hunt for a 50-kilogram barrel of cooking oil listed for 100 food, but it sells before I can even bid. A second item vanishes the exact same way. That's when I realize kitchen supplies and food are being rapidly swept up. I quickly pivot to bathroom supplies and manage 2 deals, picking up shampoo paste for 3 dry food and soap for 4, before stopping. Other survivors are hoarding basic necessities now. Sellers are holding on to their stock to drive up prices, and things are getting ridiculous. The giant alliances are vacuuming up everything in sight. I refuse to play their game. Comfort is only one part of the test, and its true value is still a mystery. The old saying goes, what goes up must come down. With survival skyrocketing, how are raw material prices holding up? I check the market. Basic stuff is totally flat, but high-tier items are actually starting to drop. Premium cold iron used to cost 8 regular iron blocks, but now it is down to 5, or even tradable for wood and stone. Here is where it gets absolutely beautiful. This clueless seller has no high-tier facilities, meaning he has no idea that 1 premium iron block equals 10 regular ones. So, I shoot him a quick message, asking for his price in wood. A flat 28 wood, no deals. Honestly, that is pretty fair since market rates run up to 30. But since tiny amounts are useless to me, I ask about his total stock. Sensing a massive whale, he gets super friendly, saying he has 510 pieces and will let them go for 14,000 wood total. I've got enough. I close the screen. And boom, 510 cold iron is officially mine. The happy seller instantly adds me as a contact, telling me to hit him up whenever I need cheap ore in the future. But after that huge purchase, my wood pile is practically gone. No big deal though. My toilet paper is finished crafting, so I sprint to the workshop and list all 7,000 rolls for 3 wood apiece. I hike the price because today, these are guaranteed to sell. Seriously, who doesn't want maximum bathroom comfort? Just like I thought, people are riding this crazy high-demand wave and buying them up fast. No survivor is going to pass on basic comfort for just 3 wood. This whole batch should sell before bed, letting me queue up another. Now, there is absolutely no time to waste. I look over at Little White with a big, sneaky grin. I promise to give it pets, but it has to earn its keep again. The tiny fluffball is totally used to this routine, lazily resting in my palm as I carry it over to the table. I lay out the crafting materials and decide to warm up on 2 stones to get a good feel for things, summoning the furnace and locking in the recipe. The first attempt gives me a perfect explosive stone, but the second fails, completely dissolving into a cloud of dark smoke. I do not blame my luck. Instead, I turn a super stern gaze on Little White and warn the little guy that it is not pulling its weight. Work harder, or the honey water gets docked. Its tiny eyes pop wide open, staring at me like a shocked employee whose greedy boss just blamed them for a bad corporate investment. It lets out a squeak of frantic protest, completely denying any blame. Inside, I am thrilled it seems to understand me, so the honey must be working. Still, I keep my straight face and warn it that our household does not raise idle mice. If it wants that sweet honey water, it has to earn it because I am monitoring this next attempt. It rolls its eyes. But hey, a mouse in a house has to obey. It scoots closer to my palm, trying its best to look super busy while doing nothing. I stop messing around and prep the third fusion. Today clearly isn't an explosive day. So let's shift gears and try crafting some protective armor. For the base ingredient, I grab a piece of clothing, an unwashed tracksuit, sitting in a nearby wash basin that caught my eye. No, I am definitely not dodging laundry. It was just sitting right there. As for extra materials, I use premium beast hide and warm stones, hoping for solid defense or cold resistance. After tweaking ratios, I decide to use 4 excellent blue hides and 5 warm stones. I toss the dirty tracksuit and other materials into the summoned furnace. The screen shows an 80% success rate and 60% mutation. You feel that anticipation, right? I pat Little White on the head, gluing my eyes to the furnace until a blinding blue light explodes. As the glowing light fades away, the furnace retracts back into my mind. Resting on the table is a sleek set of leather armor, built to protect the main torso, hips, waist, and sides. It is made of horizontal gray leather plates, perfectly positioned to shield my vital organs without restricting any of my movement. 5 ruby-sized gems are laid out across the chest in a star shape. Tiny, glowing lines branch out from the gems across the entire chest piece. Grinning, I instantly pull up the item status. It is called the Starfire Leather Armor Rank 0 Premium, with a physique-boosting stat and elite defense capabilities. Auto-fitting straight to your body. It can trigger 5 physical bursts, raising my stats to a pseudo-rank 1 for 5 minutes. I tell Little White it did a stellar job and apologize for doubting it earlier. I refill its sweet honey water because good work deserves a reward. Slipping the armor on, it instantly shrinks for a flawless fit. To test it, I fire a crossbow at 70% power, leaving nothing but a faint white scratch. It is incredibly tough and highly comfortable. Looking over at my old, stiff vine armor by the door, what a massive hassle that thing was. At this point, the vine armor is basically useless. It just slows me down unless I can upgrade it with something practical. So I grab a few materials and head over to the fire-poisoned thorn vine to borrow some lengths. I want to make use of this gear, because whether I keep it or sell it, a successful upgrade will skyrocket its value. The success rate looks decent. Using the vine armor as the base, I add 3 thorn tendrils, 3 ice crystals, and 2 black iron woods. The screen reads 67% success and an 80% mutation rate. I mutter that this mutation rate is the highest I've seen. Success basically guarantees a transformation. There's no clue what it'll actually turn into. It's a rare experiment, but if it works, I can always gather duplicate materials later to see if the result replicates. When that familiar blue glow lights up, I know the synthesis is working. The armor, wood, and crystals gone. In their place sits an oval, glowing, ice blue seed. The panel labels it a premium quality icy gourd seed, a rare plant that only grows in freezing cold areas and can be planted. Once the gourd matures, its vine withers away, meaning it can't be reproduced. The description is incredibly vague, and besides knowing it's some kind of gourd, I can't see a single actual stat or effect on it. So, I'll just plant it when I get a free moment and see what actually grows. It hits me how many random seeds I've gathered recently, but I have 0 farming skills. Just throwing them in the dirt definitely won't work. Songaru would definitely know, since I recall her growing all kinds of medicinal herbs. I decide to find her tomorrow to ask, letting her rest today since she's been brewing potions late into the night. While I'm thinking, the toilet paper on the market completely sells out, bringing in 21,000 wood. I caught this trend perfectly, since prices will slide tomorrow once survivors calm down. I withdraw 7,000 wood, then queue 7,000 more toilet papers. The rest goes straight into the warehouse. With everything done, I carry Little White's nest to the bedroom. The new furniture finally takes away the emptiness, making the room feel cozy. Nest on the bedside table. I switch off the warm yellow lamp and whisper to the little guy that tomorrow is the final day. Good night. Shoe World Day 10 arrives with heavy fog at 1 to 15 degrees. Dressed in my combat uniform, I step out of the stone house and freeze. I can't even see my own fence. The entire world is just a massive white void. Once the shock wears off, I realize I'm completely stuck. Seriously, how would you even find your way back if you stepped out into this? This thick soup completely ruins my plans to fetch water and dig my drainage ditches. I wonder if it's like this everywhere, and if there's any way to get through it. So I head back inside to check the chat channel. Predictably, the chat is flooded with complaints about the fog. Someone says they can only see 5 meters, while another braved it and barely made it back. After wandering just 200 meters, another player complains they're completely unprepared, feeling like the world is literally forcing them to die. I can only nod. Wandering out in this insane fog is a guaranteed way to get lost. Wild beasts are probably disoriented and starving too. Getting lost now is straight up suicide. But as I think about getting lost, my expression suddenly changes. A sudden, terrifying thought hits me. Did my honeybees go out to forage? Ignoring the chat, I sprint to the base of the arrow tower, place my hand on the bee control box, and check on both colonies. The good news is the hornbees are totally fine. I had their queen guarding our immediate shelter. Since the honeybees supply their food now, they've cut their foraging trips way down. But the bad news? While the honeybee queen is safe, the system shows the colony is down to just over 9,000, meaning I've lost nearly 2,000 bees over the last 2 days. Because colonies bound by the bee control box will never betray me or flee, those 2,000 bees must have died out in the fog. I immediately order the honeybee queen to recall the colony and harvest close to home without straying. I've been pretty negligent these past 2 days, way too distracted with other things to check on my bees. Luckily, it's not too late, and the losses are still relatively manageable. Plus, the hive construction is moving fast, taking shape in just 2 days, so I'll be eating fresh honey pretty soon. I feed a portion of royal jelly to both the hornbee queen and the honeybee queen, hoping it triggers an evolution. There's actually some great news here too, because the eggs I gave the horned bee queen have hatched into elite horned bees. They've got stronger paralyzing venom, which heavily boosts my swarm's overall combat power. With those issues handled, I head back inside to keep browsing the world chat. I find a few survival tricks along the way, like someone using an infrared device they got from a chest, or another player using a pathfinding ability. None of it is really helpful to me, so I stop wasting time. But while I'm gathering info, I sent Song Aru a quick message and finally got her reply. She apologized. She was totally exhausted from crafting medicine, fell asleep immediately, and then got way too busy this morning to reply. I did not mind at all. I got straight to the point. I had some rare seeds and needed her planting advice. I sent over the stats for the blue winter wheat, the mutated agrimony, and those new icy gourd seeds. Song Aru was busy pulling weeds and prepping drainage ditches when she saw my message and completely froze. Once she awakened her heart of nature, she started collecting seeds. She bought tons of them once resources got flush. Most were just regular decorative plants like jasmine, along with a few tomatoes and honeysuckles that grew once but could never reproduce. She could accept the blue winter wheat since it existed back home, but its high quality and reproducibility shocked her. But the mutated agrimony and the icy gourd? Those went way beyond her imagination. Truly extraordinary. It took her a minute to calm down before she asked what exactly I wanted to consult about. She asked if I needed precautions, calling them precious and me extremely lucky. I had been waiting a long time, wondering what Song Aru was up to. When she finally wrote back, I fired off a whole chain of questions, admitting I knew nothing about farming or how to pick the right land, how to plant or what to expect, and how farming in this survival world compared to our old life on Blue Star. She chose her words carefully, explaining that her heart of nature skill let her read plant emotions and use special methods to help crops thrive. That left me pretty confused, like a concept I could not quite grasp. She did not drag it out, explaining that back on Blue Star, she knew nothing about farming, but post-awakening, she could literally feel exactly what growing crops needed. She could boost their growth speed and maximize quality and yield at harvest. I was stunned by how incredibly useful this was. It might not help her fight off monsters, but let's be real, this is easily a top-tier survival skill. She added that premium system seeds planted in normal soil might starve for nutrients, destroying their potential. That ruins their quality and yield. To get the best results, you need to plant them in system-provided spiritual fields or special nurseries. Then she proposed a deal. She had a nursery, and we could sign a formal contract. I would provide the seeds, she would manage the planting and fertilizer, and I would keep 90% of the first harvest. She had been trying to figure out how to get some of those seeds ever since seeing their stats. She was happy to pay for the chance, just to keep a few seeds for herself. That is why she offered 90%. She only kept 10 because she was unsure of the yield. Honestly, even one seed would let her propagate them forever. I thought it over. This was actually a fantastic deal for me. Trying to farm myself would waste valuable time. With no nursery or farming skills, I would probably end up with less than her 90% offer anyway. Giving them to her meant zero wasted energy. I could go hunt for my own nursery buildings while securing a massive harvest. Plus, she was down to sign a secure system contract. Honestly, how could I say no? I agreed and told her to wait while I checked the trade channel for a contract scroll. But she stopped me, saying she just traded for one and we could use hers, leaving me feeling a bit embarrassed. I got the sweet side of the deal and still let her pay. It felt awkward, so I told her to deduct the cost straight from my share of the harvest. She agreed, and we quickly signed a simple contract, stating my terms. I would hand over the seeds, she would grow them, and I would take 90% of the final crop. The second she got the seeds, Songaru dropped her work to scan each one with her ability, making sure they were viable. With a dozen irreplaceable seeds, she could not make mistakes. In her mind, that winter wheat was absolute hope, and she knew agriculture would be her destiny. Hunting was just a temporary fix. The farming instinct was deep in her bones, a vital step for any developing civilization. It was the same in this survival world where food is scarce, monsters roam, and getting hurt is just part of daily life. That mutated agrimony medicine would solve those problems perfectly, while crafting it would also level up her unique talent. But when she reached the icy gourd seeds, her expression changed, and she instantly sent me a trade request. Right as I was starting a synthesis, she suddenly sent back the gourd seeds, leaving me totally confused until her message popped up. It turns out those gourd seeds are incredibly easy to grow, needing no fancy spiritual field, just a cold environment. So, I just need to find a good spot inside, plant them, and stick to a strict watering routine. I packed the seeds away for now. Best to wait until after the acid rain trial so they do not get scorched to death. Time to resume. I restarted the synthesis. I wanted to upgrade an ordinary shovel I just bought. This shelter is massive, and digging drainage ditches by hand would be an absolute nightmare. Doing this without help is impossible. I have to rely on my unique talent to get it done. For materials, I used 5 units of cold iron and 3 of black iron wood. It was my most reliable recipe, showing a 90% success rate and 10% mutation. Seeing those numbers got me thinking, does using premium materials on a low-grade item give some kind of hidden success boost? Because if that is actually true, I am definitely going to hunt down premium components for all my future gear upgrades. And what if I just mashed basic iron blocks together? What kind of result would I get? The theory got me incredibly excited. Figuring this out would completely change the way I understand my own synthesis ability. But testing had to wait. The drainage ditches were way too urgent right now. I started the craft. And watch this, the second I poured in my mental energy, it cost me double the normal points. Could it be a rare item? Just as the thought crossed my mind, the furnace erupted in a warm orange glow. This upgraded tool looked almost the same, but the metal had turned pitch black and felt absolutely freezing to the touch. The system called it a cold iron shovel, a rank 0 rare. It cuts my stamina usage in half, and has a passive skill that automatically softens the soil for insanely fast digging. I was pretty conflicted. I finally hit the jackpot and got a rare item, but it is just a dirt digging tool. Why did my luck have to spike now? A powerful weapon would have been a million times better, but complaining solved absolutely nothing. I had a rare shovel now. I shrugged, threw the glowing tool over my shoulder, and headed outside to start digging before the rain drowned my base. Following a guide from the chat, I mapped out the drainage route and got to work. Immediately, I felt the difference. The ground basically melted under my swings. On Blue Star, digging this was a total nightmare. This tool was an absolute lifesaver. After 4 long hours of digging, I wiped my brow and looked up at the foggy sky. Because this base is so massive, the job was still huge. Even with this tool saving me 2/3 of the work, I would have been digging all night. The ditches were finished, but I did not have the materials or the hours to build a proper flood wall. So, I gave up on that idea. I had plenty of stones, but 0 cement or spare time. I could only pray we do not get hit by a flash flood. After washing up, I headed behind the stone house. Grabbing some timber, I layered it over the chicken coop, adding thick plastic sheets for waterproofing to keep those wild chickens safe. I left them some extra food and water, leaving the rest up to their own survival instincts. No way was I letting them inside the house. They are incredibly messy and do not even lay eggs. They are just emergency rations, not worth my precious indoor space. The hornbees and a few honeybees were moved into the indoor control box, while the rest of the swarm stayed behind to guard the arrow tower. With their shelter secured, I double-knotted the ropes on their legs to make sure they could not escape. I scanned the front yard and saw nothing else that needed saving. The training ground and hot ring would be totally fine. The fire-poison thorn vine was too massive to move, so I just built a shield over it and did the same for the streetlight. By the time all these little chores were finished, it was already noon. Standing in the yard, I took a deep breath. You know that feeling when you've done everything possible, and now you just have to wait for the storm to hit? Since this was the final day before the big trial, I decided to treat myself to a seriously massive lunch. I slow-cooked some mountain boar with plenty of spices, the mouth-watering aroma filling the air long before it was done. Rice was the only staple since I had no bread ready, and I mixed up some sweet honey water. The prices for tobacco and alcohol on the trade channel were so ridiculously high that I had to pass. Eating hot savory stew over rice at my wooden table, I felt incredibly cozy and relaxed. I wondered how the others were holding up, so I opened the group chat, only to find it completely silent, with even Yu Yang missing. They were probably still sweating over their ditches or catching some rest, when suddenly, Wang Jihan and Yu Yang popped into the chat. I laugh at the perfect timing and ask Wang Jihan how his storm prep is going. He actually starts complaining a total rarity for him, saying he still has 2 hours of digging left and this labor isn't fit for humans. His wealthy young master persona is completely cracked. Holding back a laugh, I tell him my own ditches are finished, and I will handle the rest this afternoon. Then I ask about Yu Yang. His reply drips with pure smugness, claiming he only has a tiny bit left. He even tells Wang Jihan to change his mindset and find joy in hard work, saying he is exhausted but happy. He tells us to guess why. Wang Jihan is curious, asking if his motivation is really that high, or if he just genuinely enjoys feeling completely wiped out. Then Yu Yang brags about gaining a point of physique just from digging this morning. Honestly, I almost spit out my food like, who gains stats from digging a hole? Even Wang Jihan is completely rattled. Xiao Hua, who quietly slipped into the chat, snorts that gaining stats from digging a hole is nothing. She points out that with all the premium meat ribs Yu Yang has devoured, he should have gained that stat fighting beasts outside. Yu Yang just shrugs. He claims it leads to the exact same result. So why risk a deadly battle when he can safely level up? He plans to dig even more this afternoon to get another boost. I feel a sudden wave of envy, having gained only 1 point from all my life or death battles and intense training. Still, I tell myself there is nothing to envy. After all, when my blade style reached major achievement, I gained 2 points instantly without even bragging. So chimes in, sighing that everyone is so fast while she is only halfway done and dreading the afternoon grind. A sudden feeling tugs at me, so I send her a concerned private message asking why her progress is so slow. She is honest, explaining her shelter sits on lower ground, meaning she needs extra drainage ditches. It is more work, but she claims finishing half is fine. In reality, she is downplaying the struggle to keep me from worrying, having only finished a third while debating whether to abandon some trenches. She knows she cannot finish the entire plan today, even though skipping any ditches will ruin her drainage. I tell her to accept my trade request so I can lend her a digging divine artifact, since I do not need my orange shovel right now anyway. Besides, everyone else in our group is practically finished and just wrapping things up. She has no idea what a digging divine artifact even is, and normally, she would have politely declined. But she cannot bring herself to reject my kindness, because to her, I am basically family. The trade goes through. So stares at the orange tear shovel in her hand, completely shocked that this really is a literal digging divine artifact. She notes that my luck must be absolutely insane, assuming I pulled it from some high-tier chest. Here I am, eagerly waiting for some emotional, heartwarming response, only to get this instead. I feel completely defeated. She lets me stew in my disappointment for a moment before finally saying thank you, instantly making the teasing worth it. Once she thanks me, I remind her to clean up her shelter the second those ditches are done, because we likely won't step outside for 3 days or more. Then, another thought hits me, and I tell her to send over any empty containers she has because I am heading out to fetch water. She declines, telling me not to go out since she already has enough. The fog is way too thick, and some poor player on the World Channel is already lost and unable to find shelter. She doesn't want me risking it. Of course, I'm not doing this just for her, since my own water tank needs filling before the upcoming trial anyway. I just didn't expect the fog to be this bad. But it is not a risk for me, since the Hornbee Queen confirmed this morning we can easily find our way. Seeing my absolute determination, she finally gives in and trades over her empty wooden buckets, 18 of them to be exact. So I head to the workbench, craft 10 more, and load everything directly into my inventory. My plan is a single trip, bringing every filled bucket home in my inventory. I equip my Starfire leather armor, grip my serpent skin shield and tang sword, fully armed, and order the Hornbee Queen to lead. I leave the ice pattern repeating crossbow behind since we are in dense fog. This poor crossbow is useless compared to a sword here. Just moments after leaving the shelter, I look back and the fence is completely gone. Visibility is under 10 meters, so I command the Hornbee Queen to fly much closer, right in front of me, not daring to let her out of my sight. I follow her at a literal crawl. A walk that normally takes under 20 minutes stretches past an hour, though the journey remains peaceful with no accidents. Finally, standing on the pebbles by the riverbank, I look across at a literal wall of fog sitting right in the middle of the water. The mist is so incredibly dense, it doesn't even drift. Wasting no time, I pull the buckets from my inventory, fill them up, pack them back away, and turn around. But midway home, a faint crunch echoes from the fog right ahead. I stop instantly, on high alert, and send the Hornbee Queen ahead to scout the danger. Soon, the bee reports a wild beast just 20 meters away. I do not act rashly. In fog this thick, we are both blind, and my nose is no match for a beast. Holding my ground and staying sharp is the best play here. Sure enough, I feel it creeping closer from ahead. So I send the horned bee queen high up to track its location and keep me from being ambushed. I grip my tang sword and crouch slightly into a defensive counter stance, ready to strike the instant it lunges. In fog this thick, an ambush is the smartest move, and right on cue, the beast drifts right toward my front, then silently circles around to my back, thinking it has me totally fooled, never guessing the horned bee queen has it locked in her sights from above. The second the beast moves, I see it perfectly. I play completely oblivious. Now watch this. The system warns me the beast is crouching right behind me, ready to spring. It leaps forward in a completely silent, fluid motion. But because I have an early warning, I twist from the waist into a bow stance and sweep my tang sword back. The blade flashes like a streak of white light toward its throat. The beast does not expect a counter this fast. Seeing the blade close in, it snaps its jaws shut, drops its head, and pulls its front paws up to guard. With a painful, agonizing howl, my tang sword severs one foreleg, leaving a bone-deep gash across its face. One clean strike, I push the advantage. But this beast is tough. It endures the savage pain and bolts despite the heavy wound. I call the horned bee queen back, staring down at the severed foreleg on the ground. A lone wolf, I mutter. I jump back into my shelter. The rest of the trip is smooth, with no other scares. Since combat is routine now, I do not dwell on the fight, never imagining I will run into that wolf again so soon. I fill the roof tank and seal the lid tightly. Then I message Yu Soyol, telling her to get ready for the water buckets. She must be watching her screen, because she replies instantly, skipping all pleasantries. We trade fast. Once she gets her water, she asks if my run went smoothly, and if I hit any danger. I keep my reply pretty light, telling her it was fine, though the fog made it easy to get lost. Then I ask how she likes the divine artifact. She says it is incredibly easy. With that iron shovel in hand, she is confident she will finish before dark. A photo arrives of her standing by the ditch, wearing a radiant smile, even covered in dust. Her features stand out, holding my orange-grade iron shovel. It looks like she started digging the moment I left to fetch water. The night and day difference has her gushing. She tells me it is truly a divine artifact for digging dirt, and that this shovel is absolutely amazing. I tell her to get back to work and stop bugging me. I do not waste my afternoon either. After a quick lunch, I head straight to the training ground, because I need to put in some serious work, too. By dusk, I am leaning back against the edge of the misty geothermal hot spring, eyes closed in pure comfort. As the day's fatigue slowly drains away, I open my eyes to check the status panel. My Mystic Void Blade technique is now at 51% proficiency. Past the halfway mark, I muse. At this rate, I will reach a major breakthrough in another 5 days. It is a real pity I have so few red fruits left, and starting tomorrow, the hot spring and training ground are off limits. My progress is definitely going to slow down. This interruption sucks. The urge to cultivate just one more time tonight takes deep root, especially since my preparations are already done. Once that thought starts, I cannot suppress it. My mind is completely restless. I scramble up, dry myself off, and run to the fence, moving the street light directly over the training ground. Under the glow of that light, I silently warm up and stretch. I pop a red fruit, swallow it down, grab my horizontal blade, and naturally begin running through the Mystic Void Blade technique. With the training ground boosting my focus, I gradually slide into a deep, meditative trance, cultivating at night for the very first time. The feeling is absolutely incredible. The silent, vast night sky aligns perfectly with the flows of the Mystic Void Blade technique. Naturally, a deeper understanding of its core philosophy begins to surface. The technique I learned has 36 moves in total. Built on pure simplicity and directness, these powerful moves are easy to grasp and quick to master. I always believed this was the complete picture of the technique. But right as I get in the zone, a wild realization hits me: this outline is wrong. Immediately, a brutal headache jolts me awake. My head throbs in absolute agony. It is unbearable, but the pain quickly fades. Only a dull throb and stabbing nerve pain remain to prove it was real. What on earth just happened? The moment I try to focus on that thought, agony strikes again, tearing a cry from my throat. Yet, even through this second wave, the realization sticks. The blade technique is not wrong at all. It is just incomplete, and the version I have is heavily stripped down. It turned out that the original Mystic Void Blade technique had more than 36 moves, built on a concept far deeper and more mysterious. I did not know those original specific moves, but I felt its founding concept aligned with the heavenly Tao. It was a path wandering uncertainly between the real and the illusory, its change is impossible to predict. With my thoughts clear, I could not help grumbling that the beggar version and the complete version were completely opposite roads. What I did not know was those 36 moves were not a simplification at all. Whoever first learned the technique back then had only grasped those 36 moves through his own understanding, totally forgetting the rest. A first-rate blade technique somehow got reduced to a basic entry-level skill, but honestly, if it had not been cut down that far, I would never have pulled it from an early-stage treasure chest in the first place. Now look at this. Out of habit, I checked my stats, froze, and screamed. 66% jumped a clean 15% in one go. That must have been the legendary epiphany, so I resolved to find the complete Mystic Void Blade technique when I got the chance. Since I already have this simplified foundation, mastering the real deal should be a breeze. Dragging my exhausted body back, I returned to the stone house. I first listed 7,000 toilet papers on the trade channel and queued another 7,000, since this stable income demanded daily attention. Without even checking the chat, I grabbed synthesis materials from my warehouse and ran 2 explosive stone recipes. Lady Luck was with me today, since both successfully became explosive stones. Done. Rubbing my throbbing head, I collapsed onto the bed fully clothed. It was near midnight, so I decided to take a quick nap to recover. Outside, torrential rain crashed down as if trying to swallow the entire shoe world, and the deafening roar of it woke me up. I had no clue how long I slept, but the throbbing in my head had eased up a lot. Fumbling to turn on the small yellow lamp, I got up and stared out the window into a pitch-black, apocalyptic darkness. The deafening downpour felt like the world's final cry. My face turned grave. If rain this heavy lasted 3 days, flash floods would trigger and the drainage ditches would not hold. I could see absolutely nothing through the dark glass, so I focused and opened the chat channel, hoping to find something useful. And check this out, the system announced, Shoe World Day 11, heavy rain, 1 to 10 degrees. It warned survivors that the acid rain trial had officially begun, advising everyone to stay inside and avoid getting wet at all costs. Honestly, who would even think of going out in this insane rain? The only worrying thing was the dropping temperature, making me shiver as I burrowed deeper under my warm quilt. Next came hundreds of unread private messages, and my face darkened, fearing that something terrible had happened to our group. But opening a few, I realized there was no disaster. Everyone was just checking on me because I had been silent for so long. Y Soil had sent the most by far, dozens of messages that grew increasingly anxious near the end. Putting my worries aside, I messaged Y Soil first to let her know I was safe, then thanked the group and told them not to worry. Before I even finished, she snapped back, complaining that I had scared her to death, and that a grown man should always say something beforehand when busy. Suddenly disappearing at a stressful time like this really terrifies people. She had been sitting in her living room, wearing a warm pink loungewear set. The candle beside her was already burned halfway down, surrounded by earlier stubs. After dinner, she had tried reaching out to return my orange iron shovel, but my trade request just sat there unanswered. She did not think much of it at first, assuming I was busy, but as the night dragged on with no reply, anxiety crept in. She kept messaging me and even asked others in the group if they knew anything. My silent disappearance made her completely lose control of her anxiety. No matter how much she reassured herself that someone with my skills would be fine, her thoughts kept sliding toward the worst. When my safety report finally came, a massive wave of joy surged right through her. It was unlike anything she had ever felt. Without even noticing the shift in her own heart, she channeled it all into scolding my unreliability. Facing her endless nagging, I rubbed my nose in embarrassment, explaining that I was just too exhausted yesterday and ended up falling asleep in a complete daze. Between endless digging, hard cultivation, and that sudden epiphany, my body and mind were completely wrung dry. My head was so numb during synthesis that I forgot to check any messages. Afraid she would keep nagging, I knew I could not handle this caring kind of complaint. So I quickly changed the subject, asking what the situation was like outside and if there were any new updates. She clearly saw through my obvious dodge, but chose to let it go, feeling far too relieved now to care about anything else. With some hesitation, she admitted that she did not know the actual specifics either. Apparently, someone on the World Channel claimed they ventured out and got caught in the storm. They said it was not as severe as the system warned, only causing minor burns. But since neither she nor Sister Rui had actually stepped outside, she couldn't confirm if it was true. By then, I had read through all my messages. Yu Soil had been texting every few minutes since last night, meaning she had not slept. That warm concern really touched me. Wang Ro also messaged last night, saying he was safe for now and hoping I would back him after the trial. I didn't even bother replying. Honestly, the two of us were nothing to each other. I would help if it was easy, but risking real danger for him? I had to seriously weigh that option. Realizing Usoyol still had not slept, I worried. Dawn was close, and in this world, running low on energy tomorrow could be incredibly dangerous. So I closed our chat and opened up the World channel, praying to find some useful information. The first message was from someone who got caught outside. He was swearing up and down that the acid rain was completely harmless, just heavy. A skeptic doubted him, but the guy kept insisting it was true, claiming he left a window open and got drenched, only getting a little red and swollen with zero itching. He swore the true world was just overhyping the rain's danger. Still, someone advised caution, warning others not to let that acid rain touch any sensitive membranes, while another person laughed, amazed to find someone so completely unafraid of death, saying they trusted the true world would not lie, and you could not pay them to step outside. And then, things got interesting. A few pinned messages popped up from the big players in the Survivor Alliance. Ji Young warned everyone not to go out recklessly. This was not Blue Star, and since the acid rain's chemicals were unknown, people needed to watch and wait. Another top player told his followers to stay sharp, reminding them that heaven only helps those who help themselves. And GA cited expert research warning of unknown substances in the water, urging anyone going out to wear full protective gear. I figured plenty of people had already ventured out and gotten caught. Unlucky, reckless idiots are never in short supply, after all. But I was staying put. The true world literally called this acid rain a trial, so it definitely was not going to be easy. Even if I was wrong, it would only cost me 3 wasted days inside. I leaned back against my headboard, quietly thinking things over until I drifted off. When I woke, daylight filled the room and the heavy downpour had thinned to a light drizzle. I wondered how I fell asleep so fast, and if anything happened during the night. Checking the chat, everyone stuck indoors was just idling around in their shelter group channels. And though messages were flying fast, a quick scroll showed absolutely no news from anyone outside the shelters. It looked like yesterday's warnings from the big shots actually worked. At the end of the day, everyone values their own life. Finding nothing useful, I was about to close the app, but then, check this out. The entire chat suddenly flipped from a dry survival forum into a wild entertainment show. It all started with a simple picture. The channel did not support video or voice, but users could still upload photos. This photo was totally ordinary. Not some revealing outfit shot that the lewd perverts were begging for, but just a picture of his breakfast. But your eyes immediately locked onto a massive lobster sitting among the dishes. The comments exploded with jealousy and uproar. But instead of ending there, other survivors started spamming photos of their own breakfasts. The chat flooded with endless food, seafood feasts, steaming hot pot, whole roasted lamb, steaks, desserts, and even a fresh vegetable platter. This immediately broke the sanity of countless starving survivors. The crying started. One guy complained that he was a nobody back on Blue Star and was still just a loser in the true world. Another joked that the gap between survivors here was wider than the gap between humans and dogs. One hungry survivor begged for scraps, whimpering that he was so starved he actually shrunk. Someone immediately shot back, "Where exactly did you shrink? Post a picture, and if it really shrunk that much, the local big shot will have to take responsibility." The replies piled up until they easily blew past 1,000. Then, against all odds, the whimpering guy actually posted a photo, and it was indeed big and round. Since the true world had no photo editing apps, the image was almost certainly real. The comment section immediately dissolved into pure chaos and howling. The seafood guy immediately traded a massive crab over to him, sending the chat's energy to a fever pitch. The floodgates opened, and photos began pouring in. First it was food, and then it was faces. Survivors of every age, skin tone, and style started dumping their pictures into the feed. Photos of beautiful girls with long legs piled up until the chat channel became an absolute ocean of eye candy, looking for all the world like one of those viral short video apps back on Blue Star.